Tonight on Digging into History, we journey through the most dominant military forces that shaped our world. From Genghis Khan's lightning-fast Mongol cavalry to the disciplined Roman legions, the elite Ottoman janissaries, and America's industrial war machine in World War II, these armies didn't just win battles, they transformed civilization itself. Get comfortable, dim the lights, and prepare to be transported across centuries of conquest and innovation. These aren't just tales of war, they're stories of how humanity's most powerful forces forever changed our world. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Your journey through history begins now. The endless steppes of Central Asia stretched like a sea of grass beneath a vast blue sky. In this harsh landscape where summer heat scorched the earth and winter winds cut like knives, a boy was born in the late 12th century who would grow to command the most feared military force the world had ever seen. His name was Temujin, but history would remember him as Genghis Khan, ruler of the largest contiguous land empire ever created. The story of the Mongol Horde begins not with grand armies, but with survival. Life on the Mongolian plateau was brutally difficult. Nomadic tribes moved constantly with their animals, following seasonal patterns, living in round felt tents called jirs that could be assembled and disassembled within an hour. From their earliest days, Mongol children learned to ride horses, shoot bows, and endure extreme conditions. By age 3, they could sit confidently on horseback. By age 8, they could hit targets while riding at full gallop. This was not sport or recreation. It was preparation for a life where skill with bow and horse often meant the difference between eating and starvation. Temujin's early life embodied these harsh realities. After his father was poisoned by rival tribesmen, his family was abandoned by their clan, forced to survive on roots, wild fruits, and small game. The young boy learned quickly about betrayal, hardship, and the need for absolute loyalty. These formative experiences shaped his worldview and later military philosophy. Trust had to be earned, alliances had to be meaningful, and enemies had to be decisively defeated. What transformed these scattered nomadic tribes into history's most efficient military machine? The answer lay partly in Genghis Khan's revolutionary organization of his forces. Traditional Mongol society organized itself by family and clan loyalties, but Genghis broke this system, reshuffling warriors into units based on the decimal system. 10 warriors formed an arban, 10 arbans formed a jagun of 100, 10 jaguns created a mingan of 1,000, and 10 mingans constituted a tumian of 10,000 riders. This structure meant orders could flow quickly from the highest commander to the lowest soldier, without being filtered through tribal politics or family interests. This military organization reflected something deeper about Mongol society under Genghis Khan. It was a meritocracy unlike any other of its time. Men were promoted based on their skills, loyalty, and accomplishments rather than their birth or tribal connections. A shepherd's son could rise to command thousands if he proved himself capable and faithful. This system created fierce loyalty to Genghis himself, as he became the central figure to whom all owed allegiance above clan or tribal identity. The heart of Mongol military dominance was their cavalry. Unlike the heavily armoured knights of Europe or the specialised units of other armies, every Mongol warrior was a lightweight, fast-moving horseman. Each soldier maintained a small herd of 3 to 5 horses, allowing him to switch mounts several times a day during campaigns and movements. While other armies might travel 20 or 30 miles in a day of hard marching, Mongol forces could cover over 100 miles, arriving at battlefields with unexpected speed that confounded their enemies. Mongol horsemanship went beyond simple riding skill. The deep connection between rider and horse allowed Mongol warriors to shoot arrows with deadly accuracy while at full gallop. Their specially designed composite bows, made from layers of wood, horn, and sinew, could pierce armour at distances of over 200 yards. When a Mongol army of thousands released volleys of arrows, the sky would darken, and death would rain down on their opponents before traditional armies could even close to fighting distance. The tactics employed by the Mongol forces showed a sophistication that military historians still study today. One favourite manoeuvre was the feigned retreat, where Mongol units would pretend to flee in disorder, drawing enemy forces into pursuit. As the enemy formation broke down in the excitement of apparent victory, the Mongol forces would suddenly wheel around, surrounding their now disorganized opponents before destroying them with arrows and close combat. Time and again, larger armies fell victim to this tactic, unable to resist the temptation to chase what appeared to be a beaten foe. Communication on the battlefield represented another Mongol innovation. Using a system of flags during the day and torches at night, commanders could coordinate complex maneuvers across distances that would have required messengers in other armies. Their battle discipline was unmatched. Units moved with precision according to predetermined signals, allowing them to execute complex flanking movements or sudden directional changes that left their enemies confused and vulnerable. Perhaps most terrifying to their opponents was the Mongols' use of psychological warfare. They understood that fear could be as powerful a weapon as any bow or sword. Before attacking major populations, they would often massacre the inhabitants of smaller surrounding settlements, allowing refugees to flood into the target city with tales of Mongol brutality. Cities that surrendered immediately might be spared. Those that resisted faced annihilation. Engineers, artisans, and skilled workers would be identified and sent back to Mongolia, while everyone else might be killed or used as human shields in the next battle. These were not random acts of cruelty, but calculated policies designed to minimize Mongol casualties by encouraging surrender. The empire's expansion began in 1206 when Genghis Khan united the warring Mongol tribes. Rather than resting after this achievement, he immediately turned his attention outward. The first major target was the Jin dynasty controlling northern China. Despite facing cities with massive walls and an enemy that outnumbered them more than 50 to 1, the Mongols prevailed through superior mobility, adaptability, and military intelligence. When confronted with fortified Chinese cities, the Mongols demonstrated another strength, their ability to learn and adapt. Having no tradition of siege warfare themselves, they quickly captured and employed Chinese engineers, learning to build and operate catapults, trebuchets, and other siege engines. They diverted rivers to flood cities or cut off water supplies. They spread diseases by catapulting diseased corpses over walls. No technological advantage remained exclusive to their enemies for long. After subjugating northern China, the Mongol war machine turned westward. The wealthy Muslim kingdoms of Central Asia fell one after another. Cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, jewels of Islamic civilization with their magnificent mosques and madrasas, were given the same choice as all Mongol targets: immediate surrender or complete destruction. Many chose poorly and paid with their blood. The slaughter at these cities was so complete that in some locations, according to reports, a horseman could ride through the ruins without his horse's hooves touching the ground. So covered was it with the bones of the dead. The famous Silk Road trading networks fell under Mongol control, and with them, access to goods, ideas, and technologies from across Eurasia. The Mongols did not merely destroy, they connected. Under their rule, merchants could travel from Korea to Poland in relative safety, protected by the Mongol Peace, or Pax Mongolica, which would eventually cover the largest contiguous land empire in history. The westward expansion continued relentlessly. In 1222, Mongol forces under the generals Jebe and Subutai embarked on a reconnaissance mission that turned into one of history's most remarkable military expeditions. With a force of about 20,000 men, they rode around the Caspian Sea, defeating armies many times their size. They crushed the Georgian kingdom and then annihilated a combined Russian and Cuman force at the Battle of the Kalka River. This was merely a scouting force, testing the military capabilities of these western lands before the main Mongol army would return years later. As they moved westward, the Mongols encountered increasingly different terrains and fighting styles. European knights, with their heavy armour and powerful charges, presented a new challenge. Yet the Mongols maintained their advantage through superior mobility and tactics. They would avoid direct confrontation with heavy cavalry, instead wearing them down with arrow fire, targeting their horses, and drawing them into exhausting pursuits before closing for the kill. In the shadow of Mount Taygetus, where rugged cliffs meet the clear Aegean sky, a society unlike any other took root and flourished. This was Sparta, a name that even today evokes images of fierce warriors, unwavering discipline, and a culture devoted entirely to the art of war. But the true story of these legendary Greek warriors reaches far beyond modern imagination, into a world where survival depended on strength, and where strength was forged through suffering. The story begins around the 9th century BCE in the fertile valley of Laconia in southern Greece. While other Greek city-states pursued trade, art, and philosophy, Sparta chose a different path. Following a series of rebellions by the enslaved Helot population, the Spartans made a collective decision that would define their society for centuries to come. They would transform themselves into the perfect military machine. This transformation centered around a brutal training system known as the agoge. From as young as 7 years old, Spartan boys were taken from their mothers and placed in this state-sponsored education program. The separation was deliberate and cruel, a first test of emotional endurance for children barely old enough to understand what was happening to them. Mothers would not weep when their sons departed. They would instead tell them to return with their shield or on it, victorious or dead, with no middle ground. The first years of training focused on hardening the body and mind. Boys slept on reed mats, wore minimal clothing regardless of weather, and received meager food rations. Rather than punishing them for stealing food, Spartan elders encouraged it, but punished severely any boy caught in the act. This was not to teach them thievery, but cleverness and stealth. As these young Spartans approached adolescence, their training intensified. They engaged in constant physical contests, wrestling, running, throwing, fighting with staves, all designed to identify the strongest among them and weed out the weak. Older boys would supervise younger ones, creating a hierarchy of pain and endurance, where survival meant becoming the very thing that had once tormented you. At this stage, another element entered their training: ritualized violence. In a ceremony called the diamastigosis, adolescent boys were flogged before the altar of Artemis Orthia, sometimes until death. Those who endured without crying out earned the highest honor. These were not mere acts of cruelty, but deliberate steps in creating warriors who would never surrender, never retreat, and never choose comfort over duty. By 18, a Spartan youth who survived the agoge emerged transformed. His body was a weapon, lean and powerful. His mind was conditioned to obey without question and to value the collective over the individual. He would join the Syssitia, a military mess where soldiers lived together, sharing meals and strengthening bonds that would make them unbreakable on the battlefield. The centerpiece of Spartan military might was the phalanx formation, rows of heavily armed hoplite warriors moving as one unstoppable force. Each man carried a round bronze shield called an aspis, nearly 3 feet in diameter. These shields protected not just the bearer but also part of the man to his left, creating an interlocking defense. The shields bore the Greek letter lambda lambda, standing for Lacedaemon, another name for Sparta. In their right hands they carried the dory, a 9-foot spear made of ash wood with an iron spearhead and bronze butt spike. Secondary weapons included a short sword called the scyphos, used when spears broke or combat became too close for effective spear use. But their greatest weapon was their discipline, the ability to maintain formation under the chaos and terror of battle when natural instinct screamed to flee. Unlike other Greeks who often fought seasonal, almost ritualistic battles, Spartans were professional soldiers. When other armies retreated after a day's fighting, Spartans pressed forward. When others might break formation to chase fleeing enemies, Spartans maintained discipline, understanding that breaking ranks could mean defeat. Their reputation spread throughout the Greek world. Armies would sometimes surrender at the mere sight of Spartan forces arriving on the battlefield. At the Battle of Sapea in 494 BCE, it is said that the Argive army broke and ran before the first Spartan spear was thrown, so terrified were they of facing these perfect warriors. Life in Sparta reflected this military focus in every aspect. While Athens celebrated poets and philosophers, Sparta valued brevity of speech, hence our modern term laconic, derived from their homeland of Laconia. When Philip of Macedon threatened, "If I enter Laconia, I will raze Sparta to the ground," the Spartans famously replied with a single word, "if." Even Spartan women, unlike those in other Greek city-states, received physical training and education. They were expected to produce strong children and maintain households while men were away training or fighting. A visitor once remarked that Spartan women were the only ones in Greece who ruled their men. A Spartan woman allegedly replied, "That's because we are the only ones who give birth to men." Material luxury was scorned. Spartans used iron bars as currency rather than gold or silver coins, deliberately making their money too heavy to accumulate wealth or engage in commerce. Their clothing was simple, their food plain. King Agesilaus, when asked what Sparta's walls were, pointed to his soldiers and said, "These are the walls of Sparta." But it was in the early 5th century BCE that Sparta would etch its name permanently into the pages of history during the Persian invasion of Greece, as King Xerxes led a massive force estimated at over 100,000 men to subjugate the Greek city-states. An alliance was formed to resist. The Spartans, led by King Leonidas I, volunteered for what was perhaps the most dangerous mission of the war. At a narrow coastal pass called Thermopylae, the Hot Gates, Leonidas positioned his force of 300 elite Spartan warriors, along with several thousand allies from other Greek states. Their task was not to defeat the Persian army, an impossible feat with such numbers, but to delay them long enough for the rest of Greece to prepare defences. For 3 days, the Spartans and their allies held the pass against wave after wave of Persian attacks. Xerxes, sitting on a golden throne overlooking the battlefield, watched in disbelief as his vast army was repeatedly repulsed by this small force. When he sent messengers demanding the Greeks surrender their weapons, Leonidas gave another famous laconic reply, "Molon Labe, come and take them." The Persians might never have broken through had it not been for a local Greek traitor named Ephialtes, who showed them a mountain path that allowed them to outflank the Greek position. When Leonidas learned his position would be surrounded, he dismissed most of the allied forces, keeping only his 300 Spartans along with some Thespians and Thebans who refused to leave. What followed was not a battle but a last stand. Knowing death was certain, the Spartans fought with abandon. When their spears broke, they drew their swords. When their swords broke, they fought with hands and teeth. According to legend, they were so fearsome that Persian commanders had to whip their own men forward to face these dying warriors. All 300 Spartans, including King Leonidas, fell, but their sacrifice gained precious time for Athens to evacuate its civilian population and for the Greek navy to prepare for the decisive naval battle of Salamis, where the Persian fleet would be defeated. At Thermopylae, a simple monument was erected with an epitaph composed by the poet Achaemenid. "Go tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here, obedient to their laws, we lie." These words captured the essence of Spartan values: discipline, duty, and unflinching acceptance of death in service to the state. No mention of glory or individual heroism, only obedience to law and collective purpose. In the years following Thermopylae, Sparta reached the height of its power. After the final defeat of the Persians at Plataea in 479 BCE, where Spartan forces played a crucial role, Sparta emerged as the preeminent military power in Greece. The alliance with Athens would eventually fracture, leading to the Peloponnesian War, where Sparta's land-based military strength would be tested against Athens' naval empire. This conflict, lasting from 431 to 404 BCE, would eventually end with Sparta's victory and the brief establishment of Spartan hegemony over Greece. But victory brought its own problems. Exposure to outside wealth and influence began to erode the traditional Spartan values. The population of full citizens, those who had completed the agoge and maintained their military obligations, steadily declined. Ironically, as Sparta's political power waned, the legend of Spartan warriors only grew stronger. Their system of physical training influenced military thinking throughout the ancient Mediterranean. Their willingness to sacrifice individual comfort for collective strength became a template for military organizations for centuries to come. Even as Rome rose to dominate the Mediterranean world, Romans looked to Sparta with a mixture of awe and admiration. The Spartan emphasis on discipline, simplicity, and military virtue resonated with Roman values. Many Roman elites sent their sons to what remained of Sparta to experience a taste of the legendary training, though by then it had become more ceremonial than authentic. The physical Sparta may have declined, but the idea of Sparta, a society of perfect warriors, unbending in their discipline and unflinching in their courage, has endured for over 2,000 years. From the military academies of 18th century Europe to modern special forces training programs, echoes of Spartan methods can still be found. Today we use the word Spartan to describe conditions that are austere, minimal, and demanding. Fitness programs and obstacle races adopt the Spartan name to evoke that ancient spirit of physical endurance and mental toughness. Popular culture continues to retell the story of Thermopylae, often emphasizing the heroic last stand while simplifying the complex society that produced such warriors. But beneath these modern interpretations lies a more nuanced truth. Sparta achieved something remarkable, a society entirely organized around a single purpose, creating warriors of unprecedented discipline and effectiveness. The cost of this achievement was equally remarkable: the suppression of individuality, the acceptance of extreme suffering as educational method, and the subordination of all other human endeavors to military excellence. As the sun set over the Eurotas Valley, casting long shadows across the simple barracks where Spartan warriors lived, an enduring question remained: what is the true legacy of this warrior society? Is it the proof that humans can be molded through suffering into something approaching military perfection? Or is it a warning about the price of such single-minded devotion to martial values? The training grounds fell silent as darkness descended. Tomorrow would bring another day of harsh training, another test of endurance, another step in the creation of warriors unlike any the world had seen before or since. In the distance, the outlines of young boys could be seen, running barefoot through rugged terrain, preparing for a lifetime of service to an ideal that would outlive them all by millennia. And in the east, beyond the mountains that sheltered this unique society, other warrior cultures were developing their own codes and methods of combat, different paths to a similar destination. As the mist rises from the valleys of ancient Japan, another warrior culture takes shape against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains and flowering cherry trees. While the Spartans carved their legacy in the sun-baked lands of Greece, the samurai emerged in the islands of the Far East, creating a military class whose influence would shape Japanese society for nearly 1,000 years. The word samurai comes from the Japanese verb saburao, meaning to serve. This simple etymology reveals the foundation of samurai identity. They were servants first, warriors second. But what began as a role of service would evolve into the most powerful class in feudal Japan, creating a legacy of martial excellence and philosophical depth that continues to fascinate the world today. The story begins in the Heian period, around the 8th century CE. At this time, Japan was ruled by an emperor and his court nobles, who lived refined lives devoted to art, poetry, and elaborate court rituals in the capital city of Heian-Keio, today known as Kyoto. But beyond the capital, in the rural provinces, powerful local families began to develop their own military strength to protect their lands and interests. These provincial landowners, known as daimyo, recruited warriors to serve as their personal guards and enforcers. These early samurai were primarily mounted archers, skilled in the art of kyujutsu, the way of the bow. They rode into battle firing arrows with deadly precision before engaging with swords and spears. Unlike the collective warfare of the Spartan phalanx, early samurai combat emphasized individual skill and prowess. As the power of the imperial court weakened, Japan descended into an era of civil wars, with daimyo fighting for control. This period of instability elevated the importance of the samurai class. No longer mere guards, they became the primary military force in Japan. By the 12th century, the samurai had become so powerful that they established the first shogunate, a military government that would rule Japan while keeping the emperor as a symbolic figurehead. With their rise to power came the development of a distinct warrior code, Bushido, the way of the warrior. While never formalized into a single document until much later, Bushido encompassed the values and expectations that guided samurai life. At its core were the virtues of loyalty, honor, courage, and self-discipline. A samurai was expected to serve his lord with unwavering devotion, even to the point of death. Unlike the collective focus of Spartan warriors, the samurai ethos celebrated the individual warrior's journey toward perfection. This path was as much spiritual as physical, emphasizing the cultivation of moral character alongside martial skill. The influence of Zen Buddhism, which reached Japan from China in the 12th century, added a philosophical dimension to the samurai way. Zen taught that enlightenment could be found through direct experience rather than intellectual study, a teaching that resonated with warriors who lived in the immediate reality of life and death. The training of a samurai began in childhood, but unlike the state-controlled Agoge of Sparta, it occurred within the family or clan. Young boys from samurai families would begin learning martial arts as early as age 5. They studied swordsmanship, archery, horsemanship, and various weaponry, but their education was far broader than just combat training. They learned literature, calligraphy, poetry, and proper etiquette, skills considered essential for a complete warrior. By the time a samurai boy reached adolescence, He would participate in Genpuku, a coming-of-age ceremony that marked his transition to adulthood. His childhood name would be replaced with an adult name, and he would receive his first proper adult attire, including the right to wear the two swords that were the signature of the samurai class, the longer katana and the shorter wakizashi. These swords were far more than mere weapons to the samurai. They were considered the soul of the samurai, objects of almost religious significance. The crafting of a Japanese sword was itself an art form, combining metallurgical science, craftsmanship, and spiritual practice. Swordsmiths worked in ritual purity, folding and hammering the steel thousands of times to create blades of legendary sharpness and strength. The resulting weapons were considered living treasures, passed down through generations and often given names like living beings. The art of using these swords, kenjutsu, became increasingly sophisticated over the centuries. Different schools or styles, Ryu developed distinct techniques and philosophical approaches to swordsmanship. These were not merely fighting methods, but complete systems of personal development. A master swordsman was expected to develop a state of mushin, or no mind, where action occurred without conscious thought. A perfect integration of skill and instinct. This cultivation of the self extended to all aspects of samurai life. The warrior was expected to live with ascetic awareness and sensitivity alongside his martial prowess. He might compose poetry before battle, arrange flowers, or participate in the tea ceremony with the same focus and discipline he brought to combat. This duality found its expression in the samurai saying, "The pen and sword in accord." A complete warrior was cultured as well as deadly. Perhaps nowhere was this blend of ascetics and martial spirit more evident than in the samurai approach to death. For a warrior culture that faced mortality as a constant companion, the samurai developed a relationship with death that was at once accepting and defiant. The ideal of dying well, of facing one's end with dignity and purpose, became central to samurai identity. This philosophy reached its most extreme expression in the practice of seppuku, ritual suicide by disembowelment. What might seem like a horrific end to modern observers was, to the samurai, the ultimate assertion of control over one's destiny. By choosing the manner of his death, a samurai could transform defeat into a final victory of will. Seppuku was performed according to strict ritual. The warrior would write a death poem reflecting on life and mortality, dress in white robes, and then pierce his abdomen with a short blade, drawing it from left to right. A trusted second would stand ready to decapitate the samurai to end his suffering. This practice was not merely about avoiding capture or atoning for failure. It represented the samurai's commitment to living and dying according to his principles. As one famous saying put it, "The way of the samurai is found in death." This did not mean seeking death, but rather living each moment fully aware that it could be one's last, a mindset that drove samurai to perfect their skills and clarify their values. The lives of samurai women, while less documented in history, were shaped by the same warrior culture. Daughters of samurai families received education in literary arts, but they were also often trained in combat skills, particularly with the naginata, a pole weapon with a curved blade. These women, known as onabuge, were expected to defend their homes and families when their husbands were away at war. The most famous onabuge, Tomo Gozen, fought alongside male samurai in the Genpei War of the 12th century, and was renowned for her skill with both the bow and the sword. As Japan's period of civil wars intensified in the 15th and 16th centuries, known as the Sengoku or Warring States period, the role of the samurai evolved. Battles grew larger and more complex, with firearms introduced by Portuguese traders in 1543, adding a new dimension to warfare. The elegant mounted archer of earlier centuries gave way to the armored battlefield commander, leading formations of ashigaru, foot soldiers, armed with spears, bows, and matchlock guns. This era produced some of Japan's most famous samurai. Oda Nobunaga, a daimyo who began the process of unifying Japan, revolutionized warfare with innovative tactics and early adoption of firearms. His successor, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, rose from peasant origins to become a samurai, and eventually the most powerful man in Japan. And Tokugawa Ieyasu, following their path, established the Tokugawa shogunate that would rule Japan in peace for over 250 years. The armor worn by samurai during this period became increasingly elaborate, both for protection and as a display of status. A full suit of samurai armor, or yoroi, consisted of small plates of iron or leather laced together with silk cords, creating a flexible defense that could withstand arrows and glancing sword blows. Helmets kabuto featured dramatic crests and face masks, designed to inspire fear in enemies and identification in the chaos of battle. Unlike the uniform simplicity of Spartan equipment, samurai armor was highly individualized, with colors, patterns, and designs that reflected the wearer's family, allegiance, and personal taste. By 1600, following the decisive Battle of Sekigahara, Tokugawa Ieyasu had secured control of Japan, bringing an end to centuries of civil war. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid social hierarchy with samurai at the top, followed by farmers, artisans, and merchants. This period, known as the Edo era, transformed the role of the samurai dramatically. With no more battles to fight, these warriors became administrators, bureaucrats, and symbols of authority rather than active combatants. The peace of the Edo period created a paradox for the samurai class. Their identity was built around martial skill. In a time when warfare had effectively ended, many samurai became scholars, artists, or administrators. Schools of martial arts shifted focus from battlefield effectiveness to personal development and spiritual cultivation. Swordsmanship evolved into kendo, the way of the sword practiced with bamboo swords and protective armor as a form of physical and spiritual discipline rather than lethal combat training. Despite this transformation, the samurai maintained their privileged status and distinctive customs. They alone had the right to wear two swords and to execute commoners who showed them disrespect, a right known as kirisuit gomen, or permission to cut and leave. Their lives were governed by an increasingly formalized code of behavior that emphasized self-control, simplicity, and loyalty to the shogunate. Yet beneath this orderly surface, economic pressures were mounting. Many samurai, especially those of lower rank, faced financial hardship as their stipends remained fixed while the merchant class grew increasingly wealthy. Some were forced to become ronin masterless samurai, who wandered Japan seeking employment or sometimes turning to banditry. The story of the 47 ronin, who avenged their master's forced suicide and then committed seppuku themselves, became a beloved tale that embodied samurai loyalty even in this changing world. The bubble of isolation that preserved traditional samurai culture finally burst in 1853, when American Commodore Matthew Perry arrived with his black ships, demanding that Japan open its borders to foreign trade. The resulting crisis led to the collapse of the Tokugawa shogunate and the Meiji Restoration of 1868, which returned the emperor to power and began Japan's rapid modernization. For the samurai, this transition marked the end of their world. The new Meiji government abolished the samurai class, ended their stipends, and forbade the wearing of swords in public. The final stand of traditional samurai came in 1877, with the Satsuma Rebellion, led by Saigo Takamori, often called the Last Samurai. Armed with traditional weapons, these warriors faced the modern firearms of the new Imperial Japanese Army. Their defeat marked the definitive end of the samurai as a living military class. Yet even as the living tradition faded, the cultural legacy of the samurai grew stronger. Their code of Bushido was reimagined and formalized in the late 19th century, becoming part of Japan's emerging national identity. During Japan's industrialization and military expansion in the early 20th century, Bushido was invoked to inspire sacrifice and loyalty to the emperor. In the post-war period, the global image of the samurai transformed again. Films by directors like Akira Kurosawa introduced Western audiences to samurai culture, creating an enduring fascination with these warriors. The lone samurai became an archetypal figure, echoed in characters from Western gunfighters to modern action heroes. The stoic warrior following a personal code of honor, skilled in combat yet thoughtful and aesthetic, continues to resonate across cultures. Today, the physical practices of the samurai survive in modern martial arts like kendo, kido, archery, and aido, the art of drawing the sword. These disciplines emphasize the development of character, alongside technical skill, preserving the spiritual heart of samurai practice. Meanwhile, original samurai swords are preserved in museums worldwide as objects of art and historical significance, their curved blades still captivating viewers with their deadly elegance. The philosophical legacy of the samurai extends beyond martial arts into business, personal development, and popular culture. Concepts from Bushido like resilience, continuous improvement, and mindful presence have been incorporated into modern leadership theories and self-help approaches. Books like Hagakure and the Book of Five Rings, written by samurai in the 17th and early 18th centuries, continue to be read as guides to strategy and mindset. As the sun sets over the ancient castles of Japan, the shadows of these warriors stretch across time, reaching toward other warrior cultures that would develop their own unique approaches to combat, honor, and service. Far to the north, across vast oceans, another warrior society was taking shape, one that would strike terror into the hearts of European coastal communities and change the course of history through exploration and conquest. These were the Vikings, whose longships and battle axes would write the next chapter in humanity's complex relationship with warfare, honor, and adventure. Cold winds sweep across the fjords of Scandinavia, where towering cliffs meet dark waters under the shimmer of the northern lights. It is here, in the harsh embrace of the north, that another remarkable warrior culture emerged. As the samurai shaped their identity in the islands of Japan and the Spartans carved their legacy in the sun-drenched valleys of Greece, the Vikings forged their own path through ice and storm, becoming some of history's most feared raiders, explorers, and merchants. The Viking Age dawned suddenly on an unsuspecting Europe in 793 CE, when Norse longships appeared on the horizon near the holy island of Lindisfarne off the northeast coast of England. The monastery there, a center of learning and Christian faith, offered little resistance as warriors with axes and shields stormed ashore. By nightfall, the sacred site lay in ruins, its treasures loaded onto ships bound for distant northern shores, its monks either slain or taken as slaves. News of the attack sent shockwaves throughout Christian Europe. A new terror had arrived, seemingly from nowhere. But the story of the Vikings begins long before this infamous raid. The peoples of Scandinavia, modern-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, had been developing their distinct culture for centuries in relative isolation. Their homeland was a challenging environment of long, dark winters and short growing seasons. The sea was not merely a barrier but a lifeline, providing fish for food and a highway to other settlements along the complex coastlines of the north. Viking society was organized around small kingdoms and chieftainships, with power centered on local rulers rather than a central authority. Free farmers formed the backbone of these communities, living in longhouses built of timber and working the limited arable land. Unlike the rigid class structures of Sparta or feudal Japan, Viking society allowed for considerable social mobility. A successful warrior or trader could rise to prominence regardless of his birth. Family bonds and personal honor formed the foundation of Norse social structure. The concept of reputation, what others thought of your courage, reliability, and generosity, was of paramount importance. This focus on personal standing created a culture where bold action was valued and remembered. Poets known as skalds composed verses celebrating the deeds of great warriors, ensuring their fame would outlive them. The fear of an inglorious death, or worse, being forgotten entirely, drove Vikings to seek adventure and prove their worth. The Norse religion reflected these cultural values. Their gods were not distant, perfect beings, but flawed, passionate figures who embodied the Vikings' own ideals and contradictions. Odin, the All-Father, was the god of wisdom, poetry, death, and war. Thor, with his mighty hammer Mjolnir, represented strength and protection of the common people. Freya governed love, beauty, and battle. These deities did not promise eternal paradise but a worthy end, for those who died in battle would be carried by the Valkyries to Valhalla, where they would feast and fight until Ragnarök, the final battle at the end of the world. This worldview created warriors who did not fear death but rather a life without meaning, or a death without honor. The concept of fate or word was central to Norse thinking. If one's end was predetermined, then courage in the face of danger wasn't foolhardy but the proper response to an unalterable destiny. This fatalistic courage would become one of the most distinctive traits of Viking warriors. The development of Viking military prowess was driven by practical necessity. In a society where law existed but central enforcement was weak, every free man needed to defend himself and his property. From childhood, Norse boys learned to handle weapons, wrestle, and develop physical endurance. They practiced with wooden swords and shields, gradually transitioning to iron weapons as they matured. By the age of 15 or 16, a young man was expected to be capable of standing in the shield wall alongside veteran warriors. Unlike the specialized training of the samurai or the state-mandated agoge of Sparta, Viking martial education was integrated into daily life. Young men learned by observing their fathers and other warriors, participating in games that built relevant skills, and through direct experience in local conflicts. There were no formal military schools or rigid training systems. Instead, the harsh northern environment and the competitive culture naturally produced tough, capable fighters. The Viking arsenal was pragmatic and versatile. Their primary weapon was the axe, from simple hand axes to the larger, two-handed Dane axe that could cleave through shield and armor alike. Spears were also common, effective both for thrusting and throwing. Swords, being more expensive to produce, were typically carried only by wealthier warriors or those who had claimed one as booty. The typical Viking sword was a double-edged pattern-welded blade, designed for cutting rather than thrusting. For protection, Vikings relied on wooden shields, often reinforced with iron and worn on the left arm. Only the wealthiest could afford mail shirts, which were highly valued, and often passed down through generations or given as precious gifts from chieftains to loyal followers. Helmets were simple affairs of iron, typically featuring a nose guard, but contrary to popular imagery, never adorned with horns. Such an impractical design would have been laughable to these practical warriors. The most iconic innovation of Viking warfare, however, was not a weapon but a vehicle, the longship. These vessels represented the perfect marriage of form and function, enabling the Vikings to project power in ways that transformed European history. Shallow-drafted, flexible, and remarkably seaworthy, longships could navigate ocean waves, coastal waters, and even rivers, allowing Vikings to strike deep inland where no one expected attack from seaborne raiders. A typical longship was propelled by both oars and a single square sail, giving it versatility in different weather conditions. The largest vessels could carry up to 80 warriors, yet required minimal crew to operate. The distinctive dragon or serpent heads adorning the prows served both to intimidate enemies and as spiritual protection for the crew. These ships were technological marvels of their age, facilitating not just warfare but trade, exploration, and colonization across vast distances. The longship transformed the Vikings from local warriors into an international force. Traditional land-based armies of the period were slow to mobilize and constrained by terrain. Vikings, by contrast, could appear seemingly from nowhere, strike quickly, and vanish before an effective response could be organized. Early raids targeted poorly defended religious sites like Lindisfarne, which offered valuable treasures with minimal risk. As their confidence and knowledge grew, Vikings began attacking larger settlements, demanding payment to leave in peace, a practice that evolved into the Danegeld, essentially institutionalized extortion on a kingdom-wide scale. Viking battle tactics were as practical as their weapons. Unlike the disciplined phalanx of the Spartans or the ritualized combats of samurai, Viking warfare centered on the shield wall, a formation where warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, overlapping their round shields to create a barrier against enemy weapons. From behind this protection, they could thrust with spears or strike with axes when opportunities arose. The goal was often not the absolute defeat of the enemy, but achieving specific objectives, gaining plunder, securing tribute, or establishing dominance in a region. Perhaps the most feared aspect of Viking warfare was the berserker warriors who fought in a trance-like state of fury. Accounts describe these fighters foaming at the mouth, howling like animals, and continuing to fight despite grievous wounds. Whether their frenzy was induced by ritual, substances, or psychological conditioning remains debated, but their effect on enemy morale was undeniable. The word berserk survives in modern language as a testament to the terror these warriors inspired. As the Viking Age progressed, their activities evolved from pure raiding to more complex ventures. Some Vikings became mercenaries, selling their military skills to the highest bidder. The Varangian Guard, an elite unit of the Byzantine Emperor's personal bodyguard, consisted primarily of Norse warriors whose loyalty could be trusted precisely because they were outsiders to Byzantine politics. Others established trading networks stretching from Dublin to Baghdad, exchanging furs, walrus ivory, and slaves for silver, silks, and spices. Many Vikings sought not just wealth but land, particularly as population pressure in Scandinavia made farmland increasingly scarce. They established settlements in the British Isles, founding cities that still exist today, like Dublin and York from the Norse Jorvik. They colonized Iceland, creating a unique society governed by a legislative assembly called the Althing, one of the world's earliest parliamentary bodies. From Iceland, they pushed further west to Greenland, establishing colonies that lasted for centuries before mysteriously failing in the face of climate change and economic isolation. It was from Greenland that the most ambitious Viking exploration took place, the journey to North America, or Vinland as they called it. Led by Leif Erikson around the year 1000 CE, Norse explorers established at least one settlement in present-day Newfoundland, Canada, becoming the first Europeans to reach the American continent nearly 500 years before Columbus. The settlement was ultimately abandoned after conflicts with indigenous peoples, whom the Vikings called Skreelings, but this remarkable achievement underscores the Vikings' extraordinary capabilities as navigators and explorers. The political impact of the Vikings extended far beyond raiding and exploration. In England, Danish Vikings conquered half the country, establishing the region known as the Danelaw, where Norse customs and law prevailed. The struggle against Viking incursions helped forge a more unified English kingdom under leaders like Alfred the Great. In France, Vikings settled the region that would become Normandy, adopting French language and customs while retaining their military prowess, a fusion that would later reshape Europe when their descendants conquered England in 1066 under William the Conqueror. In the east, Swedish Vikings known as Rus travelled the rivers of Eastern Europe, trading and establishing settlements that would become the foundation of the Russian state. The very name Russia derives from these Norse traders and warriors. They reached Constantinople, modern Istanbul, where they alternately traded with and threatened the Byzantine Empire, and some ventured as far as the Caspian and Black Seas, connecting northern Europe to Islamic civilization and the Silk Road. Viking genetic influence spread as widely as their longships. Studies of DNA in modern populations reveal Norse ancestry throughout their sphere of activity, from Ireland to Russia. In some regions, like Orkney and Shetland Islands off the coast of Scotland, the genetic and cultural influence was so profound that Norse language and customs dominated for centuries. The Vikings did not merely raid, they settled, intermarried, and left a permanent biological legacy across much of Europe. As traders and settlers, Vikings demonstrated remarkable cultural adaptability. While initially pagan raiders attacking Christian targets, many Vikings eventually adopted the religions and customs of the lands where they settled. The conversion to Christianity spread gradually through Scandinavia in the 10th and 11th centuries, sometimes peacefully, sometimes through force. Kings like Olaf Tryggvason of Norway used the new religion to strengthen their authority, replacing the old decentralized worship with a hierarchical church structure that supported royal power. This religious transformation coincided with broader political changes. The former patchwork of chieftainships and small kingdoms gradually consolidated into the recognizable nations of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. As centralized royal authority strengthened, the independent raiding bands that had characterized early Viking activity diminished. The Viking Age came to a symbolic end in 1066, when Harald Hardrada, King of Norway, was defeated in his attempt to claim the English throne at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, just days before William of Normandy's successful invasion. The Vikings left behind few written records of their own, but their influence on language and literature endures. Old Norse words enriched the English language with terms like sky, egg, law, husband, and hundreds more. Their myths and legends, eventually recorded in Icelandic sagas centuries after the Viking Age, continue to inspire modern storytelling, from Wagner's operas to Marvel superhero films featuring Thor and Loki. Viking craftsmanship reveals a culture that valued beauty alongside practicality. Their wood carving, metalwork, and textile arts display intricate designs and sophisticated techniques. The Oseberg ship burial, discovered in Norway, contained not just a magnificent longship but elaborately carved wooden objects showing scenes from Norse mythology. Viking jewelry in silver and gold features complex patterns and symbolic animals executed with remarkable skill. Even everyday tools were often decorated, suggesting an aesthetic sensibility that permeated all levels of society. The archaeological evidence paints a more nuanced picture than the written accounts left by their victims. Vikings were certainly capable of extreme violence, but they were also farmers, craftspeople, poets, and explorers. Their settlements reveal communities engaged in animal husbandry, ironworking, textile production, and overseas trade. Women in Viking society enjoyed greater rights and freedoms than their counterparts in much of contemporary Europe, with the ability to own property, seek divorce, and sometimes participate in commerce and colonization efforts. This complexity challenges the one-dimensional image of Vikings as mindless barbarians that prevailed in older historical accounts. Modern scholarship recognizes them as a multifaceted civilization whose impact went far beyond mere destruction. They were agents of connectivity, linking distant regions through trade and settlement. They were innovators who perfected shipbuilding technology that revolutionized travel and commerce. They were adaptable pragmatists who could shift from raiding to trading to governing as circumstances required. The enduring fascination with Vikings reflects their ambiguous position in Western cultural memory. Unlike the Spartans, whose military prowess was contained within the classical world that forms the foundation of Western civilization, or the samurai, whose traditions developed separately from European history, the Vikings represent both us and other European ancestors whose actions were simultaneously destructive and constructive to the development of medieval Europe. Their legacy lives on not just in museums and history books, but in the very fabric of modern societies across Northern Europe and beyond. The democratic traditions of Iceland, with the world's oldest continuously functioning parliament, trace their origins to Viking governance structures. Scandinavian design continues to reflect the clean lines and functional elegance of Norse craftsmanship. Maritime traditions and fishing industries throughout the North Atlantic build on Viking seamanship. Even modern conceptions of gender equality find some precedent in the relatively balanced gender roles of Viking society. As days grew shorter and northern winds carried the first hints of winter, longships would return to their home fjords, laden with goods from distant lands. Warriors who had terrorized foreign shores would resume their roles as farmers, craftsmen, and family members in their close-knit communities. They would gather in longhouses around blazing hearths, sharing tales of their journeys while the northern lights danced across the sky. Skalds would compose poems commemorating the summer's adventures, ensuring that great deeds would live in memory long after their doers had joined the ancestors. The Viking legacy of bold exploration and martial prowess would eventually find expression in another warrior tradition, one that would emerge in the aftermath of Rome's collapse to dominate the European medieval imagination. As the northern raiders gradually transformed into settled kingdoms, a new military elite was developing to the south. Warriors on horseback, clad in steel, guided by a complex code of behavior that balanced religious devotion with martial obligation. These knights would come to embody a different vision of the warrior ideal, one centered not on tribal loyalty or personal glory, but on service to overlord and church. Misit rises from the green valleys of medieval Europe, as the first light of dawn catches on stone towers reaching toward heaven. While Viking longships faded from the horizon and the northern lights danced over settlements now turning to kingdoms, a new warrior class was taking shape across the continent. These were the Knights of Europe, armored horsemen, who would become not just military figures, but the very embodiment of an age. The story of European knighthood begins in the chaos that followed the collapse of the Roman Empire. As central authority crumbled, Europe fragmented into a patchwork of territories vulnerable to raiders from every direction. Viking ships struck from the north, Magyar horsemen thundered from the east, and Muslim forces pressed from the south. In this environment of constant threat, a new system of protection and loyalty emerged: feudalism. At the heart of feudalism was a simple exchange: land for loyalty and military service. Kings and great lords, unable to maintain standing armies, distributed lands to trusted warriors who would fight for them when called. These early knights, or milites as they were known in Latin, were primarily mounted shock troops whose charging horses and lances could break enemy formations. Unlike the democratic warrior culture of the Vikings or the hereditary military class of the samurai, European knighthood began as a practical solution to a military problem. The term knight itself comes from the Old English signight, meaning simply boy or servant. This humble origin reflects the initial role of these warriors as household troops serving more powerful lords. Early knights were not necessarily of noble birth, but were chosen for their fighting abilities. Some were younger sons of minor nobility with no inheritance. Others were commoners who had proven their worth in battle. What united them was their ability to fight effectively on horseback, a skill requiring years of training and substantial resources. The equipment of a knight was extraordinarily expensive. A war horse capable of carrying an armored man into battle cost many times what an average farmer earned in a year. The armor, weapons, and support equipment added considerably more. This economic reality ensured that knighthood would eventually become closely associated with wealth and status, transforming what began as a military function into a social class. Training for knighthood typically began in childhood. By the age of 7, a boy from an appropriate family might be sent to serve in the household of a lord or established knight as a page. There he would learn basic riding skills, how to care for horses and equipment, and absorb the culture and etiquette of the noble household. By his early teens, he would become a squire, directly serving a knight, maintaining his armor and weapons, and accompanying him in battle. This apprenticeship provided practical education in the skills needed for warfare. The fighting techniques of a knight centered around mounted combat. The key innovation was the couched lance technique, where the heavy spear was tucked under the arm and held steady, allowing the knight to channel the full momentum of his charging horse into the point of impact. This method could deliver devastating force, capable of unseating opposing riders or penetrating infantry formations. Should the lance break or the fighting become close quarters, knights would rely on swords, maces, warhammers, or other secondary weapons. Defense was provided by increasingly sophisticated armor. The earliest knights wore mail shirts, interlocked metal rings that offered good protection against slashing attacks while remaining relatively flexible. As weaponry evolved, so too did armor. By the 14th century, plate armor began to supplement and eventually replace mail. A fully armored 15th century knight was encased in custom-fitted steel plates covering every part of his body, with specialized pieces articulating at the joints to preserve mobility. Contrary to popular belief, a knight in full plate armor was not an awkward, lumbering target. The weight was distributed across the body, and the articulated design allowed for surprising agility. Knights could mount horses unassisted, run, and even perform somersaults in complete armor. The greatest limitation was not mobility but heat and endurance. Fighting in full armor was exhausting, and heat exhaustion was a serious risk in extended combat. The evolution of knightly combat was shaped by a unique institution, the tournament. Beginning as little more than organized melees where groups of knights fought in mock battles, tournaments evolved into elaborate spectacles that combined athletic competition, social networking, and public entertainment. The joust, where two knights charged at each other with lances, became the centerpiece of these events. Success in tournaments could bring fame, wealth through prizes, and political advancement, creating a sporting culture that refined combat techniques through competition rather than war. As knighthood developed from a purely military role into a social class, a complex code of expected behavior emerged. Chivalry. Derived from the French word for horseman, chevalier, chivalry began as a practical set of rules governing conduct among the warrior elite. It gradually expanded to encompass religious devotion, loyalty to one's lord, courage in battle, and increasingly elaborate standards of courtesy, particularly toward noble women. Literary works played a crucial role in defining and spreading chivalric ideals. The Song of Roland, Arthurian romances, and countless other tales celebrated knights who exemplified courage, loyalty, generosity, and courtly love. These stories created an idealized version of knighthood that real knights might aspire to but rarely achieved. The gap between the literary ideal and historical reality was considerable, yet the ideal itself shaped the self-image and public expectations of the knightly class. The reality of knightly warfare was far removed from romantic notions of individual heroism. Battle was chaotic, frightening, and brutal. Knights fought not as lone champions but as members of tightly organized units. Success depended on discipline and coordination as much as individual skill. The objective was typically not to kill opponents but to capture them for ransom, a practice that made warfare somewhat less lethal among the nobility, while often leaving common soldiers to face the worst violence. The relationship between knighthood and religion created distinctive institutions and historical events, most notably the Crusades. When Pope Urban II called for armed intervention to reclaim the Holy Land in 1095, he triggered a movement that would dramatically expand the scope and purpose of knightly warfare. The crusading knight fought not just for his lord or for personal glory, but for the salvation of his soul. Military orders like the Knights Templar, Knights Hospitaller, and Teutonic Knights emerged, creating a new model of warrior monks who combined religious vows with military prowess. The Crusades brought European knights into contact with different military traditions and technologies. Exposure to Byzantine and Islamic warfare influenced Western military practices, introducing new weapons, tactics, and even concepts of chivalry. Muslim warriors like Saladin became respected opponents, who sometimes embodied chivalric virtues more consistently than their Christian counterparts. The cultural exchange went both ways, with European castle design transforming defensive architecture throughout the Middle East. Central to the knight's identity and power was the castle. Unlike the temporary camps of Vikings or the wooden fortifications of earlier eras, the stone castle represented permanence and authority. Castles served multiple functions: military strongholds, administrative centers, residences, and visible symbols of power. Their evolution from simple motte and bailey structures to complex concentric fortifications reflected advancements in both military architecture and the social role of the knightly class. Life inside a castle revealed the domestic side of knightly culture. Great halls hosted feasts and entertainments where knights demonstrated their courtly manners. Private chambers became increasingly comfortable, with tapestries to insulate stone walls, glass windows in place of wooden shutters, and furniture that grew more sophisticated over time. Castle life established patterns of aristocratic behavior that would influence European culture long after castles lost their military significance. Women played complex roles in the world of knighthood. Noble women managed estates while knights were away at war or on crusade, sometimes defending castles themselves in times of siege. The concept of courtly love placed noble women on pedestals as objects of devotion and inspirations for knightly deeds. Yet this idealization existed alongside legal systems that treated women as property to be exchanged in marriage alliances. Some exceptional women transcended these limitations, like Eleanor of Aquitaine, who shaped political events and cultural trends across Europe, or Joan of Arc, who led knights into battle and challenged gender expectations. The 14th and 15th centuries brought profound challenges to the knightly way of war. The devastation of the Black Death created labor shortages that undermined the economic basis of feudalism. On battlefields, knights faced new threats from infantry, armed with weapons specifically designed to counter mounted warriors. English longbowmen demonstrated at Crecy and Agincourt that commoners with sufficient training could devastate noble cavalry. Swiss pikemen developed formations that could repel knightly charges. Crossbows and early firearms could penetrate armor at increasing distances, making the heavily equipped knight vulnerable to attackers he could not reach. These changes did not immediately end the dominance of the mounted knight, but forced an evolution in tactics and equipment. Knights began fighting dismounted more frequently, essentially serving as heavily armored infantry. Armor designs changed to counter new weapons, becoming more rounded to deflect projectiles. The full plate harness reached its technical peak just as its military effectiveness was beginning to decline, reflecting the cultural importance of knighthood even as its practical role was changing. By the 16th century, the military role of knights had diminished significantly. Firearms had become powerful enough to pierce any practical armor at combat distances. Warfare increasingly relied on disciplined formations of pike and shot, artillery, and professional standing armies rather than feudal levies. The economic changes of the Renaissance shifted power from rural landholders to urban commercial centers. The knight as a heavily armored horseman had become obsolete. Yet even as their military function faded, knights as a social class adapted and endured. Many transformed into landed gentry who managed estates and participated in government rather than warfare. Knightly orders evolved into honors bestowed by monarchs to reward loyalty and service. The cultural ideals associated with knighthood, courage, loyalty, courtesy, and honor remained powerful even when detached from their original context. The romantic image of the knight in shining armor grew stronger as actual knights disappeared from battlefields. By the 19th century, the Victorian revival of interest in medieval culture produced a highly idealized version of knighthood that bore little resemblance to historical reality but powerfully influenced modern concepts of gentlemanly behavior and heroism. This romanticized knight became a standard character in literature, art, and eventually film and gaming, maintaining a cultural relevance far beyond his historical significance. The legacy of European knighthood extends beyond nostalgia and romance. Legal systems throughout the Western world build on concepts developed in medieval courts where knights served as judges and jurors. Parliamentary democracy has roots in the councils where knights represented local interests to their monarchs. Modern military officer corps inherit traditions of service and honor from knightly precedents. Even the concept of the gentleman, educated, cultured, but capable of decisive action when necessary, owes much to the ideal of the perfect knight. Remnants of knightly traditions survive in unexpected places. The elaborate ceremonies of British royal events feature knights in traditional roles established centuries ago. University degrees are still conferred with language derived from knighting ceremonies. Military decorations like the Victoria Cross or Medal of Honor carry forward the practice of recognizing exceptional valor with symbols of honor and inclusion in a special brotherhood. These survivals hint at why the knight remains such a compelling figure. Unlike the Spartan, whose absolute subordination to the state feels alien to modern individualism, or the samurai, whose feudal loyalty seems remote from contemporary experience, The knight embodies values that still resonate: defending the weak, standing by one's word, serving a cause greater than oneself, balancing force with restraint, and maintaining dignity even in conflict. As the age of knights gradually gave way to the early modern era, with its gunpowder armies and nation-states, the intimate connection between warrior identity and social status began to change. Military service became more professionalized and less tied to birth and land ownership. Yet around the world, other warrior traditions continued to evolve, some maintaining distinct identities well into the age of firearms and industrial warfare. Far from the stone castles and cathedral spires of Europe, on the grassy plains and rocky hills of southern Africa, another warrior society was developing innovative military strategies and building a formidable kingdom, led by visionary rulers and distinguished by distinctive weapons and tactics. The Zulu warriors would create a military system capable of challenging even industrialized European armies equipped with the most advanced weapons of the 19th century. Morning mist rises from the rolling hills of southeastern Africa, revealing a landscape of waving grasslands, scattered acacia trees, and rocky outcrops. As the European knights' era of dominance faded into history, a new military power was rising in this distant corner of the world. The Zulu kingdom, through revolutionary military organization and tactical brilliance, would transform from a small clan into one of Africa's most powerful states, creating warriors whose discipline and courage would eventually challenge even the industrial might of the British Empire. The story begins in the early 19th century, in what is now the KwaZulu-Natal province of South Africa. This fertile region was home to numerous Nguni-speaking clans living in scattered homesteads, raising cattle and cultivating crops. Political organization was relatively small-scale, with most groups numbering only a few thousand people under the leadership of local chiefs. Warfare existed but was generally limited in scope and lethality, often focusing on cattle raids and territorial disputes rather than conquest or annihilation. From this landscape of small competing clans emerged a leader whose military innovations would transform the region: Shaka Kasenzangakona. Born around 1787 as the illegitimate son of a minor chief, Shaka's early life was marked by hardship and rejection. Exiled with his mother from his father's household, he grew up as an outsider, developing both physical toughness and a keen understanding of power dynamics. As a young man, he joined the army of Dingiswayo, chief of the Methwa Confederation, where he distinguished himself as a warrior and began developing his revolutionary military ideas. When Shaka became chief of the small Zulu clan around 1816, following the death of his father, he immediately set about implementing sweeping military reforms. The Zulu numbered perhaps 1,500 people at this time, an insignificant force in regional politics. Within a decade, Shaka would transform them into the center of a kingdom with a population of over 250,000, controlled by the most formidable fighting force in southern Africa. The cornerstone of Shaka's military revolution was his redesign of traditional weaponry. He replaced the long-throwing spear, which had been the standard weapon of Nguni warriors, with a short stabbing spear called the Ekawa. The name itself is said to mimic the sound made when the blade was withdrawn from an enemy's body. With a broad, sword-like blade and a stout wooden shaft, the Ekelwe required warriors to close with their enemies and engage in direct hand-to-hand combat rather than exchanging missiles from a distance. This weapon transformation necessitated changes in training, tactics, and warrior psychology. Zulu warriors now had to overcome the natural human fear of close-quarters combat, developing the courage and discipline to charge directly into enemy formations. Shaka trained his men relentlessly, forcing them to practice formation movements and stabbing techniques until these actions became instinctive. Warriors who showed fear or hesitation faced immediate execution. This harsh discipline created units capable of maintaining cohesion and purpose even in the chaos of close combat. Complementing the Ekelwe was the Zulu shield, or a silung. Made from hardened cowhide stretched over a wooden frame, these shields were larger and more durable than those previously used in the region. They were not merely defensive tools, but an integral part of combat technique. Warriors were taught to hook the enemy's shield aside with the left edge of their own shield, creating an opening for a lethal upward thrust with the Ekelwe. The shields also served as signifiers of regiment and status, with different patterns and colors indicating a warrior's unit and experience level. Perhaps Shaka's most significant innovation was his development of new battlefield tactics. The signature Zulu formation became known to Europeans as the Buffalo Horns, or Impondo Zankomo. This formation divided the army into three main components: the chest Izifuba, a strong central group that would engage the enemy directly and pin them in position; the horns Izimpondo, faster, more mobile forces that would extend from both sides to encircle the enemy; and the loins Izisu, a reserve force held behind the chest that could be deployed to exploit breakthroughs or reinforce threatened sections. The effectiveness of this formation lay in its combination of frontal power and tactical flexibility. Enemies faced with the impressive sight of the advancing chest would focus their attention on this obvious threat, often failing to notice the extending horns until it was too late. Once surrounded, few enemies could withstand the psychological pressure and physical danger of attacks from multiple directions. Meanwhile, the reserve force ensured that any initial setbacks could be quickly addressed before they developed into serious threats. Behind these tactical and technological innovations lay a complete reorganization of Zulu society around military service. Shaka established the Amabatho system, age-based regiments that became the building blocks of both the Zulu army and social structure. Young men of similar age throughout the kingdom were grouped into regiments that lived, trained, and fought together. These units developed intense internal loyalty and competition with other regiments, driving each to excel in battle to gain greater honor and rewards. Warriors in these regiments lived in military kraals scattered strategically throughout the kingdom. They were forbidden to marry until given permission by the king, sometimes after years or even decades of service. This system of delayed marriage created a large pool of unmarried warriors with few responsibilities beyond military service, allowing the king to keep substantial forces ready for deployment at all times. It also gave the king powerful leverage over his men, as the right to marry and establish a homestead became a reward for loyal service. The distinctive appearance of Zulu warriors reflected both practical considerations and psychological warfare. Warriors typically fought bare-chested, wearing kilts made of animal tails and strips of cowhide. Adornments signified regiment, age, and achievement in battle. Married men wore headrings made of wax and grass, while leather headbands adorned with feathers might indicate particular status or accomplishments. Before battle, warriors engaged in rituals including medicinal preparations believed to provide strength and protection. The transformation of the Zulu military under Shaka coincided with a period of significant upheaval in southeastern Africa known as the Mafeking, or crushing. This time of intensive warfare, migration, and state formation had complex causes, including environmental pressures, population growth, and the increasing impact of European trade on the eastern coast. Shaka's Zulu kingdom both contributed to and was shaped by these broader regional dynamics, becoming one of several powerful new states that emerged during this turbulent period. As the Zulu military machine grew in size and sophistication, Shaka embarked on a series of campaigns that subjugated neighboring peoples. Some were incorporated directly into Zulu society, with young men drafted into Amabatho regiments and families relocated to areas under more direct Zulu control. Others became tributary states, maintaining some internal autonomy while acknowledging Zulu overlordship and providing tribute and military assistance when required. Those who resisted most fiercely might face destruction, with survivors scattered and their territory claimed for Zulu settlement. By the mid-1820s, the Zulu kingdom had become the dominant power in southeastern Africa, controlling a territory many times larger than the original small clan lands. The army had grown from a few hundred men to tens of thousands of disciplined warriors organized in dozens of regiments. Shaka's military innovations had been refined through practical experience, creating an almost unbeatable force within the context of local warfare. Only groups that adopted similar tactics or found defensible terrain like mountains or caves could hope to resist Zulu expansion. The internal life of the Zulu kingdom revealed the comprehensive nature of Shaka's military revolution. The economy was organized to support military needs, with cattle, the traditional measure of wealth, largely controlled by the king and distributed to regiments for sustenance. Agriculture was primarily women's work, freeing men for military service. Trade with European merchants at Port Natal, modern Durban, brought luxury goods and eventually firearms, though these remained relatively scarce during Shaka's reign. Shaka's rule became increasingly harsh over time, particularly after the death of his mother Nandi in 1827, which triggered a period of extreme mourning enforced throughout the kingdom. His growing paranoia and cruelty eventually led to his assassination in 1828 by his half-brothers Dingain and Milhungana, with Dingain taking the throne. While Dingain initially relaxed some of the most severe aspects of Shaka's rule, he maintained the core military system that had made the Zulu so formidable. The Zulu kingdom would face new challenges in the decades following Shaka's death. European colonization pressures increased, with Boer-Voortrekkers, Dutch-descended settlers entering Zulu territories from the south and British influence expanding from the coastal regions. These encounters led to significant conflicts, including the Battle of Blood River in 1838, where Dingain's forces were defeated by Boer commandos using firearms and wagon lager defensive formations. Following internal power struggles and external pressures, Mpande, another of Shaka's half-brothers, took the throne in 1840. His long reign saw relative peace with neighboring European settlements, but increasing complications as colonial powers expanded their influence. By the time his son Cetshwayo became king in 1872, British colonial authorities were actively working to undermine Zulu independence, seeing the kingdom as an obstacle to their plans for a federation of South African states. It was under Cetshwayo that the Zulu army would face its greatest test, war with the British Empire at the height of its military and industrial power. The Anglo-Zulu War of 1879 began with British demands designed to be unacceptable, effectively forcing a conflict that colonial authorities believed would be quickly resolved in their favour. What followed instead was one of the most remarkable indigenous resistance campaigns against European colonization. The war opened with a shocking Zulu victory at the Battle of Isandlwana on January 22, 1879. Approximately 20,000 Zulu warriors, armed primarily with traditional weapons, overran a British camp, killing over 1,300 Imperial troops and indigenous allies. The classic Zulu buffalo horns formation proved devastatingly effective even against modern firearms, as warriors used the terrain and their superior numbers to close distance and engage in the close-quarters combat at which they excelled. That same day, a much smaller Zulu force attacked the British supply depot at Rorke's Drift, where approximately 150 British troops successfully defended their position against 4,000 Zulu warriors. This action, resulting in 11 Victoria Crosses, Britain's highest military honour, demonstrated that disciplined firepower in prepared defensive positions could counter Zulu numerical superiority and tactical skill. The contrasting battles of a single day revealed both the strengths and limitations of Zulu military capabilities when facing industrial-age European armies. Despite their initial victory at Isandlwana, the Zulu kingdom could not withstand the full might of the British Empire once it was fully mobilized. The technological gap, particularly in artillery and rapid-firing rifles, proved too great to overcome through courage and tactical skill alone. The war culminated in the Battle of Ulundi on July 4, 1879, where British forces formed a hollow square bristling with firepower that devastated attacking Zulu regiments. Cetshwayo was captured, and the independent Zulu kingdom effectively came to an end. The aftermath of the Anglo-Zulu War saw the kingdom divided into 13 separate chiefdoms, deliberately breaking the unified structure that had made it formidable. Civil conflicts erupted, sometimes encouraged by colonial authorities pursuing a strategy of divide and rule. By 1887, Zululand was annexed as a British colony, and in 1897, it was incorporated into Natal. The once mighty military system created by Shaka had been dismantled, though the cultural identity and pride it fostered would endure. The legacy of the Zulu warrior tradition survived the kingdom's political collapse. During the apartheid era in South Africa, Zulu cultural and military heritage became an important source of identity and resistance. The Inkatha movement, later the Inkatha Freedom Party, drew on Zulu traditions and symbols in its political organization and activities. Traditional Zulu regalia and warrior dances remained powerful expressions of cultural continuity and pride. Today, elements of Zulu warrior tradition are preserved in cultural demonstrations, films, and literature. The annual reed dance ceremony brings together thousands of young women in a tradition dating back to the kingdom's height. Mock battles featuring shields and spears keep alive the memory of military techniques developed 2 centuries ago. These practices serve not just as tourist attractions but as vital connections to a heritage that continues to inform Zulu identity. The tactical innovations of Shaka and his successors have earned respect from military historians worldwide. The buffalo horns formation represents a sophisticated understanding of battlefield psychology and maneuver warfare that anticipated aspects of much later military thought. The system of age-based regiments demonstrated effective methods for building unit cohesion and fighting spirit. The ability to rapidly mobilize large forces across considerable distances showed an advanced appreciation for military logistics in a pre-industrial context. Perhaps most significantly, the Zulu example demonstrates how innovative leadership and organizational reforms can transform military effectiveness without advanced technology. Starting with the same basic human material and similar resources as neighboring groups, Shaka created a military system that multiplied fighting power through training, discipline, and tactical coordination. This lesson in the importance of human factors in warfare transcends its specific historical context. As the first stars appeared over the rolling hills where Zulu impis once trained for battle, the flames of cooking fires flickered in scattered homesteads. The kingdom that once dominated southeastern Africa had passed into history, but its legacy lived on in stories, traditions, and a particular kind of cultural pride. The warrior ethos that enabled a small clan to transform itself into a regional power had demonstrated both the heights human organization can achieve and the limits of courage and discipline against industrial technology. Meanwhile, across vast oceans and continents, other warrior traditions had emerged in different contexts, responding to unique challenges and opportunities. Thousands of miles to the northeast, in the ancient lands that would become Iran, another empire had developed its own elite fighting force centuries earlier. These warriors served as the personal guard of great kings, projecting power across the known world through a combination of rigorous selection, distinctive appearance, and unwavering discipline. They were the Immortals of the Persian Empire, whose legacy would echo through history alongside those of the Spartans, samurai, Vikings, knights, and Zulu, impis, in the great tapestry of warrior cultures that have shaped human civilization. Dust rises from the ancient plains of Persia as the morning sun casts long shadows across the ruins of Persepolis. In this land of harsh deserts and fertile valleys, where mighty rivers cut through mountains older than memory, another legendary warrior class once stood as the embodiment of imperial power and military excellence. Long before the Zulu impis shaped southern Africa, before knights rode across Europe, before Vikings sailed from Scandinavian shores, before the samurai served their daimyo, and even before the Spartans made their stand at Thermopylae, the Persian Immortals formed the elite core of what was, for a time, the largest empire the world had ever known. The story begins in the 6th century BCE, when Cyrus the Great unified the Medes and Persians to establish the Achaemenid Empire. From humble beginnings as the ruler of a small kingdom, Cyrus created a multi-ethnic, multilingual superstate stretching from the Mediterranean to the Indus River, from the steppes of Central Asia to the cataracts of the Nile. Such a vast territory required both innovative administration and formidable military power to maintain. At the heart of this imperial project stood the Immortals, the elite guard whose very name conveyed a sense of invincibility and permanence. Greek historians, particularly Herodotus, gave us the name by which these warriors are known today, the Immortals. This name derived from the distinctive practice of maintaining their unit at exactly 10,000 men at all times. When a soldier fell through death, injury, or illness, he was immediately replaced, ensuring the corps never diminished in number. To enemies and subjects alike, the Immortals seemed an eternal, unchanging force, as though death itself could not reduce their ranks. This psychological aspect of their organization created an aura of invincibility that extended beyond their considerable martial skills. The Immortals were drawn primarily from Persian and Median nobility, making them a true aristocratic fighting force, unlike the citizen soldiers of Sparta or the common-born samurai of early Japan. Young men of noble birth competed fiercely for positions in this prestigious unit, which offered not only military glory, but also political connections and proximity to the king himself. Selection was based on physical prowess, skill with weapons, family standing, and absolute loyalty to the king and empire. The training of an Immortal began in childhood, following the Persian educational ideal summarized as learning to ride, to shoot the bow, and to tell the truth. Horsemanship was essential in a culture where the ability to ride was considered a defining characteristic of nobility. Archery developed both physical discipline and the skill that formed the backbone of Persian military tactics. The emphasis on truthfulness reflected the moral and religious dimensions of Persian warrior culture, influenced by Zoroastrianism with its cosmic struggle between truth and falsehood. By adolescence, prospective immortals undertook more intensive martial training. They practiced with the composite bow capable of penetrating armor at considerable distances. They learned to fight with the short sword or Achaemenid, a weapon suited for close combat when arrows were exhausted. They mastered fighting with spears both on foot and horseback. This comprehensive weapons training created warriors capable of fighting effectively at multiple ranges and in various battlefield conditions. Physical conditioning was equally rigorous. Young warriors undertook forced marches through diverse terrain, from scorching deserts to mountain passes, developing the endurance needed for campaigns across the empire's varied landscapes. They learned to survive on minimal rations and to find water in arid environments. Swimming across rivers in full equipment prepared them for the water crossings often necessary in imperial campaigns. Hunting dangerous game like lions and wild boars developed courage and quick reflexes, while providing practical experience tracking and killing determined opponents. The appearance of the Immortals was designed to inspire awe and communicate imperial splendor. Their uniforms featured elaborately decorated robes with gold embroidery and colorful patterns. Unlike the utilitarian simplicity of Spartan equipment or the practical armor of medieval knights, Immortal attire balanced battlefield functionality with ceremonial impressiveness. They wore scale armor made of overlapping metal plates sewn onto leather garments, providing good protection while maintaining mobility. Most distinctive were their shields made of wicker but capable of stopping arrows when interlocked. These lightweight shields allowed for greater mobility than heavier wooden or metal designs used by other ancient forces. Some Immortals carried large shields behind which archers could shelter, creating mobile defensive positions from which to launch volleys of arrows. The famous Persian tiara, a soft felt cap that could be pulled down to cover the face against harsh weather, became another identifying feature of these elite warriors. Gold jewelry, including earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, identified their noble status and created a glittering, intimidating presence on the battlefield. This combination of practical protection and ostentatious display perfectly symbolized the dual nature of the Immortals as both fighting force and living embodiment of imperial majesty. The Immortals typically fought as heavy infantry, forming the reliable center of Persian armies while lighter troops and cavalry operated on the flanks. When battle was joined, they would advance in precise formation, creating a disciplined counterpart to the masses of more lightly equipped troops from across the empire. Their primary tactic involved launching storms of arrows to weaken enemy formations before closing for hand-to-hand combat with spears and swords. The organization of the Immortals reflected Persian administrative genius. The force was divided into 10 battalions of 1,000 men each, with further subdivisions into companies of 100 and squads of 10. This decimal system created clear chains of command and simplified both tactical control in battle and logistical management on campaign. Each battalion had distinctive standards and commanders, fostering unit pride while maintaining cohesion of the overall force. Leadership within the Immortals came from a combination of noble birth, demonstrated ability, and royal favor. Commanders needed not only tactical skill but also the social grace to navigate the complex politics of the Persian court. The commander of the entire corps held one of the most powerful positions in the empire, with direct access to the king and influence over both military matters and court appointments. This integration of military leadership with political power ensured the Immortals remained closely aligned with royal authority. Life as an Immortal combined military duty with ceremonial functions. When not on campaign, they served as the royal guard, protecting the king's person and palace. Their presence at court ceremonies, with their gleaming equipment and precise formations, visually reinforced royal power to foreign ambassadors and imperial subjects alike. During royal audiences, they would stand in formation, creating an intimidating backdrop that reminded visitors of the military might supporting Persian diplomacy. The logistics supporting the Immortals revealed the sophisticated infrastructure of the Persian Empire. Special wagon trains carried their equipment on campaign, allowing the warriors themselves to march unencumbered by heavy baggage. Advanced supply systems ensured they received regular rations even in distant provinces. Royal roads built across the empire facilitated rapid movement, with relay stations providing fresh horses and supplies at regular intervals. This logistical network allowed the Immortals to deploy quickly wherever the king commanded, from Egyptian deserts to Scythian steppes. The first major historical appearance of the Immortals came during the reign of Darius I, who employed them to secure his claim to the throne during a period of rebellions around 522–521 BCE. Their loyalty and fighting prowess helped establish his authority across the vast empire. Under his rule, the Immortals participated in campaigns from Egypt to the borders of India, serving as both shock troops in pitched battles and garrison forces in newly conquered territories. It was under Darius's son Xerxes that the Immortals would enter Western historical consciousness permanently through their role in the Persian invasion of Greece in 480–479 BCE. Herodotus describes them as the king's spear-bearers, the elite heart of an invasion force numbering in the hundreds of thousands. When the Persian advance was initially checked at the narrow pass of Thermopylae by Spartan king Leonidas and his allies, it was the Immortals who were called forward for the crucial assault. At Thermopylae, the Immortals faced their most famous test against the equally elite Spartan forces. The narrow terrain neutralized Persian numerical advantage, allowing the Spartans to hold their position through several days of fighting. Even the Immortals initially failed to break through. It was only after a local Greek revealed a mountain path allowing the Persians to outflank the Spartan position that the battle turned. The Immortals traversed this difficult route overnight, appearing behind the Greek forces and securing Persian victory, though not before the Spartans had inflicted heavy casualties in their famous last stand. The contrasting warrior cultures of Persians and Spartans at Thermopylae revealed different military philosophies. Where Spartan strength came from absolute discipline and unbreakable formation fighting, the Immortals combined individual skill with organizational flexibility. Where Spartans embraced austerity, the Immortals projected imperial splendor. Where Spartans served their city-state with singular focus, the Immortals administered a multicultural empire encompassing dozens of peoples and traditions. Despite their elite status, the Immortals shared in the eventual Persian defeat in Greece. At the Battle of Plataea in 479 BCE, Greek hoplite formations proved formidable against Persian forces, including the Immortals. The heavier armor and larger shields of the Greek warriors, combined with their familiarity with the terrain and united defense of their homeland, overcame the Persian advantages of number and imperial resources. This defeat marked the limit of Persian westward expansion, but did not diminish the importance of the Immortals within the empire itself. For nearly 2 centuries following the Greek campaign, the Immortals continued to serve as the backbone of Persian military power. They helped suppress rebellions in Egypt and Babylon, defended imperial borders against nomadic incursions from Central Asia, and maintained internal security across the diverse provinces. Their consistent presence provided continuity through changes of ruler and shifts in imperial policy, embodying the permanence and resilience of Persian power. The Immortals witnessed the full arc of Achaemenid history, from imperial expansion under Cyrus and Darius to the final confrontation with Alexander the Great. When Alexander invaded the Persian Empire in 334 BCE, the Immortals were among the forces that opposed his advance. At the decisive Battle of Gaugamela in 331 BCE, they fought in the center of the Persian line, directly protecting King Darius III. Despite their courage and discipline, they could not prevent Alexander's victory, which effectively ended the Achaemenid dynasty after more than 2 centuries of rule. The fall of the Achaemenid Empire did not entirely erase the tradition of elite guards in Persian military culture. Subsequent Iranian dynasties, including the Parthians and Sasanians, maintained their own versions of royal guards inspired by the Immortals, which ruled from the 3rd to 7th centuries CE, had a particularly notable elite heavy cavalry force called the Savaran, who embodied many of the same principles of aristocratic warrior service and royal protection. The legacy of the Immortals extended beyond military organization. Their role as cultural symbols of imperial power influenced how later empires presented themselves. The Roman Praetorian Guard, the Byzantine Varangian Guard, and even the Ottoman Janissaries all echoed aspects of the Immortal model. Elite forces combining military function with ceremonial roles and political significance. The very concept of maintaining a permanent professional elite force separate from the main army owes much to Persian innovation. Archaeological evidence has helped reconstruct the world of these ancient warriors. The famous frieze of archers from the palace at Susa shows figures believed to represent Immortals, with their distinctive attire and weapons. Palace reliefs at Persepolis depict guards in formation, giving us visual confirmation of their appearance as described in Greek texts. Excavations at imperial sites have uncovered weapons, jewelry, and equipment that match historical descriptions of immortal gear, allowing modern scholars to create increasingly accurate reconstructions. Modern Iran continues to draw inspiration from the Immortals as symbols of national heritage and military tradition. During the 20th century, the last Shah of Iran explicitly connected his regime to ancient Persian imperial traditions, with ceremonial guards adopting uniforms and titles reminiscent of the Achaemenid era. Even in contemporary Iranian military culture, the concept of elite units maintaining exact numbers and distinctive identities reflects the enduring influence of the original Immortals. The Immortals represent a fascinating counterpoint to other warrior traditions. Unlike the Spartans, whose society was entirely organized around military prowess, the Immortals were one component of a sophisticated imperial system balancing military power with administrative efficiency, artistic achievement, and religious tolerance. Unlike the Vikings, who operated as independent bands following charismatic leaders, the Immortals functioned within a highly structured chain of command serving a divine monarch. Unlike the samurai, whose traditions evolved over centuries of Japanese cultural development, the Immortals were deliberately created as instruments of imperial policy. What made the Immortals distinctive was their embodiment of imperial permanence. Their very name and organization suggested something beyond ordinary human limitations, a force that could not be diminished, a power that would endure despite individual mortality. This concept aligned perfectly with Achaemenid imperial ideology, which presented the king as the representative of divine order on earth, and the empire as the earthly reflection of cosmic harmony. The psychological impact of this symbolism should not be underestimated. For subject peoples across the empire, the knowledge that 10,000 elite warriors stood ready to enforce royal will created a powerful incentive for compliance with imperial demands. For potential rebels, the reputation of the Immortals as an unstoppable force complicated calculations of resistance. For foreign powers considering conflict with Persia, reports of these warriors contributed to the aura of invincibility that surrounded the empire at its height. As twilight falls over the stone ruins where Immortals once stood guard, their legacy continues in unexpected ways. Modern special forces units around the world, with their distinctive identities, rigorous selection processes, and elite status, owe a conceptual debt to these ancient Persian warriors. The balance they struck between intimidating appearance and practical battlefield effectiveness continues to influence military thinking. Even their famous organizational principle, maintaining exact numbers through immediate replacement, finds echoes in contemporary military units that preserve continuous readiness regardless of personnel changes. The sun sets on the ancient stones of Persepolis, once the ceremonial heart of the Persian Empire. Here the Immortals marched in perfect formation during New Year celebrations, their golden ornaments catching the light, their presence reinforcing the awesome power of the King of Kings. Though the empire they served has passed into history, their example remains, a reminder that behind every great power stands disciplined warriors whose training, organization, and commitment form the ultimate foundation of authority. Across the span of history, from the Persian Immortals to the Spartans of Greece, from the samurai of Japan to the Vikings of Scandinavia, from the knights of medieval Europe to the Zulu warriors of southern Africa, these elite fighting traditions reveal common threads in the human experience of warfare, service, and identity. Each developed distinctive technologies and techniques suited to their environment and cultural context. Each created codes of conduct balancing violence with restraint. Each transformed not just military affairs but the broader societies they protected and represented. Together, these warrior cultures tell a story not merely of combat and conquest, but of how humans organize themselves to face the ultimate challenges of survival and competition. They remind us that behind the gleaming armor and fearsome weapons stand individuals making choices about courage, loyalty, and purpose. Though separated by vast distances of time and space, these warriors speak to something universal about human capacity for both destruction and protection, for both brutal efficiency and transcendent meaning in the face of mortality. Tonight on Digging into History, step into a world reborn with light. From the soaring domes of Florence to the quiet studies of philosophers, explore how beauty, reason, and human spirit awakened from centuries of silence. Our journey begins in a time when the glory of Rome had faded to distant memory, and Europe had fallen into what many would later call the Dark Ages. The great Roman roads that once connected a vast empire now lay in disrepair. Libraries that held the wisdom of antiquity stood abandoned or burned. The knowledge of the ancients, their science, their philosophy, their art seemed lost to time. For nearly 1,000 years after the fall of Rome, Europe existed in a world where survival took precedence over beauty, where faith overshadowed inquiry, and where the past seemed greater than any possible future. But darkness is never complete, and even in the deepest night, embers continue to glow. In the narrow streets of Italian cities like Florence, Venice, and Rome, something was stirring by the 13th century. These were not the greatest cities in the world. That title belonged to Constantinople, or perhaps to the grand capitals of China or the Islamic world. Yet within these modest Italian towns, a unique set of conditions was taking shape. Merchants were growing wealthy from trade with the East. Banking families were accumulating fortunes. And with wealth came something precious: the luxury of curiosity. The journey toward the Renaissance began with small steps. Italian traders traveling to the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic world returned not only with silks and spices, but also with manuscripts, ancient texts preserved by Arab and Greek scholars while Europe had forgotten them. Works by Aristotle, Ptolemy, Euclid, and other classical thinkers gradually found their way back to Italian soil. Each dusty scroll contained ideas that had once shaped the ancient world, now ready to transform a new one. In monastery scriptoria and early universities, scholars carefully copied these rediscovered texts. With each transcription, the thoughts of ancient philosophers, scientists, and poets re-entered European consciousness. These weren't just old books, they were gateways to entirely different ways of understanding the world. They suggested that humans could do more than simply endure life while waiting for the next. They could study it, question it, and even improve it through their own efforts. Meanwhile, in Florence, a family of wool merchants and bankers was rising to power. The Medici were not nobles by birth, but their growing wealth gave them influence that would soon rival that of kings. Beginning with Cosimo de' Medici in the early 15th century, this family would become the greatest patrons of Renaissance art and learning. They understood something crucial: that supporting artists, architects, and scholars brought not just beauty but also prestige and power. The Florence of the early Renaissance was a place of contrasts. Its narrow medieval streets opened suddenly into piazzas where new buildings showcased a growing interest in classical forms. Inside churches and private homes, artists were beginning to experiment with new techniques. Wealthy citizens competed to commission the most impressive artwork, the most innovative architecture, the most scholarly manuscripts. This wasn't just vanity, it was a new kind of civic pride, a belief that their city could recapture some of the glory that had once belonged to Rome. And it wasn't happening in Florence alone. Venice, with its trading empire stretching to the eastern Mediterranean, became a crossroads where ideas from Byzantium and the Islamic world flowed into Europe. Rome, the seat of papal power, saw pontiffs who sought to rebuild the eternal city as a center worthy of its past. Even smaller cities like Siena, Mantua, and Urbino developed their own distinctive Renaissance cultures, each contributing to the broader movement. As the 14th century gave way to the 15th, subtle changes were becoming more evident. Artists who had once painted in the flat, symbolic style of medieval art began to experiment with perspective, seeking to represent the world as it actually appeared to the human eye. Scholars began to question received wisdom, looking to ancient texts for alternative viewpoints. And a new philosophy was taking shape, one that placed humans and their potential at the center of focus. This new thinking had a name: humanism. Unlike the medieval worldview that emphasized human sinfulness and other worldly concerns, humanism celebrated human dignity, capability, and achievement. It suggested that the study of history, literature, rhetoric, and ethics, what they called the studia humanitatis, could help people live better lives in the here and now. This wasn't a rejection of Christianity, but rather a broadening of intellectual horizons beyond purely theological questions. One of the earliest humanists was Francesco Petrarca, known today as Petrarca. Born in 1304, this Italian poet and scholar developed a passionate interest in the writings of ancient Rome, particularly Cicero. Petrarch wasn't content just to study these works. He wrote letters to their long-dead authors, engaging with them as intellectual equals across the centuries. In doing so, he helped create a sense of connection between his own time and classical antiquity. Rather than seeing the ancient world as irretrievably lost, Petrarch and those who followed him began to see it as a conversation partner, a source of wisdom that could be recovered and revitalized. The ground was fertile for these new ideas. After the devastation of the Black Death in the mid-14th century, which killed perhaps a third of Europe's population, survivors found themselves in a world where old certainties had been shaken. Traditional authorities, both religious and secular, had proved powerless against the plague. This tragedy, horrible as it was, created openings for new thinking, new social arrangements, and new expressions of creativity. By the early 15th century, the first unmistakable rays of Renaissance genius were beginning to shine. The architect Filippo Brunelleschi was solving the seemingly impossible problem of how to build a massive dome over Florence's cathedral without traditional supports. The sculptor Donatello was creating figures that captured human emotion and movement with unprecedented realism. And a young painter named Masaccio was using the new techniques of perspective to create scenes of stunning depth and humanity. What made this period revolutionary wasn't just individual brilliance, though there was plenty of that. It was the convergence of social, economic, and intellectual factors that allowed such brilliance to flourish. Wealth from trade provided the resources. Competition between cities and between patrons created incentives. The rediscovery of classical knowledge offered inspiration, and a gradual shift in worldview from medieval piety toward Renaissance humanism gave permission for new kinds of thinking and creating. As the 15th century progressed, these early stirrings would grow into a cultural flowering unlike anything Europe had seen in 1,000 years. Artists would create works of such beauty and technical mastery that they still leave viewers breathless today. Scholars would recover and reinterpret texts that had been lost for centuries. And perhaps most importantly, people would begin to see themselves differently, not just as sinful creatures awaiting salvation, but as beings capable of understanding their world and leaving their mark upon it. The darkness hadn't fully lifted. Medieval ways of thinking persisted alongside newer ideas. The church remained powerful, wars continued to rage, and for the vast majority of Europeans, peasants working the land, daily life changed little. But in key cities, especially in Italy, the intellectual and artistic climate was transformed. A new age was dawning, not through sudden revolution, but through the gradual accumulation of knowledge, wealth, and creative energy that would soon reach critical mass. As the morning light slowly filled the studies of scholars across Italy, a new way of thinking was taking shape. These early risers bent over ancient manuscripts, carefully reading words written centuries before by minds long gone from the earth. But in these yellowed pages they found something alive and vibrant, ideas that spoke directly to what it meant to be human. This intellectual awakening would become known as humanism, and it would change how people thought about themselves and their place in the world. At its heart, humanism was a belief in human potential. While medieval thinking had often focused on human weakness and sin, humanists saw dignity and possibility in the human mind and spirit. Did not reject religious faith. Most remained devout Christians, but they expanded their vision to include the achievements of the ancient world and the capabilities of humans in the present. The Latin phrase, dignitas homines, or the dignity of man, captured this new perspective. Humans were not just fallen creatures awaiting salvation, they were beings capable of reason, creativity, and moral choice. The man often called the father of humanism was Francesco Petrarca, known to us as Petrarch. Born in 1304, Petrarch developed a deep love for the writings of ancient Rome, particularly those of Cicero. He spent years traveling across Europe, searching monasteries for forgotten manuscripts of classical texts. In these dusty corners, he discovered lost works that had not been read for centuries. Petrarch didn't just collect these works, he lived with them, writing letters to ancient authors as if they were friends across time. His passion for classical wisdom inspired a generation of scholars to follow in his footsteps. One such follower was Giovanni Boccaccio, who became a champion of Greek learning at a time when few in Western Europe could read that language. Boccaccio helped arrange for the first teaching position in Greek in Florence, bringing knowledge of Homer, Plato, and other Greek thinkers back into European awareness. This was revolutionary. For centuries, most ancient Greek works had been unavailable to Western Europeans, with only a few texts surviving in Latin translations. As the 15th century progressed, the search for ancient manuscripts became something of an obsession among humanist scholars. They created networks, writing letters to contacts throughout Europe and beyond, asking about forgotten texts that might be hiding in monastic libraries. When the Byzantine Empire fell to Ottoman Turkish forces in 1453, many Greek scholars fled to Italy, bringing precious manuscripts with them. These refugees became valued teachers, helping Italian humanists master ancient Greek and gain direct access to philosophical, scientific, and literary works that had been lost to Western Europe for a millennium. The passion for collecting ancient texts led to the creation of remarkable libraries. Cosimo de' Medici established a library in Florence that would grow into the famous Biblioteca Medicia Larenziana. Pope Nicholas V, himself a humanist, began gathering books that would form the foundation of the Vatican Library. Federico de Montefeltro, the Duke of Urbino, proudly claimed that his library contained every known book of significance. These weren't just status symbols, they were working collections that supported a community of scholars. But what exactly were these humanists studying in their libraries? Their focus was on a group of subjects they called the Studia Humanitatis: grammar, rhetoric, poetry, history, and moral philosophy. Grammar and rhetoric taught clear thinking and effective communication. Poetry offered examples of human emotion and experience. History provided moral lessons and models of behavior. And moral philosophy explored how to live a good and virtuous life in the world, not just how to prepare for the afterlife. These subjects were different from the traditional medieval university curriculum, which had focused on logic, natural philosophy, metaphysics, and theology. Humanists didn't necessarily reject these fields, but they believed that the human studies had been neglected and were essential for developing well-rounded individuals who could participate effectively in civic life. Education wasn't just about technical knowledge, it was about forming character. This new educational ideal produced a type of person called the Renaissance man, someone accomplished in many different areas. Perhaps the most famous example would later be Leonardo da Vinci, who excelled as a painter, sculptor, architect, engineer, and scientist. But even more ordinary educated people of the Renaissance aspired to this breadth of knowledge and skill. The goal wasn't narrow specialization, but wide-ranging ability combined with eloquence and moral character. The humanist movement spread from Italy to other parts of Europe through networks of scholars, letters, and eventually printed books. In Northern Europe, a movement known as Christian humanism developed, placing even more emphasis on how classical learning could support religious reform and deeper spiritual understanding. Scholars like Desiderius Erasmus of Rotterdam mastered Greek so they could study the New Testament in its original language, challenging medieval translations and interpretations. As humanists rediscovered ancient texts, they didn't simply accept them without question. They developed techniques for analyzing and authenticating works, comparing different manuscripts to create more accurate versions. Lorenzo Valla, for example, used his linguistic skills to prove that the Donation of Constantine, a document supposedly giving the Pope authority over large parts of the Western Roman Empire, was actually a later forgery. This kind of critical approach to texts represented a new way of thinking about authority and evidence. The humanists weren't just dusty scholars. Many served as diplomats, government officials, and advisors to rulers. Their skills in Latin, the international language of politics and diplomacy, made them valuable in negotiations between states. Their knowledge of history provided examples and precedents for contemporary decisions, and their training in rhetoric helped them craft persuasive arguments in support of their patrons' interests. Humanism wasn't an ivory tower pursuit. It was deeply connected to the practical world of politics and governance. For women, the humanist movement had mixed implications. On one hand, the emphasis on education led some elite families to provide classical learning for their daughters as well as their sons. Women like Isotta Nogarola, Cassandra Fedele, and Laura Sarita became known for their learning and exchanged letters with male humanists. The ideal of the educated lady gained some acceptance, at least in certain circles. On the other hand, most humanists continued to believe that women's primary roles were domestic, and female scholars often faced criticism and limitations that their male counterparts did not. The recovery of ancient knowledge wasn't limited to literature and philosophy. The texts on architecture, engineering, medicine, and mathematics also resurfaced and influenced Renaissance practice. Vitruvius's ancient Roman treatise on architecture inspired a generation of Renaissance builders. Ptolemy's geography, with its mathematical approach to mapping, changed how Europeans understood space and distance. Medical works by Galen and Hippocrates shaped healing practices. The Renaissance passion for ancient wisdom extended across virtually all fields of knowledge. This rediscovery of classical learning coincided with a growing interest in direct observation of the world. Renaissance thinkers didn't just read ancient authorities, They looked at the world around them with fresh eyes. They dissected bodies to learn anatomy, studied plants and animals to understand natural history, and observed the night sky to track celestial movements. This combination of ancient learning and new observation would eventually lead toward the scientific advances of later centuries. One of the most significant aspects of humanism was its emphasis on clear, elegant communication. Medieval scholarly writing had often been technical and formulaic, intended primarily for specialists. Humanists, by contrast, valued elegant Latin style modeled on classical authors like Cicero. They believed that ideas should be expressed beautifully as well as accurately. This concern with good writing wasn't merely aesthetic. It reflected a belief that clear expression was linked to clear thinking, and that ideas should be accessible to an educated public, not just to experts. By the late 15th century, the intellectual ferment of humanism was no longer confined to a small circle of scholars. The invention of printing with movable type by Johannes Gutenberg around 1450 meant that texts could be reproduced more quickly, cheaply, and accurately than ever before. Humanist editions of classical works, often accompanied by commentaries explaining difficult points, became available to a much wider audience. Ideas that had once been the province of a few learned individuals began to reshape European culture more broadly. The impact of this intellectual revolution was felt far beyond scholarly circles. Artists read ancient texts about proportion and beauty, influencing how they depicted the human form. Architects studied Roman buildings and Vitruvius's writings, leading to new approaches in design. Politicians and citizens encountered classical ideas about virtue, governance, and the common good. Even religious thinking was affected, as humanists applied their textual skills to biblical scholarship and church history. As the 15th century gave way to the 16th, humanism had thoroughly transformed the intellectual landscape of Europe. The recovery of classical knowledge had opened up new ways of thinking about human nature, society, art, science, and even faith. But this wasn't simply a matter of looking backward to a golden age. By engaging with ancient wisdom, Renaissance thinkers found the inspiration and tools to look at their own world with fresh eyes. The past became not a weight but a springboard, launching Europe toward a new understanding of human potential. Look at this face. A young woman gazes out from the painting, her eyes meeting yours across 5 centuries. Her smile is subtle, almost secretive. The soft light bathes her features in a golden glow, while behind her, a dreamlike landscape of winding rivers and misty mountains fades into the distance. This is the Mona Lisa, perhaps the most famous painting in the world. But it is more than just a pretty picture. It represents a revolution in how humans saw themselves and their world, a revolution we call Renaissance art. The transformation did not happen overnight. For centuries during the Middle Ages, art had primarily served religious purposes. Paintings and sculptures adorned churches, illustrating Bible stories for congregations who could not read. These medieval works were rich in symbolism and devotional meaning, but they followed certain conventions. Figures were often flat and stylized, arranged according to their spiritual importance rather than physical reality. Gold backgrounds represented the heavenly realm, removing scenes from earthly space and time. These images were not meant to mirror the physical world, but to point beyond it to divine truths. But as the 14th century gave way to the 15th, a remarkable change began to take place, first in Florence, and then spreading throughout Italy and beyond. Artists started to look at the world around them with fresh eyes. They became interested in depicting what they actually saw, the way light falls across a face, how bodies move through space, the subtle expressions that reveal human emotion. This new approach did not abandon religious themes, which remained dominant for centuries, but it transformed how those themes were depicted. The first hints of this change came with Giotto di Bondone, a Florentine painter who died in 1337. His frescoes in Padua and Assisi showed biblical figures with a weight and solidity that felt revolutionary. Where earlier artists had presented flat, iconic images, Giotto created people who seemed to exist in 3-dimensional space, who gestured and interacted with genuine emotion. Though still working within religious traditions, he infused his scenes with human drama that viewers could recognize from their own lives. This new approach gained momentum in the early 15th century through the work of Masaccio, a young painter who died at just 26, but whose brief career changed art forever. His fresco of the Holy Trinity in Florence's Santa Maria Novella Church demonstrated a perfect understanding of the newly rediscovered rules of perspective. For the first time in 1,000 years, a painting created the convincing illusion of depth, with architectural elements receding toward a vanishing point just as they do in real vision. Standing before this fresco, viewers felt they were looking not at a flat wall, but through a window into another space. The technical breakthrough of linear perspective was closely linked to the scientific spirit of the Renaissance. Filippo Brunelleschi, the architect who designed Florence's magnificent cathedral dome, conducted experiments with mirrors and drawings to work out the mathematical rules that govern how objects appear smaller as they recede from the viewer. Leon Battista Alberti, a humanist and architect, wrote the first treatise explaining these principles to artists. Perspective wasn't just a visual trick, it represented a new way of understanding space and the observer's relationship to it. As artists mastered perspective, they also became increasingly interested in human anatomy. Medieval artists had depicted the body according to established formulas and proportions, often with limited attention to actual physical structure. Renaissance artists, by contrast, wanted to understand how muscles and bones worked beneath the skin. Some, like Leonardo da Vinci, conducted dissections to study anatomy firsthand. Others, like the sculptor Donatello, observed living models carefully to capture the subtleties of human movement and expression. The result was art that conveyed not just the physical appearance of the body, but its inner workings and dynamics. This new attention to realism didn't mean that Renaissance art was simply trying to copy nature like a photograph. Artists still made careful choices about composition, emphasized certain elements over others, and often idealized their subjects. The goal wasn't mere imitation but what they called mimesis, a creative representation that captured the essence of things while still being visually pleasing and emotionally powerful. Beauty remained a central concern, but it was now a beauty rooted in careful observation rather than abstract convention. Color, too, became more sophisticated. New pigments and techniques allowed for subtle variations in tone and hue. Artists learned to use color, not just decoratively, but to create atmosphere, suggest distance, and model three-dimensional form. In Venice especially, painters like Giovanni Bellini developed a luminous approach to color that seemed to infuse their canvases with light itself. This mastery of color would reach its zenith later with Titian, whose rich, glowing paintings would influence artists for centuries to come. Behind these technical advances lay a profound shift in how artists were viewed and how they viewed themselves. In the Middle Ages, painters and sculptors had been considered craftsmen, working with their hands like carpenters or blacksmiths. By the High Renaissance, they were increasingly regarded as intellectuals whose work required mental conception as well as manual skill. The word artist began to take on its modern meaning, suggesting not just technical ability but imagination and creative vision. This elevated status was reflected in the lives of artists themselves. Leonardo da Vinci moved in court circles, valued as much for his brilliant mind as for his artistic skills. Michelangelo insisted on his independence, sometimes clashing with powerful patrons like Pope Julius II. Raphael lived in princely style in Rome, running a large workshop and receiving diplomatic visitors. These men were not anonymous craftsmen but celebrated individuals whose names were known throughout Europe. The rising status of artists was closely tied to the system of patronage that supported Renaissance art. Wealthy individuals, powerful families, city governments, and religious institutions all commissioned works to display their taste, piety, and prominence. The Medici in Florence, the popes in Rome, the doges in Venice, and countless lesser figures competed to attract the best artistic talent. This competition drove innovation, as artists sought to distinguish themselves with new techniques and approaches. Patronage took various forms. A wealthy merchant might commission a devotional painting for a family chapel. A city government might hire a sculptor to create a public monument. A pope might employ a team of artists to decorate the walls and ceilings of the Vatican. These commissions were carefully negotiated, with contracts specifying details like materials, size, subject matter, and cost. Patrons often had considerable input into the content of artworks, though they generally left technical decisions to the artists themselves. The greatest of these Renaissance patrons was Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, who ruled Florence from 1469 to 1492. Though not an artist himself, Lorenzo had been raised to appreciate beauty and had a discerning eye. He gathered talented young artists around him, giving them access to his collection of ancient sculptures and gems. The teenage Michelangelo lived in the Medici household for 2 years, absorbing humanist ideas and studying classical models that would influence his later masterpieces. Lorenzo's court created an environment where artists, poets, philosophers, and musicians could exchange ideas, feeding each other's creativity. Religious themes remained central to Renaissance art, but they were joined by new subject matter drawn from classical mythology and ancient history. Stories of Greek and Roman gods and heroes provided opportunities to depict the nude human body, which had rarely been shown in medieval Christian art. Scenes from ancient history allowed artists to explore themes of heroism, civic virtue, and human drama. And as the Renaissance progressed, portraiture became increasingly important, reflecting the period's interest in individual identity and achievement. The female nude, almost absent from medieval art, returned as a major subject, usually in the guise of mythological figures like Venus. Secular themes like love, beauty, and the pleasures of courtly life appeared in paintings meant for private enjoyment in wealthy homes. Landscapes, while usually serving as backgrounds rather than subjects in their own right, became more naturalistic and detailed. Artists began to take pleasure in depicting the visual richness of the material world, textures of fabric, gleam of metal, transparency of glass, delicacy of flowers. By the early 16th century, the artistic revolution that had begun in Florence had reached its peak in Rome, where Pope Julius II employed the greatest talents of the age to glorify the church. Bramante redesigned St. Peter's Basilica on a grand scale inspired by ancient Roman architecture. Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel ceiling with scenes of unprecedented power and complexity. Raphael created harmonious, perfectly balanced frescoes in the papal apartments. Together, these works exemplified what art historians would later call the High Renaissance style, characterized by perfect proportions, balanced compositions, and a sense of ideal beauty. This golden moment was brief. In the 1520s, a new approach known as mannerism emerged, with artists deliberately distorting proportions, using unnatural colors, and creating complex, sometimes unsettling compositions. The sack of Rome by imperial troops in 1527 scattered artists across Italy, ending the city's brief reign as the undisputed center of European art. Renaissance ideas and techniques had already spread beyond Italy to France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Spain, where they merged with local traditions to create distinctive national styles. The legacy of Renaissance art extends far beyond the period itself. The technical innovations, perspective, anatomical accuracy, oil painting techniques became part of the basic vocabulary of Western art for centuries. The elevation of the artist from craftsman to creative genius permanently changed how artistic work was valued, and the ideal of beauty based on harmony, proportion, and careful observation of nature remained influential long after the Renaissance had given way to Baroque, Rococo, and other styles. But perhaps the most important legacy was the Renaissance view of art as a form of knowledge, a way of understanding and celebrating the visible world and the humans who inhabit it. Medieval art had pointed beyond this world to divine mysteries. Renaissance art, while still often religious in content, affirmed the value of earthly existence and human experience. It suggested that beauty could be found not just in heavenly realms, but in the face of a Florentine woman, the curve of a muscular shoulder, the gentle hills of Tuscany, or the play of light across a palazzo facade. This shift reflected the broader humanist movement, with its belief in human dignity and potential. Renaissance artists weren't just technical innovators, they were partners in a cultural transformation that placed humans at the center of intellectual attention. Their works didn't just please the eye, they articulated a new way of being in the world, attentive to beauty, confident in human capabilities, and deeply engaged with both the classical past and the vibrant present. Through their brushes, chisels, and pens, the Renaissance spirit found its most eloquent and enduring expression. A man stands alone in a darkened study, carefully sketching by candlelight. His pages are filled with drawings of swirling water currents, detailed bird wings, human muscles, and strange machines that exist only in his mind. He has dissected corpses to understand the pathways of veins, tracked the motion of stars to grasp celestial mechanics, and studied the flight of birds to dream of human flight. This is Leonardo da Vinci, and his boundless curiosity embodies the Renaissance spirit of inquiry, a desire to understand the world not just through ancient texts or religious doctrine, but through direct observation and reasoned analysis. This new approach to knowledge did not emerge from nowhere. It grew alongside humanist scholarship and artistic innovation, part of the same cultural flowering. As scholars rediscovered ancient scientific texts by figures like Archimedes, Euclid, and Ptolemy, they gained access to sophisticated mathematical and observational traditions long forgotten in medieval Europe. As artists perfected techniques for representing the physical world accurately, they developed observational skills that served scientific purposes as well. And as the medieval worldview gradually gave way to Renaissance humanism, the natural world came to be seen not as a shadowy reflection of divine reality, but as a legitimate object of study in its own right. The medieval approach to nature had been largely based on authority. Scholars relied on ancient texts, especially those by Aristotle, which had been accepted and incorporated into Christian theology. Questions about the physical world were often answered by referring to these authorities, rather than by looking directly at nature. This wasn't because medieval thinkers lacked curiosity, but because they trusted the wisdom of the ancients, and believed that physical phenomena were less important than spiritual truths. Renaissance thinkers didn't entirely reject this approach. They still revered ancient authorities and worked within a Christian framework, but they increasingly combined respect for tradition with direct observation. If Aristotle claimed that heavy objects fall faster than light ones, the Renaissance mind was more likely to test this claim by dropping objects and watching what happened. If Galen described the structure of the human heart, Renaissance anatomists would dissect bodies to see for themselves. This blend of textual study and empirical investigation laid the groundwork for the scientific method that would later emerge. One area where this new spirit of inquiry flourished was anatomy. For centuries, knowledge of the human body had been based primarily on Galen's ancient texts, even though some of his descriptions contained errors because they were based on animal rather than human dissections. In the Renaissance, artists and physicians began performing their own dissections to understand the body's structure. Andreas Vesalius, a Flemish physician working in Italy, published his groundbreaking De Humani Corporis Fabrica in 1543, with detailed illustrations that corrected many of Galen's mistakes. These weren't just medical advances, they reflected a new belief that direct observation could supersede even the most revered authorities. Similar changes were occurring in the study of plants and animals. Medieval herbals and bestiaries had often included fanciful or symbolic elements alongside practical information. Renaissance naturalists like Otto Brunfels and Leonhard Fuchs created more accurate botanical illustrations based on careful observation of actual specimens. They began developing classification systems based on physical characteristics rather than traditional uses or symbolic associations. This more systematic approach to the natural world would eventually lead to modern taxonomy and biological science. Perhaps the most dramatic example of Renaissance inquiry challenging ancient wisdom came in astronomy. The geocentric model of the universe, with Earth at the center and all celestial bodies revolving around it, had been accepted since antiquity and was deeply integrated into Christian cosmology. But careful observations of planetary movements revealed anomalies that this model struggled to explain. In 1543, the same year Vesalius published his anatomy text, Nicolaus Copernicus proposed a heliocentric model, placing the sun at the center of the solar system. Though Copernicus still worked within a mathematical framework inherited from the ancients, his willingness to reimagine the cosmic order based on observational evidence exemplified the Renaissance spirit. These scientific advances were inseparable from Renaissance art and engineering. Leonardo da Vinci's anatomical studies were part of his quest to depict the human body accurately in his paintings. Albrecht Dürer applied mathematical principles to artistic problems, writing treatises on measurement and proportion. Artist engineers like Francesco di Giorgio Martini designed military fortifications, hydraulic systems, and urban plans, approaching technical problems with both aesthetic sensitivity and practical ingenuity. The Renaissance made little distinction between art and science. Both were seen as ways of understanding and representing the world. One reason for this integration was that both art and science relied increasingly on mathematics. Renaissance painters used geometric perspective to create the illusion of three-dimensional space. Architects employed mathematical proportions to achieve harmony in their buildings. Engineers calculated loads and stresses for bridges and domes, and astronomers computed the positions of planets and stars. The rediscovery of ancient mathematical texts, especially Euclid's Elements, provided tools for analyzing physical phenomena quantitatively. Mathematics became a universal language for describing the patterns observed in nature. Renaissance thinkers were also drawn to what we might call applied science, practical knowledge that could solve real-world problems. They designed better ships, more accurate clocks, more effective weapons, and more efficient machines. They improved techniques for mining, metallurgy, and glassmaking. They created more precise maps and navigational tools. This practical orientation, focused on results rather than abstract theory, distinguished Renaissance inquiry from the more speculative approach of medieval scholasticism. Knowledge was valuable not just for its own sake, but for its power to transform the material world. The spirit of inquiry extended to geography as well. Medieval Europeans had limited knowledge of distant lands, relying on ancient texts and travelers' tales that often mixed fact with legend. The Renaissance coincided with the age of exploration, as Portuguese, Spanish, and later Dutch and English voyagers sailed to Africa, Asia, and the Americas. These expeditions were primarily motivated by trade and conquest, but they also generated new geographical knowledge. Maps became more accurate, exotic plants and animals were described and catalogued, and European understanding of the world expanded dramatically. The globe itself became an object of empirical study. This geographical expansion had mixed consequences. On one hand, it broadened intellectual horizons, challenging Europeans to make sense of cultures, species, and landforms unknown to the ancients. On the other hand, it facilitated exploitation and colonization, as Europeans used their growing knowledge to dominate other peoples and territories. The Renaissance spirit of inquiry was deeply intertwined with power, the power to know, but also the power to control. Knowledge that began as curiosity could end as conquest. Despite their innovative approaches, Renaissance thinkers still operated within a world where magic and science, rational inquiry and mystical speculation often overlapped. Astrology remained closely linked to astronomy, with many scholars believing that celestial bodies influenced human affairs. Alchemy, the predecessor of modern chemistry, combined practical knowledge of substances and reactions with spiritual and philosophical goals, like transmutation of metals. Natural magic sought to harness hidden properties of plants, animals, and minerals for healing or other purposes. The line between what we now call science and what we call pseudoscience was blurry at best. Even Leonardo, that quintessential Renaissance observer, moved fluidly between what modern minds might separate as art, science, engineering, and speculation. His notebooks contain meticulous studies of water currents alongside fanciful designs for flying machines that could never have worked with available materials. He dissected corpses to understand anatomy, but also accepted traditional ideas about bodily humors and their influence on health. This intellectual fluidity, rather than detracting from Renaissance achievement, was part of its creative ferment, a willingness to explore multiple approaches to understanding the world. The Renaissance spirit of inquiry was also shaped by the invention of printing with movable type, which revolutionized the spread of knowledge. Before Gutenberg's press, books had to be copied by hand, making them expensive and rare. After printing became common in the late 15th century, books could be produced much more quickly and cheaply. Scientific texts with accurate illustrations could reach a wider audience. Scholars could more easily access and compare different sources. Ideas could spread more rapidly across Europe, creating something like a scholarly community, despite geographical distances. Print culture accelerated the exchange of observations and theories that drove Renaissance science forward. By the early 16th century, this new approach to knowledge was becoming more established. Universities still taught traditional subjects in traditional ways, but alternative centers of learning emerged. Academies, courts, workshops, and informal networks of correspondence. The ideal of the polymath, someone knowledgeable in many fields, encouraged intellectual cross-fertilization. A scholar might study ancient texts in the morning, conduct experiments in the afternoon, and discuss new geographical discoveries in the evening. This fluidity between disciplines helped generate creative insights. The Renaissance inquiry into nature was not yet modern science as we understand it today. It lacked the rigorous experimental methods, specialized disciplines, professional institutions, and theoretical frameworks that would develop in later centuries. Renaissance thinkers rarely formulated general laws of nature or created mathematical models for testing hypotheses systematically. Their approach was often more descriptive than analytical, more practical than theoretical, more individual than collective. Yet the Renaissance laid essential groundwork for the scientific revolution that would follow. It fostered a habit of questioning received wisdom and checking claims against observable reality. It demonstrated the value of mathematical analysis for understanding physical phenomena. It developed tools and techniques, from anatomical dissection to telescopic observation to precise measurement, that made new kinds of investigation possible. And perhaps most importantly, it cultivated a sense of wonder about the natural world, a belief that nature's secrets could be unlocked through human effort. This last point connected Renaissance science to Renaissance humanism and art. All three shared a fundamental confidence in human capabilities, the ability to recover ancient wisdom, to create works of beauty, and to understand the natural world. All three looked both backward to classical precedents and forward to new possibilities, and all three reflected a shifting worldview in which humans were not just passive receivers of divine truth, but active seekers of knowledge in many forms. The legacy of this Renaissance inquiry would unfold gradually over the following centuries. Some of its speculative elements would be discarded as more rigorous methods emerged. Some of its integrated approach would be lost as disciplines became more specialized. But its core insight, that understanding comes through careful observation, reasoned analysis, and willingness to question authority, would remain fundamental to the modern scientific worldview. In the notebooks of Leonardo and his contemporaries, we can see the first glimmerings of an approach to knowledge that would eventually transform human understanding of the universe. The morning sun casts long shadows across the piazza, as merchants set up their stalls, artisans open their workshops, and citizens hurry to their business. Above them rises the massive dome of the cathedral, an architectural wonder that dominates the skyline. This is Florence in the 15th century. Not the largest city in Europe, not the oldest, not the seat of popes or emperors. Yet somehow this bustling republic on the banks of the Arno River became the beating heart of the Renaissance, the place where a new vision of human possibility first took its most vivid form. What made Florence special? The city had certain natural advantages, situated in the fertile region of Tuscany, with access to trade routes that connected Italy to the wider world. Florence had developed into a prosperous commercial center by the late Middle Ages. Its economy was driven by banking, textile production, and international trade. Florentine bankers financed popes and kings across Europe, while Florentine merchants imported raw wool from England and exported finished cloth to markets from Constantinople to Bruges. This economic vitality generated wealth that could support artists, architects, and scholars. But other Italian cities were also prosperous. Venice was arguably richer, with its vast maritime trading network. Milan was larger, with a more powerful court. Rome had the prestige of ancient ruins and papal patronage. Naples had a splendid royal court. What gave Florence its special creative energy was not just wealth, but the particular way that wealth was distributed and deployed within a republican political system. Unlike many European cities dominated by hereditary nobles, Florence was governed primarily by its merchant class. The city had been a republic since the 13th century, with power shared among the members of powerful guilds representing different trades and professions. This system was far from democratic in the modern sense. Most residents had no political voice, and a small elite controlled most decisions. But it created a civic culture in which wealthy citizens competed not just for money, but for honor and influence within the community. This competition took many forms, including the patronage of art and architecture. Leading Florentine families sought to enhance their prestige by commissioning public buildings, decorating churches, and supporting artists and scholars. The Florentine skyline became a visual record of this civic competition, with towers, palaces, and churches proclaiming the prominence of their patrons. When a successful merchant family wanted to express its gratitude for good fortune, it might fund a chapel in a local church. When a guild wanted to demonstrate its importance, it might commission statues for a public square. This pattern of patronage created constant demand for artistic innovation. No family exemplified this Florentine blend of commercial success, political power, and cultural patronage better than the Medici. Rising from modest origins to become the richest bankers in Europe, the Medici translated their economic power into political influence, effectively ruling Florence for much of the 15th and 16th centuries. Despite the formal persistence of republican institutions, they were neither royalty nor nobility in the traditional sense, just extraordinarily successful merchants who understood how to acquire and maintain power in a republican context. The Medici family's patronage of the arts began in earnest with Cosimo de' Medici, who took control of the family bank in 1434. Cosimo understood that supporting artists and scholars could enhance his family's prestige while also fulfilling religious obligations to use wealth for the common good. He funded the completion of the cathedral dome, built the monastery of San Marco, established the first public library in Europe, and supported countless artists, architects, and humanist scholars. Yet he maintained a carefully modest public persona, avoiding the appearance of princely pretensions that might provoke Republican resentment. Cosimo's grandson Lorenzo, who led the family from 1469 to 1492, took this cultural patronage to new heights. Known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, he was himself a poet and musician who gathered around him a circle of brilliant artists, philosophers, and writers. The young Michelangelo lived in the Medici household for 2 years, absorbing humanist ideas and studying the family's collection of ancient sculptures. Botticelli painted his masterpieces under Medici patronage. The philosopher Marsilio Ficino translated Plato and developed Neoplatonic ideas that influenced both art and thought. Lorenzo's court became a crucible where different intellectual traditions mingled and sparked new creative possibilities. The most visible symbol of Florence's Renaissance spirit was its cathedral dome, designed by Filippo Brunelleschi and completed in 1436. For generations, the cathedral had stood unfinished, with a gaping hole where the dome should be, because no one knew how to construct a dome of such size without the massive internal scaffolding used by the ancient Romans. Brunelleschi's innovative double-shell design, using a herringbone brick pattern and a series of stone and wood chains to distribute weight, solved the seemingly unsolvable problem. The dome became not just an architectural triumph, but a statement of Florentine ingenuity and determination. Surrounding the cathedral in the city centre were other buildings that showcased Renaissance innovation. The baptistery with its magnificent bronze doors by Lorenzo Ghiberti, the Guildhall of Orsan Micheli with its niches filled with statues by masters like Donatello, the elegant arcades of Brunelleschi's Ospedale degli Innocenti, all demonstrated the city's commitment to beauty and its artists' technical brilliance. Public spaces were not just functional but expressions of civic pride, designed to impress both residents and visitors with Florence's cultural achievement. Beyond the city centre, Florence spread out along both banks of the Arno, connected by the shops and houses of the Ponte Vecchio bridge. The city was divided into neighbourhoods or quarters, each with its own churches, markets, and distinct character. Narrow medieval streets opened suddenly into piazzas where public ceremonies and celebrations took place. Inside the high walls of family palaces like the Medici's Palazzo Medici Riccardi, private courtyards provided serene retreats from the busy streets. Throughout the city, workshops housed apprentices learning trades from master craftsmen, including the artistic techniques that would produce Renaissance masterpieces. The intellectual life of Renaissance Florence was shaped by several key institutions. The Studio Fiorentino, later the University of Florence, provided formal education in law, medicine, and other traditional fields. Humanist schools taught classical languages and literature to the sons of wealthy families. The Chancery, where government documents were prepared, became a center for humanist scholarship under figures like Coluccio Salutati and Leonardo Bruni, who adapted classical rhetoric to civic purposes. Monasteries, despite the worldly focus of humanism, remained important centers of learning and artistic patronage. The Dominican monastery of San Marco, for instance, housed both Fra Angelico's luminous frescoes and the largest public library in Europe. Perhaps the most distinctive Florentine intellectual institutions were the informal academies and discussion groups that brought together artists, scholars, and patrons. The Platonic Academy, supported by the Medici, was not a formal school but a circle of thinkers exploring ancient philosophy and its implications for Christian thought. Literary societies met to read and discuss poetry, both ancient and contemporary. Artists gathered in workshops to share techniques and ideas. These fluid, overlapping networks created an environment where creativity could flourish across disciplinary boundaries. This creative ferment was all the more remarkable because Florence was not a particularly stable or peaceful place during much of the Renaissance period. The city experienced frequent political upheavals, including the Ciumpi Revolt of 1378, when textile workers briefly seized power, the exile and return of the Medici in the 1490s, the religious dictatorship of Girolamo Savonarola, who briefly transformed Florence into a puritanical city of God before being executed in 1498, and the siege of 1529-30, which ended Florentine independence. External threats from more powerful states like Milan and Naples were constant. Yet somehow, amid this political turmoil, cultural innovation continued and even accelerated. Part of what sustained Florentine creativity was the deep involvement of its citizens in public life. The republican system, for all its limitations, created a sense that the city belonged to its people rather than to a distant ruler. Civic rituals and celebrations reinforced this communal identity. Religious processions, guild festivals, and tournaments brought citizens together across class lines. The city's patron saint, John the Baptist, was honored with elaborate celebrations every June. Even taxes were connected to civic participation. The detailed property and income assessments known as the catasto created accountability between taxpayers and the government that spent their money. This civic engagement extended to the arts. Works commissioned for public spaces were discussed and evaluated by ordinary citizens as well as elites. When the Opera del Duomo held a competition for the design of the baptistry doors, people from all walks of life viewed the submissions and offered opinions. When new chapels were decorated in the major churches, the results became topics of widespread conversation. Art was not cloistered in private collections but visible throughout the city, creating a visually sophisticated public accustomed to making aesthetic judgments. The Florentine model of the Renaissance spread to other Italian cities, each of which developed its own distinctive character. In Rome, papal patronage created a more centralized system focused on the glorification of the church. In Venice, a more stable aristocratic government supported a coloristic painting tradition different from Florentine linearity. In small court cities like Urbino and Mantua, refined princely patrons created intimate environments for artistic experimentation. Each of these centers contributed to the overall richness of Renaissance culture, but Florence remained the place where the movement had first crystallized and found its most characteristic expression. What made the Florentine achievement so influential was that it wasn't limited to a single field or medium. Architecture, sculpture, painting, poetry, philosophy, history, political theory, all flourished simultaneously, creating a comprehensive vision of cultural renewal. Brunelleschi's Dome, Donatello's David, Botticelli's Birth of Venus, Machiavelli's political writings, Guicciardini's histories, these diverse works all emerged from the same civic culture, informed by similar humanist values despite their different forms and purposes. The Florentine Renaissance began to wane in the early 16th century. The sack of Rome in 1527 sent artists and scholars fleeing to other centers. The siege of Florence in 1529–30 ended the Republic, leading to the installation of the Medici as hereditary dukes. Political independence was lost, and with it some of the civic energy that had fueled cultural innovation. Yet the legacy of Florence's golden age lived on, both in the works it produced and in the model it provided for the relationship between art, learning, and civic life. As the center of gravity shifted to Rome, Venice, and eventually to Northern Europe, Florence's role as the crucible of Renaissance culture was already secure. The ideas and images born between the Arno and the hills of Tuscany had changed how Europeans thought about beauty, knowledge, politics, and human potential. The city had shown that cultural flourishing didn't require vast imperial resources or ancient pedigrees, just a community with the confidence to value creativity and the wisdom to support it. In the narrow streets and sunlit piazzas of Florence, a small republic had reimagined what human beings could achieve, leaving a legacy that would inspire the world for centuries to come. The scholar sits at his desk, quill in hand, light streaming through a high window. Before him lies a page of parchment, words forming in elegant Latin script. But unlike his medieval predecessors, he is not copying religious texts or composing dry philosophical arguments. He is writing a letter to a friend, expressing his personal thoughts, describing the natural world around him, reflecting on his own emotions. This simple act represents a revolution, a new way of using language to express the human experience. The Renaissance was finding its voice, and that voice would transform literature forever. For centuries, serious writing in Europe had been dominated by Latin, not the vibrant, flexible language of ancient Rome, but a specialized form used by clergy, scholars, and officials. The vernacular languages, Italian, French, English, German, were considered suitable only for practical communication or simple entertainment. Literature that would endure, that would be taken seriously across borders, had to be written in Latin, the language of the church and the universities. This began to change dramatically in the 14th century, with three writers who chose to create major works in Italian: Dante Alighieri, Francesco Petrarch, and Giovanni Boccaccio. Together they demonstrated that vernacular language could express the most profound ideas, the most complex emotions, and the most sophisticated narratives. They did not reject Latin. All three were accomplished Latin writers as well, but they recognized that their native tongue had expressive possibilities that deserved to be developed. Dante took the most audacious step with his Divine Comedy, completed shortly before his death in 1321. This epic poem describes the author's imaginary journey through hell, purgatory, and paradise, guided first by the ancient Roman poet Virgil and later by Beatrice, the woman Dante had loved from afar. The work combines theology, philosophy, politics, and personal experience in a vast cosmic vision. What made it revolutionary was not just its scope, but its language. Dante chose to write in the Tuscan dialect of Italian rather than Latin, elevating a regional vernacular to the status of a literary language. This was no casual decision. Dante had thought deeply about language, writing a treatise called De Vulgari Eloquentia that explored the potential of vernacular expression. He believed that the language people absorb naturally from childhood has a directness and emotional power. In the Divine Comedy, he proved this point, creating a work of such richness and resonance that it helped establish Tuscan as the standard literary dialect of Italian. When modern Italians speak their national language, they are using a form shaped by Dante's poetic choices 7 centuries ago. Petrarch, born a generation after Dante, is remembered today primarily for his sonnets in Italian, addressed to a woman named Laura. These poems explore the experience of love in all its contradictions: joy and sorrow, fulfillment and frustration, physical desire and spiritual aspiration. Petrarch refined the sonnet form into a perfect vehicle for examining states of mind and heart. His technical mastery and psychological insight made these poems models for love poetry across Europe for centuries to come. The Petrarchan sonnet, with its distinctive rhyme scheme and structure, would influence poets from Shakespeare to Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Yet, for all the beauty and influence of his Italian poetry, Petrarch himself placed greater value on his Latin writings. He saw himself primarily as a humanist scholar, recovering the wisdom of ancient Rome through close study of classical texts. His Latin letters, essays, and epic poem Africa were his bid for lasting fame. The tension between vernacular creativity and classical scholarship in Petrarch's career reflected a broader dynamic in Renaissance culture: the push to recover ancient learning and the simultaneous drive to create something new and distinctively modern. The third member of this founding trinity of Italian literature, Giovanni Boccaccio, made his greatest contribution with the Decameron, a collection of 100 tales told by 10 young people who have fled Florence to escape the Black Death. These stories range from the bawdy to the romantic, the tragic to the comic, offering a panoramic view of human behavior in all its variety. Boccaccio wrote in a prose that was both elegant and accessible, establishing models for narrative technique that would influence fiction for centuries. Like his friend Petrarch, he was also an accomplished Latin scholar, but his masterpiece demonstrated the capabilities of Italian prose for storytelling. The achievement of these three writers inspired others throughout Italy and eventually across Europe. By choosing the vernacular for serious literary expression, they helped democratize culture, making sophisticated ideas and narratives accessible to readers who had not mastered Latin. They also gave legitimacy to local languages and experiences, suggesting that modern Europeans could create works worthy of standing alongside ancient classics. This was cultural self-confidence of a sort that the medieval period had rarely displayed. As the Renaissance progressed, other vernacular literatures flowered as well. In France, François Villon wrote intensely personal poetry about life on the margins of society. Christine de Pizan, one of the few female authors whose work was widely read during this period, composed both poetry and prose defending the capabilities and virtues of women. In England, Geoffrey Chaucer blended continental influences with native traditions in the Canterbury Tales, creating characters that remain vivid today. These writers, like their Italian predecessors, found ways to adapt their native languages to new literary purposes. Yet alongside this vernacular expansion, Renaissance scholars were also transforming Latin itself. Medieval Latin had developed its own specialized vocabulary and syntax, suited to theological discussions and legal documents, but increasingly distant from the language of Cicero and Virgil. Humanist scholars worked to recover classical Latin in all its richness and flexibility. They studied ancient texts closely, noting subtleties of style and usage. They composed new works, letters, dialogues, histories, poems in Latin that aimed to recapture classical elegance. For these scholars, writing well was not just a matter of correctness but of moral significance. Clear, precise, beautiful language reflected clear, precise, beautiful thinking. This classical revival went beyond Latin to include Greek as well. Knowledge of ancient Greek had nearly vanished in Western Europe during the Middle Ages, with only a few specialists able to read texts in the original language. Most of Plato's works were unknown, and even Aristotle was read primarily in Latin translations. The fall of Constantinople to Ottoman forces in 1453 brought an influx of Greek scholars to Italy, accelerating a Greek revival already underway. Humanists eagerly studied with these Byzantine refugees, gaining access to philosophical, scientific, and literary texts that had been unavailable for centuries. The rediscovery of Greek literature expanded European intellectual horizons dramatically. Renaissance literature was shaped not just by linguistic changes, but by the invention of printing with movable type in the mid-15th century. Before Gutenberg, books had to be copied by hand, making them rare and expensive. After printing spread throughout Europe, books became more affordable and accessible. Ideas could circulate more widely and rapidly. Authors could reach larger audiences. The economics of publishing created incentives for writing in vernacular languages, since these works could attract more readers than Latin texts, which were limited to the educated elite. Printing also standardized languages. As printers made decisions about spelling, punctuation, and grammar, they gradually established conventions that reduced regional variations. A reader in London could now easily understand a book printed in Oxford or Cambridge. A French reader in Paris could follow a text printed in Lyon. These standardized print vernaculars eventually developed into the national languages of modern Europe, though the process took centuries to complete. The content of Renaissance literature reflected humanist ideas about human dignity and potential. Medieval literature had often focused on religious themes and allegorical meanings, with individual characters serving primarily as moral examples. Renaissance writers remained deeply religious in many cases, but they showed greater interest in psychological complexity, personal experience, and the varieties of human nature. Characters became more individualized, with distinctive personalities rather than just representative types. Descriptions of the natural world became more precise and vivid. Human emotions received more nuanced exploration. This shift was particularly evident in Renaissance theatre. In Italy, playwrights revived classical comedies and tragedies, while also developing new forms like commedia erudita, learned comedy, and pastoral drama. In England, the commercial theatres that emerged in the late 16th century provided venues for playwrights like Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare, whose works combined popular appeal with psychological depth and poetic brilliance. Spanish dramatists like Lope de Vega and Calderón de la Barca created a distinctive national tradition blending action, poetry, and moral exploration. These theatrical traditions differed in style and content, but all showed a Renaissance fascination with human character in all its complexity. Poetry underwent similar transformations. While medieval poets had often worked within restrictive forms and conventional themes, Renaissance poets experimented with both classical and vernacular models. Italian forms like the sonnet spread throughout Europe, adapted to the linguistic resources of each country. Classical genres like the ode and the epigram were revived and modified. Pastoral poetry depicting idealized rural life became a vehicle for exploring emotions and ideas that might be dangerous in more explicitly political or religious contexts. Love poetry became more psychological, focused on the inner experience of the lover rather than just praise of the beloved. Even religious literature reflected humanist influences. The medieval focus on sin and salvation remained powerful, but Renaissance writers often approached spiritual topics with greater attention to individual experience and the complexities of faith. Spiritual autobiographies explored personal religious journeys. Devotional poetry merged classical elegance with Christian feeling. Theologians applied humanist textual scholarship to biblical studies, sometimes with revolutionary results, as when Erasmus's Greek New Testament revealed discrepancies between the original text and standard Latin translations. Political and historical writing also flourished during the Renaissance. Humanist education emphasized history as a source of moral and practical wisdom. Writers like Niccolò Machiavelli and Francesco Guicciardini analyzed political events with unprecedented realism, looking at what actually happened rather than what should have happened according to moral or religious ideals. Historical writing became more evidential, based on documentary sources and critical evaluation rather than accepted traditions. This more empirical approach to the past paralleled the scientific revolution's empirical approach to nature. Women's voices, though still restricted by social conventions, became somewhat more audible during the Renaissance. Besides Christine de Pizan in France, figures like Laura Sarita and Isotta Nogarola in Italy, and later Marguerite de Navarre in France and Mary Sidney in England, created significant literary works. Female literacy increased among the upper classes, creating audiences for works addressing women's concerns. Some male authors, influenced by Neoplatonic ideas about the spiritual nature of love, depicted women with greater psychological complexity and dignity than medieval traditions had typically allowed. The geographical expansion of Europe during the Renaissance also expanded literary horizons. As explorers, conquerors, and traders encountered new lands and peoples, writers incorporated these discoveries into their works. Travel narratives described unfamiliar cultures, sometimes with surprising sympathy and curiosity, sometimes with ethnocentric bias. Utopian literature, beginning with Thomas More's Utopia, used imaginary societies to critique European institutions and explore alternative social arrangements. The very concept of cultural difference entered European consciousness more vividly than before, challenging some assumptions while reinforcing others. By the late Renaissance, literary culture had been transformed. Languages once considered unworthy of serious expression had produced masterpieces. Print technology had made texts available to unprecedented numbers of readers. Classical models had been not just imitated, but adapted and transformed. New genres had emerged to address contemporary experiences. The relationship between author and audience had shifted from the restricted circles of court, church, and university to include broader urban readerships. Literature had become more personal, more psychological, more engaged with the complexities of human experience in the world. The legacy of Renaissance literature extended far beyond the period itself. The vernacular literatures established during these centuries would continue to develop, eventually displacing Latin as vehicles for serious intellectual expression. The emphasis on clarity, elegance, and classical learning would shape educational practices well into the 20th century. Literary forms pioneered or adapted during the Renaissance. The essay, the sonnet, blank verse drama, the novel in its early forms would remain vital parts of the Western tradition. And most fundamentally, the Renaissance belief that literature could express the full range of human experience, from the most elevated to the most ordinary, would become a defining feature of modern literary culture. In a workshop in Mainz, Germany, around 1450, a goldsmith named Johannes Gutenberg was perfecting a device that would change the world more profoundly than any painting, statue, or building. It looked simple enough, a wooden press, adapted from those used to squeeze juice from grapes or oil from olives. But this press was different. It used movable metal type, a special ink, and precise mechanical parts to do something that had previously required months of painstaking labor by skilled scribes: reproduce written words quickly, accurately, and in large numbers. The printing press had arrived, and with it came a revolution in how humans would share and preserve knowledge. Before Gutenberg, books were rare treasures. Each copy had to be written out by hand, a process that might take a skilled scribe months to complete for a lengthy text. Monasteries maintained scriptoria where monks laboriously copied manuscripts, sometimes spending years on particularly beautiful volumes with elaborate illustrations and decorations. Secular scribes and stationers in university towns produced less ornate books for scholars and students, but even the simplest book represented a significant investment of time and expertise. This handwritten book culture had several important limitations. First, books were expensive, available only to the wealthy or to institutions like monasteries, universities, and royal courts. A single book might cost as much as a small farm. Second, the number of copies was necessarily limited. Even the most popular texts might exist in only a few hundred manuscripts across all of Europe. Third, errors could creep in as scribes misread or miscopied passages, and these errors would be replicated in subsequent copies. And fourth, the time required to produce books meant that new ideas spread relatively slowly from one region to another. Gutenberg's invention changed all of this. The basic principles of his technology were straightforward. Individual metal letters type were arranged in rows to form words and sentences. These were inked and pressed onto paper, creating a perfect impression. The type could then be rearranged to print another page. While setting up each page took time, once it was ready, hundreds of identical copies could be produced in the time it would have taken a scribe to create just one. The genius of movable type was not entirely original to Gutenberg. Carved wooden blocks had been used for printing in China and Korea centuries earlier, and some European printers had experimented with wood blocks for short texts and illustrations. But Gutenberg refined the process significantly. He developed an oil-based ink that would adhere well to metal type and transfer cleanly to paper. He created an alloy of lead, tin, and antimony that made durable type that could be cast in identical units. And he adapted the winepress mechanism to apply even pressure across the page, ensuring clear impressions. The first major work produced with this new technology was the Gutenberg Bible, completed around 1454 to 1455. This was a strategic choice. The Bible was the most important and widely read text in Europe, guaranteeing a market for the expensive new product. About 180 copies were printed, a huge number by the standards of manuscript production, but just the beginning of what printing would achieve. Of these, perhaps 49 copies survive today, treasured as monuments to the dawn of the print era. The impact of printing spread rapidly across Europe. By 1480, just 30 years after Gutenberg's Bible, printing presses were operating in more than 110 cities across the continent. Venice became a major center, where printers like Aldus Manutius produced beautiful editions of classical texts in pocket formats that scholars could easily carry. In Florence, the humanist experiments of Bernardo Cennini brought classical elegance to the design of printed books. Paris, Lyon, Basel, Nuremberg, Seville, London, and other cities developed their own printing industries, each with distinctive styles and specialties. As printing technology spread, books became dramatically more affordable and accessible. A printed book might cost 1/5 to 1/10 as much as a comparable manuscript. Print runs of 250 to 1,000 copies were common for popular works, with some reaching several thousand copies, numbers unimaginable in the manuscript era. The total number of books in Europe grew exponentially. Scholars estimate that in the 50 years after Gutenberg's Bible, European printers produced between 8 million and 20 million copies of perhaps 30,000 different titles. More books were produced in those 5 decades than in the previous 1,000 years. This explosion of printed material transformed intellectual life in countless ways. For scholars, it meant unprecedented access to texts. A university professor who previously might have owned a handful of precious manuscripts could now build a substantial personal library. Students could afford their own copies of key texts rather than relying solely on lectures where masters read aloud from books few could access. Merchants, lawyers, physicians, and other professionals could acquire practical manuals relevant to their fields. Even artisans and craftsmen might own a few books on religious or practical topics. For authors, printing created new possibilities and challenges. Their words could now reach thousands of readers across Europe rather than the few hundred who might have accessed a manuscript copy. This broader audience encouraged writing in vernacular languages rather than Latin, since more readers understood their native tongues than the language of scholarship. Authors could achieve fame, though rarely fortune, as copyright laws did not yet exist beyond their local communities. But they also had less control over their texts, as printers might modify works without permission or publish unauthorized editions. For readers, printing meant not just more books, but different kinds of books. Printers, needing to recover their substantial investment in equipment and materials, were motivated to publish works that would sell well. This commercial incentive led to more practical books, how-to manuals, travel guides, recipe collections, almanacs, and other texts useful to non-scholarly readers. It also encouraged books meant for entertainment, romances, joke collections, illustrated histories, and sensational accounts of unusual events or distant lands. Reading gradually shifted from an elite scholarly or religious activity to a more widely shared form of learning and enjoyment. The standardization imposed by printing also had profound effects on language and thought. When manuscripts were copied by hand, variations in spelling, punctuation, and even wording were common, reflecting regional differences and individual scribal choices. Printed books, by contrast, required decisions about these matters that would then be replicated in hundreds or thousands of identical copies. Over time, this led to more standardized written languages, reducing dialect differences and establishing norms that readers came to expect. The very concept of a correct version of a text gained new meaning in the age of print. Graphics and text could now be integrated more efficiently as well. While manuscript illuminations were often breathtakingly beautiful, they had to be added by hand to each copy, making illustrated books especially expensive. Printing allowed woodcut illustrations or engravings to be reproduced alongside text, bringing visual elements to a wider audience. Botanical illustrations, anatomical diagrams, maps, architectural drawings, and astronomical charts could be distributed more widely, allowing visual as well as verbal knowledge to spread. This new print culture facilitated the spread of Renaissance ideas beyond the Italian cities where they had first flourished. Humanist editions of classical texts became available throughout Europe. Italian treatises on art, architecture, and perspective were translated and published in other countries. Illustrations showed northern artists and architects the visual vocabulary of Renaissance style. The cosmopolitan republic of letters that emerged among humanist scholars was sustained by the exchange of printed books and the letters they prompted. The religious upheavals of the 16th century would have been unimaginable without printing. When Martin Luther posted his 95 Theses in 1517, they were quickly printed and distributed across Germany and beyond, reaching tens of thousands of readers within weeks. Throughout the Protestant Reformation, printing presses multiplied the impact of theological debates that might otherwise have remained confined to university disputes. Affordable printed Bibles in vernacular languages allowed ordinary people to read scripture for themselves rather than relying on clerical interpretation. Religious pamphlets, illustrated with vivid woodcuts accessible even to the illiterate, spread reformist ideas among urban populations. Scientific knowledge also expanded through print. Medieval scientific texts had often been copied with accumulating errors, making precise information difficult to maintain. Printed editions allowed more accurate transmission of mathematical formulas, tables, and technical descriptions. When Copernicus published his heliocentric theory in De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium in 1543, identical copies reached astronomers across Europe, allowing detailed scrutiny and debate of his mathematical models. Similar distribution of anatomical works by Vesalius, botanical studies by various authors, and other scientific texts created a shared body of knowledge that could be collectively refined. Maps and geographical knowledge circulated more widely as well. The voyages of exploration that European powers launched in the 15th and 16th centuries generated enormous interest. Printed accounts of these journeys, often illustrated with maps and depictions of unfamiliar peoples and places, fed public curiosity and shaped European perceptions of the wider world. The ability to reproduce identical maps meant that navigators and merchants could work from the same information, gradually building more accurate understandings of global geography. The social impact of printing extended beyond intellectual life. For governments, printing offered new tools for administration. Standardized forms, proclamations, and laws could be distributed efficiently. For merchants, printed contracts, price lists, and announcements streamlined commerce. At the same time, printing could challenge authority by disseminating unauthorized or controversial ideas beyond the control of church and state. The history of censorship and press regulation began almost as soon as printing itself, as authorities recognized the power of this new medium to shape opinions and possibly foment unrest. As with many revolutionary technologies, the full implications of printing emerged gradually. Early printed books closely resembled manuscripts in their layout, typefaces, designed to mimic scribal handwriting, and illustrations. Readers and writers were accustomed to manuscript conventions and expected printed works to follow similar patterns. Only over generations did distinctively typographic approaches to organizing information develop. Title pages, tables of contents, indexes, footnotes, standardized citation methods, and other features that modern readers take for granted. The economics of printing created new professions and transformed existing ones. Printers needed technical skills different from those of scribes. Type designers, punch cutters, compositors, and press operators developed specialized expertise. Booksellers established shops in major cities, and book fairs brought together publishers and buyers from across Europe. Editors emerged as important intermediaries between authors and printers, preparing manuscripts for publication. Even authorship itself became more clearly defined as a specific role in the creation of texts, gradually gaining legal recognition through early copyright privileges. Not everyone welcomed these changes. Some monasteries continued to value the meditative practice of manuscript copying and the uniquely beautiful books it produced. Wealthy collectors commissioned handwritten volumes long after printing became common, appreciating their exclusivity and artistic qualities. Some scholars worried about the flood of potentially misleading or inaccurate works that printing made available to readers without the guidance of traditional authorities. But these concerns could not slow the tide of change. The efficiency and economics of printing made its triumph inevitable. By the early 16th century, less than a century after Gutenberg's innovation, European intellectual culture had been fundamentally transformed. Knowledge was no longer primarily preserved through laborious hand copying or oral transmission. Ideas could travel faster, reach more people, and be assessed by wider communities of readers. Memory and recitation, while still important, were supplemented by the ability to consult exact printed copies of texts. The collective memory of society was increasingly externalized in the form of printed books rather than residing primarily in human minds. This transformation aligned perfectly with Renaissance humanism's emphasis on recovering, studying, and building upon the knowledge of the past. Without printing, the recovery of classical texts might have remained the province of a small elite. With printing, these works could reach students and scholars across Europe, becoming part of a shared intellectual heritage. The democratization of knowledge that printing enabled did not immediately overturn social hierarchies. Most Europeans remained illiterate well into the modern era, but it did create possibilities for learning beyond traditional institutions and authorities. The legacy of Gutenberg's invention extends far beyond the Renaissance itself. Every subsequent intellectual movement, the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, Romanticism, and into the modern era, has been shaped by the possibilities of print culture. Even in our digital age, many of our assumptions about knowledge, authorship, and reading derive from patterns established during the print revolution that began in that workshop in minds. When we imagine knowledge as something that can be widely shared, precisely duplicated, and preserved for future generations, we are thinking in ways that became possible only after that revolutionary press began to operate. This is the story of a man who would reshape Europe, a military genius who crowned himself emperor, and a revolutionary who forever changed warfare. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte. The island of Corsica rises from the Mediterranean Sea like a mountain range thrust up from the deep blue waters. Its rugged landscape of granite peaks, dense forests, and sheltered bays has bred a fierce, independent people for centuries. It was here in the coastal town of Ajaccio, on August 15, 1769, that Napoleon Bonaparte entered the world. His timing was significant. Just 15 months after France had annexed the island from the Republic of Genoa, the boy who would one day rule France was born, not French by heritage, but by the recent stroke of politics and conquest. The Bonaparte family occupied an unusual position in Corsican society. They were minor nobles with Italian origins, respectable but far from wealthy. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, was a lawyer who had fought against the French occupation before pragmatically switching sides when resistance proved futile. This early lesson in political flexibility would not be lost on his second son. The Bonaparte home in Ajaccio was modest by noble standards. Young Napoleon grew up in a household where money was often tight, but education highly valued. He spent his childhood playing in the narrow streets of Ajaccio, climbing the surrounding hills, and absorbing the distinctive Corsican culture, with its emphasis on family honor, vendettas, and fierce local pride. Napoleon's relationship with his father shaped him profoundly. Carlo was ambitious, charming, and constantly seeking advancement for his family. He secured a royal scholarship that would allow Napoleon to be educated in mainland France, a path that would separate the boy from his beloved island, but open doors that would have remained forever closed in provincial Corsica. At just 9 years old, Napoleon left the sun-drenched shores of his homeland for the military school at Brienne-le-Château in northern France. The transition was brutal. Unable to speak French fluently, marked by his thick Corsican accent, and noticeably poorer than his aristocratic classmates, young Bonaparte found himself an outsider. The other boys mocked his name, his accent, and his island origins. These early experiences of isolation hardened something within him. Rather than seeking friendship, Napoleon retreated into books and study. While other boys played, he could be found in the library, devouring histories of great conquerors. Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Charlemagne became his companions and role models. He memorized battle tactics and strategies, determined that one day his name would rank alongside theirs in the annals of history. His teachers noted his exceptional abilities in mathematics and his intense concentration. One instructor wrote that the boy possessed the ambition to devour the world. During winter training exercises, Napoleon organized the other students into armies, building snow fortresses and devising battle plans with remarkable tactical insight for one so young. When Napoleon was 15, his father died of stomach cancer. As the family's situation grew more precarious, his educational success became even more crucial. He accelerated his studies and was admitted to the prestigious École Militaire in Paris, the finest military academy in France. He completed a course in 1 year that typically took 3, graduating as a second lieutenant in the artillery at just 16 years old. The young officer who emerged from these formative years was complex and contradictory. Napoleon was simultaneously proud of his Corsican heritage, yet determined to succeed in French society. He was fiercely independent yet fascinated by order and hierarchy. He was distant and sometimes awkward in social situations, yet capable of inspiring deep loyalty in those who came to know him well. These years had forged Napoleon's legendary self-discipline. He trained himself to sleep only 4 to 5 hours a night, a habit he would maintain throughout his life. He developed the ability to focus intensely on whatever task was before him, blocking out distractions and discomfort. Every aspect of his character was subjected to his iron will. As Napoleon stepped into adulthood and received his commission, the world around him was changing dramatically. The French Revolution was beginning to shake the foundations of European society. Old certainties were crumbling, and men of talent suddenly found paths opening before them that had previously been blocked by birth and privilege. For an ambitious young officer from Corsica, the timing could not have been more perfect. The artillery regiment that Napoleon joined was stationed in Valence, in southern France. As he took up his position, no one could have imagined that this reserved, studious officer would soon rise to command armies, crown himself emperor, and redraw the map of Europe. The stage was set for one of history's most remarkable journeys from obscurity to world-changing power. The France that young Lieutenant Bonaparte entered was a powder keg about to explode. The royal treasury was nearly bankrupt from years of war and excess. The common people struggled under heavy taxation while the nobility lived in luxury. When Napoleon took his post with the Lafayette Artillery Regiment in 1785, few could imagine that within 4 years, angry crowds would storm the Bastille and the world's most powerful monarchy would begin to crumble. For the serious young officer from Corsica, these early years in the military were marked by long periods of leave. Napoleon often returned to his island home, dividing his time between military duties and family matters. He read voraciously during this period, not just military texts but works of philosophy, history, and politics. His notebooks filled with observations on everything from tactics to the nature of society. Even then, his mind was preparing for greater things. When the revolution erupted in 1789, it presented both danger and opportunity for military officers. Many who came from noble families fled France, fearing the growing violence against aristocrats. Others stayed but found themselves under suspicion due to their backgrounds. Napoleon, with his minor noble status but outsider origins, navigated these dangerous waters with remarkable skill. Initially, Napoleon saw the revolution as a chance for his native Corsica. He returned to the island and became involved with Pasquale Paloli, the famous Corsican nationalist who had returned from exile in England. For a time, the young lieutenant imagined himself as a liberator of his homeland, perhaps even writing a history of Corsica that would inspire his countrymen. He obtained extended leave from the French army and threw himself into local politics. But Napoleon's vision for Corsica soon collided with Paloli's. The older leader grew wary of the ambitious young officer, who seemed increasingly aligned with revolutionary France rather than with traditional Corsican values. The relationship deteriorated, and by 1793, the Bonaparte family found themselves on the wrong side of Corsican politics. Their home in Ajaccio was looted by Paloli's, and the family was forced to flee to mainland France. This exile proved decisive in Napoleon's life. Whatever Corsican identity had remained was now severed. France was no longer just his adopted country, but his only possible future. He embraced his French military career with renewed focus and determination. The timing was fortunate. The revolutionary government was at war with much of Europe, and skilled artillery officers were in high demand. Napoleon was promoted to captain, and soon found himself dispatched to Toulon in southern France, where royalist rebels had surrendered the vital port to British naval forces. It was at Toulon in December 1793 that Napoleon first displayed the military genius that would eventually make him famous. Though only a captain, he took control of the artillery forces besieging the city. He identified the key strategic position, a promontory called Les Goulettes that, if captured, would make the harbour untenable for the British fleet. Against conventional thinking, he insisted on placing guns there despite the difficult terrain. Napoleon personally directed the placement of batteries through days and nights of fighting. During one assault, he was wounded in the thigh by a British bayonet, but continued leading his men. His plan worked perfectly. The French captured the position, the British ships were forced to withdraw, and the city fell. For this victory, the 24-year-old Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general, an extraordinary advancement for someone so young. The Committee of Public Safety, the powerful governing body during the revolution's most radical phase, noted his exceptional military talent and Republican commitment. In a time when many officers were being executed for suspected disloyalty, Napoleon had proven both his usefulness and his loyalty to the revolutionary cause. The young general was next assigned to the Army of Italy, tasked with planning operations against the Kingdom of Sardinia. His strategic plans impressed his superiors in Paris, but before they could be implemented, political winds shifted again. Maximilien Robespierre, who had supported Napoleon's career, fell from power and was executed during the Thermidorian reaction of July 1794. Napoleon, associated with the Robespierrists, was briefly arrested and imprisoned. For 16 days, Napoleon sat in a cell, uncertain if he would face the guillotine. He wrote a desperate letter protesting, "I have been a little shaken by this cruel blow. I have been judged without being heard." Eventually he was released and reinstated, but placed on inactive status, a general without an army. This setback proved temporary. By October 1795, the new government, the Directory, faced a dangerous royalist uprising in Paris. With the rebellion threatening the seat of government itself, Paul Barras, a director who knew Napoleon from Toulon, called on the unemployed general for help. Given command of the defense of the convention, Napoleon acted with characteristic decisiveness. He ordered artillery pieces brought up, a whiff of grape shot, as he famously described it, and positioned them to control key approaches to the government buildings. When the royalist mob advanced on October 5th, Napoleon gave the order to fire. The carefully positioned cannons tore through the crowded streets, and the uprising collapsed. The Directory was saved, and Napoleon, now seen as the savior of the revolution, was rewarded with command of the Army of the Interior. At just 26 years old, he had become one of the most powerful military figures in France. His meteoric rise had only just begun. It was during this period in Paris that Napoleon met the woman who would become his first wife. 6 years older than Napoleon, a widow and a survivor of the terror that had claimed her first husband, Josephine moved in the highest social circles of the Directory period. Napoleon was instantly captivated by her sophistication and charm. Despite her initial reluctance, they married in March 1796. Just 2 days after the wedding, Napoleon left his new bride to take up his next command, the Army of Italy. The Directory, impressed by his loyalty and abilities, but also wary of his growing popularity in Paris, was sending him to what seemed like a secondary theatre of war. Little did they know that this appointment would transform both the war and Napoleon's career, launching him toward heights of power that even he could scarcely have imagined. Spring sunshine spilled over the maritime Alps as General Bonaparte arrived to inspect his new command in March 1796. What he found might have disheartened a less determined leader. The Army of Italy was in shambles. Its 38,000 men were poorly equipped, irregularly paid, and low on morale. Many soldiers lacked proper uniforms, with some even missing shoes. Food was scarce, and desertion rates were high. The army had been stuck in defensive positions along the Italian Riviera for years, making little progress against the combined forces of Austria and Piedmont Sardinia. Napoleon, still only 26 years old and physically unimposing at 5 feet 6 inches tall, stood before his officers. Many regarded this newcomer with skepticism. He was younger than most of them, with little battlefield experience compared to veterans who had been fighting for years. Yet something in his manner, the intensity of his gaze, The clarity of his speech, the absolute confidence in his voice, commanded attention. His first address to the troops got straight to the heart of their concerns. "Soldiers, you are hungry and naked. The government owes you much, but can give you nothing. Your patience and courage do you honor, but give you no glory. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will be in your power. There you will find honor, glory, and riches." With these simple words, Napoleon transformed the mindset of his army. No longer were they defending distant revolutionary ideals with little personal reward. Now they were embarking on a glorious adventure with tangible benefits. The response was electric. Officers and men alike felt a new sense of purpose and possibility. Napoleon immediately reorganized the army's structure, replacing the old system with a more flexible arrangement of divisions that could operate independently, yet combine quickly when needed. He promoted officers based on merit rather than seniority, surrounding himself with talented commanders like André Massena, Pierre Augereau, and Jin Lan, men who would follow him for years to come. The strategic situation facing Napoleon was daunting. His army was outnumbered by the combined forces of Austria and Piedmont Sardinia. The conventional approach would have been caution, perhaps even a defensive posture. But Napoleon saw opportunity where others saw problems. The Allied armies were separated, with Austrians in the east and Piedmontese in the west. More importantly, they were commanded by generals who operated by the slow, methodical rulebook of 18th century warfare. Napoleon planned to use speed and surprise to defeat his enemies separately before they could unite their forces. He would throw the bulk of his army against one section of the enemy, achieve local superiority, win that battle, and then rapidly redeploy to face the next threat. His artillery experience gave him a deep understanding of how to use cannons not just defensively, but as offensive weapons to punch holes in enemy lines. On April 12, 1796, the campaign began. Napoleon drove his army forward into the Montenot Valley, wedging between the Austrian and Piedmontese forces. At the Battle of Montenot, he defeated the Austrians. Then, rapidly shifting his forces, he crushed the Piedmontese at Millesimo and Digo. Continuing his relentless advance, Napoleon won another victory at Mondovi. In just 10 days, he had fought 4 battles and won them all. The Piedmontese, seeing their army shattered and their capital threatened, sued for peace. With his western flank now secure, Napoleon turned to face the Austrians alone. What happened next stunned Europe. Napoleon drove his army toward the Po River, crossing it in a daring move that caught the Austrians by surprise. At the town of Lodi, he faced a seemingly impassable obstacle. The Austrians held the far side of the Adda River, with artillery positioned to sweep the only bridge. Conventional military thinking deemed a frontal assault suicidal, but Napoleon was already thinking beyond conventional limits. On May 10th, he ordered his grenadiers forward across the narrow bridge in a dense column. The Austrian cannons tore into the advancing French, but Napoleon had positioned his own artillery to provide covering fire. He personally directed the assault, exposing himself to danger and inspiring his men. The French soldiers called this battle the terrible passage of the Bridge of Lodi. They succeeded, driving the Austrians back and securing a victory that seemed impossible. It was after Lodi that Napoleon's soldiers gave him the nickname that would follow him throughout his career, the Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. Despite his rank, he had shown a common touch, speaking directly with ordinary soldiers and sharing their hardships. They had watched him positioning artillery pieces himself, getting his boots muddy alongside them. This combination of brilliant leadership and personal connection forged a bond between Napoleon and his army that would become legendary. With the road to Milan now open, Napoleon led his victorious army into the city on May 15th. The capital of Lombardy welcomed the French as liberators from Austrian rule. For many Italians, especially those influenced by revolutionary ideas, the arrival of the French army represented hope for political change. Napoleon encouraged these sentiments while simultaneously extracting resources to support his army and the French government. The French Directory had ordered Napoleon to focus on military objectives and leave politics to civilian commissioners. But the young general had other ideas. He negotiated directly with Italian states, established new republican governments, and collected war contributions and artistic treasures to send back to France. The Louvre Museum in Paris would soon display masterpieces from Italy's greatest collections, seized as war prizes under Napoleon's direction. To the Directory in Paris, Napoleon sent glowing reports of his victories, carefully crafted to emphasize his own role while minimizing the contributions of others. Each dispatch became a tool of political propaganda back in France, where newspapers eagerly printed accounts of the brilliant young general's triumphs. Napoleon was building not just a military reputation, but a public image that would serve his future ambitions. The Austrians, meanwhile, were not giving up. They sent a new army under Field Marshal Dagobert von Wurmser to retake their Italian possessions. Once again facing superior numbers, Napoleon employed his strategy of central position and rapid movement. He temporarily lifted the siege of Mantua to concentrate his forces, winning victories at Lonato and Castiglione in early August 1796. When Wurmser attempted another offensive in September, Napoleon defeated him again at Bassano and forced him to take refuge in Mantua. A third Austrian relief attempt under General Joseph Alvinci met defeat at the dramatic Battle of Arcole in November. There, Napoleon personally seized a flag and led his troops across a bridge under heavy fire, narrowly escaping death when he fell into a marsh and had to be rescued by his soldiers. By January 1797, the Austrians made one final attempt to save Mantua, sending yet another army under Alvinci. At the Battle of Rivoli, Napoleon orchestrated his most brilliant victory yet. Perceiving the key terrain features, he positioned his forces to repel attacks from multiple directions, shifting reserves rapidly to meet each threat. The Austrian army broke apart, and Mantua finally surrendered on February 2nd. In less than a year, Napoleon had defeated 4 Austrian armies, each larger than his own. He had conquered northern Italy, forced Piedmont Sardinia out of the war, created new republican states, and sent millions of francs in treasure back to France. And he was still only 27 years old. Now he turned his attention toward Austria itself. In March 1797, Napoleon led his army across the Alps into Austria, advancing to within 75 miles of Vienna. The Habsburg monarchy, seeing its capital threatened, agreed to peace negotiations. On April 18th, Napoleon signed the Treaty of Leoben, bringing Austria to terms without waiting for instructions from Paris. The final treaty, signed at Campo Formio in October 1797, represented a diplomatic triumph as impressive as his military victories. Austria recognized France's gains in Italy and the Low Countries, and agreed to a peace that would allow France to concentrate on its remaining enemy, Great Britain. Napoleon returned to Paris as a national hero. The Italian campaign had transformed him from an obscure general to a figure of near-mythical proportions. Artists painted his portrait, poets wrote verses about his victories, and ordinary citizens spoke his name with awe. More importantly, the Directory now viewed him with a mixture of admiration and fear. His independent actions in Italy had demonstrated that he was a man who made his own rules. As Napoleon walked through the streets of Paris, his mind was already turning to new horizons. The conquest of Italy had been just the beginning. Now, with his reputation secure and a devoted army at his command, he set his sights on an even more ambitious target, one that would take him far from Europe to the ancient lands of Egypt and the East. The streets of Paris embraced Napoleon like a returning hero in December 1797. Crowds gathered to glimpse the conqueror of Italy, and the Directory held magnificent celebrations in his honor. Yet beneath the adulation, political tensions simmered. The revolutionary government was unstable, plagued by corruption and infighting. France remained at war with Great Britain, its most persistent enemy, and Napoleon, now famous and ambitious, represented both an asset and a threat to those in power. For the young general, resting on his Italian laurels was never an option. His mind constantly reached for new horizons, new conquests, new glory. During quiet evenings, he pored over maps of distant lands, his imagination fired by histories of Alexander the Great and the ancient empires of the East. While politicians debated the next move against England, Napoleon conceived a bold strategy that would strike at British power indirectly while building his own legend. Egypt became the focus of his vision. This ancient land, nominally part of the Ottoman Empire, but effectively ruled by the Mameluke warriors, occupied a crucial position. Control of Egypt would threaten British trade routes to India, the jewel of their colonial empire. It would give France a foothold in the Middle East, and potentially open the way for further eastern conquests. And for Napoleon personally, it offered the allure of following Alexander's path to glory in the exotic lands of the Orient. Napoleon presented his plan to the Directory with characteristic persuasiveness. The Egyptian expedition would advance French strategic interests while removing him temporarily from the volatile political scene in Paris. The directors, perhaps secretly relieved to send the increasingly popular general far from France, approved the ambitious project. Preparations proceeded with remarkable secrecy and efficiency. By May 1798, a massive fleet had assembled at Toulon, 400 ships carrying 38,000 soldiers, 10,000 sailors, and an unprecedented group of 167 scientists, engineers, artists, and scholars. This commission of sciences and arts revealed Napoleon's vision extended beyond military conquest. He intended not just to occupy Egypt, but to study it, map it, and unlock its ancient secrets. On May 19th, the expedition sailed from Toulon, somehow evading the British fleet, commanded by Admiral Horatio Nelson, that patrolled the Mediterranean. Their first target was the island of Malta, controlled by the Knights of St. John. This ancient order, weakened by years of declining relevance, surrendered with barely a fight on June 12, giving France control of a strategic Mediterranean base. After a brief stop to reorganize Malta's government, the fleet continued toward Egypt, still managing to avoid Nelson's searching warships. On July 1, 1798, the minarets and domes of Alexandria appeared on the horizon. Napoleon ordered an immediate landing, knowing that delay would only increase the risk of British intervention. As the sun rose over the Egyptian coast, French troops waded ashore. Napoleon issued a proclamation to his army that captured his romantic vision. "Soldiers, you are about to undertake a conquest whose effects on civilization and world trade are incalculable. You will strike a blow at England, which will touch her most deeply until the day when you deliver the fatal blow that will forever end her existence." Alexandria fell quickly, its ancient walls no match for modern European military tactics. Napoleon then divided his forces, sending a naval contingent up the Nile, while leading the main army on a grueling march across the desert toward Cairo. The heat was intense, water scarce, and the terrain unfamiliar. Soldiers struggled through sand in their heavy European uniforms, suffering from thirst, dysentery, and occasional attacks by Arab horsemen. Napoleon shared these hardships, marching on foot alongside his men rather than riding. When soldiers complained about the lack of water or food, he rebuked them by dipping a finger in the sand and licking it, saying, "There's nothing unclean in the hands of a soldier." Such gestures reinforced the bond between the general and his troops, maintaining morale through the desert crossing. On July 21st, the French army reached the village of Mbaba, near the pyramids of Giza. Across the plain waited the Mameluke army, approximately 21,000 strong. These warrior aristocrats, famous for their horsemanship and bravery, had ruled Egypt for centuries. Their cavalry was considered among the finest in the world, but they had little experience with modern European warfare. Before the battle, Napoleon gathered his troops and delivered one of his most famous motivational speeches. Pointing to the ancient monuments looming in the distance, he declared, "Soldiers, 40 centuries look down upon you from the heights of these pyramids." With these words, he connected the present moment to the grandeur of ancient history, inspiring his men with the sense that they were making history themselves. The Battle of the Pyramids demonstrated Napoleon's tactical genius. Anticipating the Mameluke cavalry charge, he arranged his infantry into large squares with artillery at the corners and cavalry in reserve. When the Mameluke horsemen attacked, they broke against these disciplined formations like waves against a cliff. French musket fire and artillery decimated the charging cavalry. By day's end, thousands of Mamelukes lay dead, while French losses numbered only about 300. Cairo surrendered without further resistance. Napoleon established his headquarters in the city and began organizing an administration for Egypt. He established a governing council of local notables, abolished certain taxes, and introduced elements of French revolutionary governance. He also issued proclamations suggesting respect for Islam, attending Muslim festivals, and expressing interest in Islamic culture. Meanwhile, the scientists and scholars of the expedition set to work. They established the Institute of Egypt in Cairo, a center for studying every aspect of the country, its geography, natural history, antiquities, and culture. Teams of researchers traveled throughout Egypt, measuring monuments, collecting specimens, recording inscriptions, and drawing maps. This scientific aspect of the expedition would ultimately prove more lasting than the military occupation. Among their most significant discoveries was the Rosetta Stone, found in July 1799 by French soldiers reinforcing a fort. This artifact, with its inscription in 3 scripts, hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, would eventually provide the key to deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphics, unlocking the written language of ancient Egypt after centuries of mystery. But while scholarly work flourished, Napoleon's strategic position deteriorated rapidly. On August 1st, 1798, disaster struck. Admiral Nelson, having finally tracked down the French fleet, attacked it in Abukir Bay near Alexandria. In the Battle of the Nile, Nelson destroyed almost the entire French fleet, sinking or capturing 11 of 13 French ships of the line. Only 2 French warships escaped the carnage. This naval catastrophe had profound implications. The French army in Egypt was now cut off from France, with no way to receive reinforcements or supplies. News of the defeat encouraged resistance to French occupation among the Egyptian population, and in Europe, emboldened by the French setback, Austria, Russia, Naples, and the Ottoman Empire formed a new coalition against France. Napoleon, characteristically, refused to appear discouraged. He intensified the civic improvements in Cairo, establishing workshops, hospitals, bakeries, and even theaters to maintain French morale. He continued to cultivate Egyptian leaders and study Islamic customs, but privately he recognized that his Grand Eastern ambitions were now severely constrained. In February 1799, seeking to expand his position and possibly open an overland route back to Europe, Napoleon led an army into Syria. Initial successes at El Arish and Gaza were followed by the capture of Jaffa, where controversy erupted when Napoleon ordered the execution of several thousand Ottoman prisoners, claiming he lacked resources to guard them. The advance continued to Acre, a fortified coastal city defended by Ottoman forces and supported by British naval units commanded by Sir Sidney Smith. Here, Napoleon's momentum finally stalled. Despite multiple assaults over 2 months, the French failed to capture the city. Plague broke out in the French camp, ammunition ran low, and morale suffered. On May 20th, Napoleon ordered a retreat back to Egypt. The Syrian campaign, his first significant military failure, tested Napoleon's leadership. During the grueling march back across the desert, he demonstrated both his callousness and his commitment to his troops. When plague victims became too numerous to transport, he allegedly suggested they be given fatal doses of opium mine, a proposal his chief medical officer refused. Yet Napoleon also gave up his own horse to carry the wounded and walked alongside his suffering soldiers. Back in Egypt, Napoleon won a final victory against an Ottoman force that landed at Abukir Bay, site of the previous naval defeat. But by now his thoughts were turning toward France. Newspapers smuggled through the British blockade brought troubling news of French military defeats in Europe and political instability in Paris. His Egyptian adventure, while not without achievements, had reached a strategic dead end. In a decision that would later draw accusations of abandonment, Napoleon secretly prepared to return to France. On the night of August 22, 1799, he slipped away from Egypt with a few trusted officers, leaving General Jean-Baptiste Kleber in command of the stranded army. In a letter to Kleber, he justified his departure as necessary for France's welfare, but many saw it as a self-serving abandonment of the troops he had led into isolation. Through a combination of good fortune and daring, Napoleon's small group of ships evaded the British blockade. After a 6-week voyage, they landed near Frejus on the French coast on October 9, 1799. News of his return spread quickly across the country. Despite the failure of the Egyptian campaign, the French public welcomed Napoleon as a returning hero. His legend, carefully cultivated through proclamations and bulletins sent back from Egypt, had overshadowed the reality of strategic defeat. As Napoleon journeyed toward Paris, his mind was focused not on the army he had left behind in Egypt, but on the political opportunity before him. The Directory was weaker than ever, the war effort was faltering, and France seemed ready for a change of leadership. The general who had sought glory in the shadow of the pyramids now set his sights on power in France itself. The Egyptian campaign had not given him an Eastern empire, but it had burnished his image as a man of destiny, a leader who operated on a grand historical scale. The stage was set for Napoleon's most audacious campaign yet, the seizure of political power in his adopted homeland. As he approached Paris in October 1799, few could have predicted how completely this Corsican artillery officer would transform France and Europe in the years to come. The France to which Napoleon returned in October 1799 was a nation in crisis. 10 years after the storming of the Bastille, the revolution had lost its way. The Directory, the 5-man executive that governed the country, was widely seen as corrupt and ineffective. They had survived through political manipulation and military force rather than popular support. War continued against the second coalition of European powers, with recent French defeats threatening the nation's borders. The economy was in shambles with runaway inflation and a government nearly bankrupt. Royalist insurgents operated in the west, while political extremists threatened stability from both left and right. As Napoleon traveled from the coast to Paris, he was greeted by cheering crowds in every town and village. Despite having abandoned his army in Egypt, his reputation remained remarkably intact. The French people, weary of political chaos and yearning for strong leadership, projected their hopes onto the general whose carefully cultivated image represented victory and glory. Napoleon understood this public psychology perfectly and played to it with calculated statements about the need for national unity and stable government. Upon reaching Paris, Napoleon maintained a deliberately low profile, appearing in civilian clothes rather than his general's uniform. He met quietly with key political figures, assessing the landscape of power. His modest house on Rue de la Victoire became a hub of political activity as visitors from across the spectrum sought his support. Many expected him to take sides in the ongoing struggles between the Directory and its opponents in the legislative councils. But Napoleon was planning something more dramatic than merely joining an existing faction. Among those who saw opportunity in Napoleon's return was his brother Lucien Bonaparte, who had been elected president of the Council of 500, the lower legislative chamber. More crucial was Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, one of the 5 directors and a venerable revolutionary figure who had drafted the pamphlet, What is the Third Estate?, that helped spark the revolution in 1789. Sieyès had been planning a coup to strengthen the executive branch of government, and he saw in Napoleon the military support needed to execute his plan. Napoleon and Sieyès made an unlikely partnership. The intellectual, reserved Sieyès looked down on military men, once remarking, "I am looking for a sword." Napoleon, far more politically astute than Sieyès realized, later quipped to his associates, "He has found a sword, but the sword has brought its head along with it." From the beginning, Napoleon had no intention of being anyone's puppet. The plot that emerged, known to history as the coup of 18 Brumaire, November 9th on the revolutionary calendar, was a complex affair combining legal maneuvers with the threat of military force. The conspirators included Sieyès and fellow director Roger Ducos, Napoleon's brother Lucien, Foreign Minister Talleyrand, Police Minister Fouché, and several key military commanders loyal to Napoleon. The strategy was to create a pretext for moving the legislative councils outside Paris, where they would be vulnerable to manipulation and intimidation. On the morning of November 9th, Sieyès and his allies in the Directory spread rumors of a Jacobin plot against the government. Using this as justification, they persuaded the councils to move to the palace of St. Cloud, several miles outside Paris, allegedly for their own safety. Napoleon was appointed commander of all troops in the Paris region, giving him control of any military response. The next day, November 10th or 19 Brumaire, the 2 legislative councils convened at St. Cloud, surrounded by troops loyal to Napoleon. The plan called for the councils to approve a change in government that would replace the Directory with a temporary consulate of 3 men, Sieyès, Ducos, and Napoleon, who would draft a new constitution. But things immediately began to go wrong. Napoleon first addressed the Council of Elders, the upper house, making a rambling, uncharacteristically nervous speech about saving the Republic from unspecified dangers. When challenged to provide details of the alleged plot against the government, he stumbled and made vague threats. It was a surprisingly poor performance from a man known for his charisma. Matters grew worse when Napoleon entered the more hostile Council of 500, where his brother Lucien presided. Here, representatives shouted accusations of dictator and outlaw. Some physically threatened Napoleon, who reportedly went pale and had to be escorted out by his grenadiers. For a moment, the entire coup seemed on the verge of collapse. It was Lucien Bonaparte who saved the situation. Stepping outside to address the troops surrounding the building, he dramatically drew his sword and swore to kill his own brother if Napoleon ever became a tyrant against French liberty. This theatrical gesture, combined with false claims that daggers had been drawn against Napoleon inside, persuaded the soldiers to clear the council chamber. Grenadiers entered with fixed bayonets, and the representatives fled through doors and windows. With the council dispersed, Lucien reconvened a rump session of supportive members who dutifully voted to abolish the Directory and establish a provisional government of 3 consuls. The military coup was complete, thinly disguised with a veneer of legality. That evening, Napoleon, Sieyès, and Ducos took an oath as the new rulers of France. The French Revolution, born in the name of liberty a decade earlier, had given way to military rule. In the weeks that followed, Napoleon quickly outmaneuvered Sieyès in drafting the new constitution. The original plan had called for Sieyès to be the primary consul, with Napoleon in a secondary role focusing on military affairs. Instead, Napoleon insisted on becoming first consul, with powers far exceeding those of the other 2 consuls. Sieyès found himself shunted aside into a meaningless position in the new Senate. The Constitution of the Year VIII, as it was officially known, created the appearance of representative government while concentrating actual power in Napoleon's hands. A complex system of electoral colleges, a tribunate, a legislative body, and a senate gave the impression of checks and balances, but in reality, most of these bodies had limited authority. As first consul, Napoleon controlled the army, appointed all government officials, initiated all legislation, and directed foreign policy. The other 2 consuls, Cambacérès and Lebrun, had only advisory votes. To give this new government legitimacy, the constitution was submitted to a national plebiscite in February 1800. The officially announced results showed overwhelming approval, 3,011,007 in favor, with only 1,562 opposed. These numbers were almost certainly manipulated, but there is little doubt that many French citizens genuinely supported the new regime, hoping it would bring stability after years of revolutionary turmoil. Now secure in power, Napoleon moved quickly to consolidate his position and address the nation's problems. He established his residence and governmental offices in the Tuileries Palace, former home of French kings, symbolically linking his rule to France's historical tradition of strong central authority. His living quarters were modest, but the ceremonial spaces became increasingly formal, with a growing court etiquette that hinted at monarchical aspirations. Napoleon's approach to governing revealed his extraordinary energy and capacity for work. He typically arose at 3 a.m. to begin reading reports and dictating letters to his secretaries. He mastered complex details across all areas of government, from military logistics to legal reforms, financial systems, and educational policy. One minister remarked, "The first consul sees everything, remembers everything, undersigns everything, and decides everything." His most pressing challenge was to end the war against the Second Coalition. Britain, Austria, Russia, Naples, Portugal, and the Ottoman Empire had united against France, and recent battles had gone poorly for the Republic. Napoleon understood that military victory would strengthen his political position at home. In a bold move, he decided to lead the Army of the Reserve across the Alps into northern Italy, where the Austrians had reversed many of French gains from his earlier campaigns. In May 1800, Napoleon led his forces over the Great St. Bernard Pass, a daring alpine crossing that caught the Austrians by surprise. The subsequent Battle of Marengo on June 14th nearly ended in French defeat until a last-minute counterattack turned the tide. Who had almost lost both the battle and possibly his newfound political position, ensured that official accounts portrayed the victory as the result of his brilliant planning rather than the desperate gamble it had actually been. The victory at Marengo, followed by General Moreau's triumph at Hohenlinden in December, forced Austria to make peace. The Treaty of Lunéville, signed in February 1801, secured France's natural frontiers at the Rhine, Alps and Pyrenees. With continental enemies subdued, Napoleon then negotiated the Treaty of Amiens with Britain in March 1802, bringing a temporary peace to Europe for the first time in a decade. These diplomatic successes enhanced Napoleon's popularity and allowed him to focus on domestic reforms. He recognized that France needed more than military glory. It needed functional institutions and reconciliation after years of revolutionary conflict. The Napoleonic settlement that emerged balanced revolutionary principles with practical governance and selective restoration of pre-revolutionary institutions. A cornerstone of this settlement was the Concordat with the Catholic Church, signed in July 1801 and ratified in 1802. This agreement ended the religious conflicts that had plagued France since the Revolution's attempt to control the Church. Catholicism was recognized as the religion of the great majority of French citizens, but not the state religion. The government would pay clerical salaries and have a role in appointing bishops, but the church regained control of its internal affairs. Equally significant was Napoleon's overhaul of the legal system. He personally presided over many sessions of the Council of State as they drafted what would become known as the Napoleonic Code, promulgated in 1804. This comprehensive legal framework incorporated revolutionary principles of equality before the law and religious freedom, while strengthening property rights and patriarchal family structures. It became Napoleon's most enduring legacy, influencing legal systems throughout Europe and the world. Financial reforms stabilized the currency and restored public credit. The Bank of France, founded in 1800, provided monetary stability. A new system of tax collection proved far more efficient than revolutionary methods. Napoleon also established the Légion d'honneur, a system of awards for civilian and military service that recognized merit regardless of social origin, though it reintroduced distinctions that the revolution had sought to eliminate. Education received similar attention, with the creation of a centralized system of lycée, secondary schools, and later the Imperial University, to oversee all education. These institutions emphasized subjects useful to the state, particularly mathematics, science, and engineering, while also instilling discipline and loyalty. For émigrés who had fled the revolution, Napoleon offered amnesty and the return of unsold properties, further healing national divisions. However, this reconciliation had clear limits. Political activity outside approved channels was not tolerated. Police Minister Fouché created an extensive surveillance system. Newspapers were strictly censored, and opponents from both the Jacobin left and royalist right faced arrest or exile. As the consulate stabilized France, Napoleon moved to make his position permanent. In 1802, a plebiscite approved his appointment as consul for life with the right to name his successor. New constitutional revisions further reduced the already limited powers of representative bodies. France was becoming, in essence, if not in name, a monarchy with republican trappings. By 1804, Napoleon was ready to formalize his status as France's ruler. A manufactured plot against his life, involving both Jacobin and royalist elements, provided the pretext. Government officials and military officers urged Napoleon to establish a hereditary throne to ensure stability. On May 18, 1804, the Senate proclaimed Napoleon Emperor of the French. Another plebiscite approved this transformation, and plans were made for a coronation ceremony that would surpass all previous displays of power and legitimacy. On December 2, 1804, in Notre Dame Cathedral, Napoleon crowned himself emperor, taking the crown from the hands of Pope Pius VII and placing it on his own head. It was a gesture rich with symbolism. Unlike the kings of France who claimed divine right, Napoleon was asserting that his power came from his own achievements and the consent of the French people. The artillery officer from Corsica, once an outsider in military school, had completed his extraordinary rise to become the most powerful man in Europe. As emperor, Napoleon stood at the pinnacle of power, but the transformation from revolutionary general to imperial ruler raised fundamental questions. Could the principles of the revolution coexist with one-man rule? Would France's neighbors accept an empire that continued to spread revolutionary ideas while expanding through military conquest? And could any system so dependent on one extraordinary individual survive in the long term? The answers to these questions would unfold in the dramatic years ahead, as Napoleon's ambitions extended far beyond France's borders. The golden bees, ancient symbols of immortality chosen to replace the Bourbon fleur-de-lis, now decorated the imperial robes of Napoleon Bonaparte. As 1804 drew to a close, the transformation was complete. The revolutionary general had become Emperor of the French, ruler of a domain that stretched from the North Sea to the Mediterranean. The coronation at Notre Dame had been a dazzling spectacle, carefully designed to blend revolutionary legitimacy with ancient grandeur. Jacques-Louis David, the official court painter, captured the moment in a massive canvas. Napoleon, crowned and ermine-cloaked, lifting the imperial crown toward his kneeling wife Josephine. For many observers, the emperor's coronation represented the final burial of the French Revolution, yet Napoleon himself insisted otherwise. "I am the revolution," he declared, presenting his rule not as a rejection of revolutionary principles, but as their fulfillment. The empire would preserve the fundamental gains of the revolution: legal equality, careers open to talent, religious tolerance, while providing the strong central authority needed to secure these achievements against both internal division and external threats. The day after his coronation, Napoleon reviewed 30,000 troops on the Champ de Mars. This juxtaposition was no accident. The new emperor understood that his legitimacy rested ultimately on military success. The fragile peace established by the Treaty of Amiens had already collapsed in May 1803, with Britain once again at war with France. By 1805, Russia and Austria had joined Britain in the Third Coalition against the French Empire, ensuring that Napoleon's reign would be baptized in fire. Napoleon responded to this challenge with one of the most brilliant military campaigns in history. With Britain commanding the seas after Admiral Nelson's victory at Trafalgar in October 1805, Napoleon focused on defeating his continental enemies. He rapidly moved the Grande Armée from the English Channel, where it had been preparing for a possible invasion of Britain, to Central Europe. Through a series of lightning maneuvers, he surrounded an Austrian army at Ulm, forcing its surrender without a major battle on October 20th. The path to Vienna now lay open. Napoleon occupied the Habsburg capital in November, the first enemy to do so since the Turkish siege of 1683, but the main Russian and Austrian forces remained intact, gathering to the north. On December 2nd, 1805, the first anniversary of his coronation, Napoleon faced them at Austerlitz in modern-day Czech Republic. The Battle of Austerlitz represented Napoleon at the height of his military genius. Deliberately appearing weak, he lured the Allied armies into attacking his right flank while concealing his main strength in the morning mist. When the sun broke through, the famous Sun of Austerlitz that Napoleon would recall nostalgically in later years, French forces smashed through the weakened Allied centre before wheeling to entrap those attacking the flank. By day's end, the Third Coalition was shattered. Austria sued for peace, and Tsar Alexander I withdrew his defeated armies to Russia. "I have fought 60 battles," Napoleon would later say, "but none like Austerlitz." The victory cemented his reputation as a military mastermind and strengthened his grip on power at home. The victorious emperor returned to Paris to jubilant celebrations. France had not simply defended its territory, it had established itself as the dominant power in continental Europe. Napoleon quickly capitalized on this dominant position. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed with Austria on December 26, 1805, forced the Habsburgs to cede territories to Napoleon's German allies and recognize French control over Italy. More dramatically, in 1806, Napoleon dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, that thousand-year institution which had provided the framework of Central European politics since Charlemagne. In its place, he created the Confederation of the Rhine, a collection of German states under French protection. These moves alarmed Prussia, which had remained neutral during the War of the Third Coalition. In October 1806, the Prussians finally entered the conflict, only to suffer catastrophic defeats at Jena and Auerstedt. Napoleon occupied Berlin and pushed eastward into Polish territories, where he fought the Russians to a draw at Eylau in February 1807, before decisively defeating them at Friedland in June. The subsequent Treaty of Tilsit, negotiated personally between Napoleon and Tsar Alexander I on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, represented the pinnacle of Napoleonic diplomacy. Russia recognized French dominance in Western and Central Europe, joined the continental system against British trade, and became a French ally. With Russia neutralized, Austria humbled, and Prussia reduced to a second-rate power, Napoleon stood as the unquestioned master of Europe. The empire that Napoleon built during these years of triumph reshaped the European map. The French Empire directly annexed territories along the North Sea coast, including Belgium, the Netherlands, and parts of northern Germany. In Italy, Napoleon ruled as King of Italy, with his stepson Eugène de Beauharnais serving as viceroy. The Kingdom of Naples was given to his brother Joseph Bonaparte. Other family members were similarly elevated. His brother Louis became King of Holland, while his brother Jérôme was made king of the newly created Kingdom of Westphalia in Germany. His sister Elisa ruled the Principality of Lucca and Piombino, later becoming Grand Duchess of Tuscany. Caroline, another sister, became Queen of Naples when Joseph was promoted to the Spanish throne in 1808. Marshal Joachim Murat, who had married Caroline, succeeded Joseph in Naples. This family system, forming what Napoleon called a federal Europe, was designed to secure French interests while spreading revolutionary reforms. The Napoleonic Code was implemented across these satellite kingdoms, abolishing feudal privileges, establishing legal equality, and introducing modern administration. Jews were emancipated from legal restrictions, education was reformed, and infrastructure improved. These changes earned Napoleon the support of middle classes, intellectuals, and religious minorities across Europe. At home, Napoleon's regime combined authoritarian control with administrative efficiency. The complex structure of government allowed limited debate on practical matters while ensuring that final decisions rested with the emperor. The Council of State developed detailed legislation. The Senate provided constitutional legitimacy. The legislative body and tribunate offered restricted venues for discussion. Below these institutions, a hierarchy of prefects, sub-prefects, and mayors extended imperial authority to every corner of France. This administrative machine operated with remarkable efficiency, collecting taxes, conscripting soldiers, building roads, and implementing the emperor's will. Napoleon personally reviewed endless reports and memoranda, dictating responses to his tireless secretaries. "Power is my mistress," he once said, explaining his capacity for relentless work. "I have worked too hard at her conquest to allow anyone to take her away from me." Court life at the Tuileries Palace and later at Fontainebleau followed an increasingly elaborate etiquette. The modest living arrangements of the early consulate gave way to imperial splendor, with ceremonies choreographed to enhance Napoleon's dignity. Former revolutionaries now appeared in embroidered court dress, while military officers added peacetime glamour to their wartime prestige. A new imperial nobility was created, rewarding talent and service rather than birth, with titles like Duke, Count, and Baron bestowed on generals, officials, and scientists. Yet beneath the glittering surface, problems were emerging. The most personal of these concerned the imperial succession. Napoleon and Josephine remained childless, threatening the future of the dynasty. Though he had named his brothers and their children as potential heirs, Napoleon increasingly considered divorce and remarriage to produce a direct heir. Josephine, who had shared his rise from obscurity to empire, lived in constant fear of repudiation. More broadly, the empire faced the fundamental contradiction of trying to maintain a revolutionary heritage while establishing a new dynastic order. Many of Napoleon's original supporters, especially Republican generals like John Victor Moreau, became alienated from what they saw as a betrayal of revolutionary principles. Others, like his former comrade John Bernadotte, nursed personal rivalries with the emperor that would eventually have strategic consequences. Economic challenges also mounted. Britain's naval supremacy made the continental system. Napoleon's attempt to strangle British trade by closing European ports to its goods difficult to enforce. Smuggling flourished, corruption spread, and the economy of France and its satellites suffered from the disruption of normal trade patterns. Colonial possessions were largely lost, with the Louisiana Territory sold to the United States in 1803 and remaining Caribbean islands falling under British control. Most significantly, the Napoleonic system generated its own opposition. The spread of French influence sparked nationalist reactions, particularly in Spain, Germany, and eventually Russia. The imposition of revolutionary values on traditional societies, the burden of taxation and conscription, and the arrogance of French officials all contributed to growing resistance. What had begun as liberation increasingly felt like occupation. These contradictions first became evident in Spain. In 1808, Napoleon deposed the Spanish Bourbon monarchy, installing his brother Joseph on the throne. What should have been a simple dynastic change triggered a massive popular uprising. The Spanish resistance, supported by British troops under Arthur Wellesley, later Duke of Wellington, became a bleeding wound in the imperial body. Napoleon himself led an army into Spain in late 1808, winning conventional battles but failing to suppress the guerrilla warfare that sapped French strength. The Spanish ulcer, as this conflict became known, revealed the limits of Napoleonic power. Even as French armies controlled much of the Iberian Peninsula, they could never secure the countryside. For every town occupied, a dozen rose in revolt. The Catholic Church, nobility, and peasantry united against the foreign invaders, demonstrating that bayonets could conquer territory, but not necessarily hearts and minds. While the Spanish conflict continued, Napoleon faced a renewed challenge from Austria. In April 1809, the Habsburgs launched another war, hoping that French entanglement in Spain provided an opportunity. Napoleon hurried from Spain to take command, but found his armies scattered and Austrian forces advancing. After an initial setback at Aspern-Essling, his first major battlefield defeat, Napoleon regrouped and won a hard-fought victory at Wagram in July. The peace that followed brought another territorial reorganization of Central Europe and, more personally significant, a new imperial marriage. In December 1809, Napoleon finally informed Josephine of his decision to divorce her for reasons of state. The emotional scene that followed with both Napoleon and Josephine in tears reflected genuine attachment, but political necessity prevailed. In March 1810, Napoleon married Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria, daughter of Emperor Francis I, cementing his alliance with the ancient Habsburg dynasty. This marriage symbolized Napoleon's evolution from revolutionary general to established monarch. The former Corsican outsider had joined Europe's oldest royal family, gaining the legitimacy that military victory alone could not provide. When Marie-Louise gave birth to a son on March 20th, 1811, immediately titled King of Rome, the Napoleonic dynasty seemed secure. Cannons announced the birth across the empire, and Napoleon reached what appeared to be the summit of his ambitions. Yet even at this moment of personal and political triumph, the contradictions of the Napoleonic system were reaching a breaking point. The continental system was straining relations with Russia, where Tsar Alexander chafed at its economic costs and the presence of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw on his border. In Spain, the guerrilla war continued to drain French resources, and in France itself, economic difficulties and constant warfare were eroding public support. Napoleon, however, remained confident in his star. From the splendor of the Tuileries, surrounded by courtiers and with Europe seemingly at his feet, he began planning his most ambitious campaign yet, the invasion of Russia. As 1811 drew to a close, the emperor, who had crowned himself amid unprecedented glory, now contemplated an enterprise that would test the limits of his military genius and the foundations of his vast empire. The man who had once said, "Imagination rules the world," was about to discover whether his imagination had exceeded the boundaries of the possible. The Grand Armée was gathering for what would prove to be its greatest test, while across Europe forces of resistance were stirring. The apotheosis of Napoleon's power contained within it the seeds of its destruction, as the next phase of this extraordinary story would reveal. A bitter wind swept across the vast Russian plain as Napoleon stood at the Kremlin walls, gazing out at the apocalyptic scene before him. Moscow, the ancient capital of Russia, was burning. Flames leaped from building to building, consuming wooden structures and stone monuments alike. The fire that had begun on September 14th, 1812, raged for days, eventually destroying 3/4 of the city. This was not the triumph Napoleon had envisioned when he led the largest army Europe had ever seen across the Russian frontier just 3 months earlier. The road to this catastrophe had begun years before, in the sunlit days of imperial glory. Even as Napoleon reached the zenith of his power after Tilsit, cracks were appearing in the grand edifice he had constructed. The most significant of these formed in Spain, a country that Napoleon had once described as an easy conquest, but which became instead an endless nightmare. Spain in 1807 was nominally France's ally, but internally divided. The weak King Charles IV, his scheming queen, and the ambitious royal favourite Manuel Godoy were opposed by supporters of Crown Prince Ferdinand. When Ferdinand attempted to seize power in March 1808, Napoleon saw an opportunity to replace the Bourbon dynasty with his own. He summoned both Charles and Ferdinand to the French border town of Bayonne, where through threats and manipulation, he forced both to abdicate in favour of his brother Joseph. The Spanish nobility and officials might have accepted this change, but the Spanish people did not. On May 2nd, 1808, the citizens of Madrid rose in revolt against French troops. The uprising was brutally suppressed, as captured in Francisco Goya's harrowing painting, the 3rd of May 1808, showing French firing squads executing Spanish civilians. But rather than intimidating the population, the violence triggered a nationwide insurrection. Napoleon, accustomed to fighting conventional armies, now faced a new kind of warfare. Spanish guerrillas, the word itself entered the military lexicon from this conflict, attacked French convoys, ambushed patrols, and assassinated isolated soldiers. When French forces concentrated to confront regular Spanish armies, the guerrillas controlled the countryside. When French units dispersed to counter the guerrillas, they became vulnerable to attack by regular forces, increasingly supported by a British army under Arthur Wellesley. In Spain, small armies are defeated, large ones starve, observed one French officer. The country became a quagmire, consuming French resources and manpower. Over 300,000 French soldiers were eventually tied down in the peninsula, troops that would be sorely missed in later campaigns. Napoleon himself led an expedition into Spain in 1808-09, winning conventional battles, but failing to resolve the fundamental problem of popular resistance. The Spanish ulcer, as Napoleon called it, demonstrated the limits of his military system. Treaties could be imposed on defeated governments, but not on mobilized populations. The same nationalist sentiments that the French Revolution had unleashed in France were now turning against French imperialism. Similar, if less violent, resistance was emerging in Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands. While Spain bled the empire, relations with Russia deteriorated. Tsar Alexander I had agreed to join the continental system against British trade at Tilsit, but the economic costs proved severe for Russia. Agricultural exports declined, imports became expensive, and the ruble depreciated. By 1810, Russia was effectively withdrawing from the system, allowing neutral ships to bring British goods into Russian ports. Napoleon viewed this as not just an economic issue but a direct challenge to his authority. Russia is ruled by a treacherous and shifting policy that changes according to the weather, he complained to his advisors. Other tensions compounded the problem. The French-created Grand Duchy of Warsaw, formed from Prussian-Polish territories, appeared to threaten Russian interests in Poland. Napoleon's marriage to an Austrian archduchess shifted the diplomatic balance, and personal relations between Napoleon and Alexander, once cordial, had cooled significantly. By late 1811, both sides were preparing for war. Napoleon assembled what he called the Grande Armée, a multinational force of unprecedented size. At its peak it numbered over 600,000 men, including French, Italians, Poles, Germans, Dutch, Swiss, and reluctant contingents from Prussia and Austria. This was the largest European military force ever assembled under a single command, equipped with 1,300 pieces of artillery, and supported by 250,000 horses. The logistics for such a massive force presented enormous challenges. Napoleon's genius for organization was evident in the preparation of supply depots, medical facilities, and pontoon bridges. But the fundamental problem remained how to feed and maintain such a large army in the underdeveloped expanses of Russia, where roads were few and resources scarce. On June 24, 1812, the Grande Armée began crossing the Niemen River into Russian territory. Napoleon's plan was characteristically aggressive: advance rapidly, force the Russians to battle, defeat them decisively, and dictate peace terms. I will be in Vilna in a couple of weeks, in Vitebsk in a month, and in Moscow by autumn, he declared confidently. But the Russians, commanded by Barclay de Tolly and later by Mikhail Kutuzov, had no intention of obliging Napoleon with the type of decisive battle he sought. They retreated before the French advance, drawing the Grande Armée deeper into Russian territory. This strategy of trading space for time had two devastating effects on the French. First, it extended their supply lines to breaking point. Second, it exposed them to the brutal Russian climate and terrain. The summer of 1812 was unusually hot. French soldiers marched through clouds of dust on primitive roads, suffering from heat, thirst, and exhaustion. Horses died by the thousands, limiting the mobility of cavalry and artillery. The Russian scorched earth policy left little forage or food for the advancing army. Diseases, particularly dysentery, began to thin the French ranks. By the time they reached Smolensk in mid-August, the Grande Armée had already lost nearly a third of its original strength without fighting a major battle. Smolensk finally offered the prospect of combat, but after fierce fighting, the Russians again withdrew. Napoleon faced a critical decision: press on toward Moscow or halt for the winter. Prudence suggested consolidation, but Napoleon's instinct for the decisive stroke prevailed. Peace is ahead of us, he told his doubtful marshal. We need only one more success, and the Emperor Alexander will come to terms. On September 7th, the Russians finally stood and fought at Borodino, about 75 miles west of Moscow. The battle was the bloodiest of the Napoleonic Wars, with combined casualties approaching 80,000 men in a single day. Napoleon gained the field, but at a terrible cost. The Russian army, though battered, remained intact, and again retreated in good order. 1 week later, the French entered Moscow, expecting to find supplies, quarters, and perhaps peace negotiators. Instead, they found a largely abandoned city that soon erupted in flames. The fire, almost certainly set by Russian patriots, destroyed the potential winter quarters for the French army, and with it, Napoleon's hopes for a negotiated settlement. For 5 weeks, Napoleon remained in the charred ruins of Moscow, waiting for Alexander to sue for peace. No communication came. The Tsar, now in St. Petersburg, had vowed not to negotiate while a single enemy soldier remained on Russian soil. Meanwhile, the Russian army was regrouping. Cossack raiders were attacking French outposts and supply lines, and the first frosts warned of the approaching winter. On October 19th, Napoleon finally ordered a retreat from Moscow. It was already too late for an orderly withdrawal. The Grande Armée began retracing its steps through country it had already stripped of resources. The Russians harassed the retreating columns, attacking isolated units and cutting off stragglers. Then, in early November, winter arrived with full fury. Temperatures plunged below freezing. Snow blanketed the landscape, obliterating roads. French soldiers, many without proper winter clothing, began to die of exposure. Horses, starving and weakened, could no longer pull artillery or supply wagons, which had to be abandoned. Discipline broke down as hunger drove men to desperation. It was no longer an army, wrote one survivor, just a horde of ghosts wandering through the snow. The crossing of the Berezina River in late November became the most horrific episode of the retreat. With Russian armies closing from 3 directions, Napoleon's engineers frantically built bridges while what remained of the fighting force held off attacks. Thousands of stragglers and civilians following the army crowded the approaches. When the bridges were deliberately destroyed to prevent Russian pursuit, many were left behind to face capture or death in the freezing river. Napoleon himself had left the army on December 5th, traveling ahead by sleigh and carriage back to Paris. His presence was needed to stabilize the regime and raise new armies after news of the disaster spread. Of the massive force that had entered Russia, fewer than 30,000 bedraggled survivors recrossed the Niemen into Allied territory. The Grande Armée had been virtually destroyed. The Russian catastrophe dramatically changed the European balance of power. Prussia, nominally France's ally, but seething with anti-French sentiment, switched sides in February 1813. Austria, still led by Napoleon's father-in-law but increasingly assertive, offered mediation but prepared for war. Sweden, now led by Napoleon's former Marshal Bernadotte, who had been elected crown prince, joined the coalition against France. Britain increased its subsidies to continental allies while Wellington's army advanced from Spain into southern France. Napoleon, displaying his characteristic resilience, raised a new army of 350,000 men through accelerated conscription. Many were young and inexperienced, the Mary Louises, as these teenage soldiers were called, but they allowed Napoleon to return to the field by spring 1813. The campaign in Germany that followed showed flashes of his old genius, with victories at Lutzen and Bautzen in May forcing a temporary armistice. But the Allies were learning from experience. They adopted a strategy of avoiding battle when Napoleon commanded in person while attacking his subordinates when he was absent. With greatly superior numbers and resources, they could absorb defeats while steadily closing in on France. After Austria formally joined the coalition in August, the noose tightened further. The decisive engagement came at Leipzig in October 1813, the Battle of the Nations involving over 500,000 troops. After 3 days of fighting, Napoleon's forces were overwhelmed by the combined armies of Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Sweden. The retreat from Germany became a near rout, with French forces abandoning positions that had taken years to secure. By January 1814, Allied armies were crossing the Rhine into France itself. Napoleon, commanding a dwindling force of loyal veterans, conducted a brilliant defensive campaign, rushing from point to confront separate Allied columns. The Champagne campaign, as it became known, showcased tactical brilliance but could not overcome the overwhelming strategic reality. Paris, largely undefended, fell to Allied forces on March 31, 1814. Political support for Napoleon collapsed with the capital. The Senate, long subservient to imperial will, suddenly discovered republican principles and voted to depose the emperor. Key officials, including the crafty foreign minister Talleyrand, negotiated with the Allies for a restoration of the Bourbon monarchy. Marshals who had followed Napoleon to Moscow now advised him to abdicate for the good of France. On April 6, 1814, at the Palace of Fontainebleau, Napoleon formally renounced the throne for himself and his son. In an emotional farewell to the old guard, he declared, "I cannot embrace you all, but I embrace your general. Bring me the eagle, that I may embrace it too. Dear eagle, may this kiss echo through the ages." Those present, hardened veterans of countless campaigns, wept openly. The Allies treated the fallen emperor with surprising generosity. He retained his imperial title and was granted sovereignty over the island of Elba, off the Italian coast. With an annual income of 2 million francs which would never actually be paid, a small navy, and a guard of 400 volunteers, Napoleon departed for his miniature kingdom. As his coach travelled through southern France, he occasionally faced hostile crowds, a stark contrast to the adulation he had once enjoyed. On May 4, 1814, Napoleon landed on Elba, apparently resigned to his diminished state. "I want to live from now on like a justice of the peace," he told a visitor. But those who knew him best recognized that his boundless energy and ambition could hardly be contained on an island measuring only 86 square miles. As news reached him of dissatisfaction in France under the restored Bourbon monarchy, Napoleon's thoughts turned increasingly to the possibility of return. The story of Napoleon Bonaparte, it seemed, was not yet complete. The chapter of imperial glory had closed with the retreat from Moscow and the fall of Paris, but another dramatic act still awaited, one that would both recapture the imagination of France and lead to final, irrevocable defeat. The eagle might be caged on Elba, but its wings were only temporarily clipped, preparing for one last, desperate flight. The island of Elba floated like a speck in the blue Mediterranean, just visible from the shores of Italy. Here, in a small villa overlooking the sea, lived the man who had once ruled half of Europe. Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of Elba, went through the motions of creating a miniature court, complete with miniature army, miniature navy, and miniature bureaucracy. He ordered roads built, mines reopened, and marshes drained. He received visitors with imperial courtesy, discussing literature, science, and history as if he were still the intellectual center of Europe, rather than its most famous exile. But beneath this calm exterior, Napoleon seethed with frustration and plotted his return. His situation on Elba was increasingly precarious. The French government had stopped paying the annual income promised in the Treaty of Fontainebleau. There were rumors of plans to move him to a more distant and secure location, perhaps the Azores or even St. Helena in the remote South Atlantic. Most importantly, reports from France suggested growing discontent with the restored Bourbon monarchy. Louis XV, brother of the guillotined Louis XVI, had returned to rule a France very different from the one his family had left in 1789. The Bourbon Restoration attempted to turn back the clock, replacing the tricolour with the white flag of the monarchy and reinstating noble privileges. Veterans of Napoleon's campaigns found themselves dismissed from the army, replaced by royalist émigrés who had fought against France. The new regime seemed determined to erase not just the empire, but the entire revolutionary period from national memory. These policies created widespread resentment, especially among the military. Officers who had risen from the ranks under Napoleon now faced unemployment or demotion. Soldiers who had marched victorious through the capitals of Europe were insulted by royalists who had fled rather than fight for France. The blue, white, and red cockade of the Revolution and Empire became a symbol of defiance against the white cockade of the Bourbons. Napoleon, closely following these developments through visitors and secret correspondence, saw his opportunity. On February 26, 1815, he slipped away from Elba with a small flotilla carrying just over 1,000 loyal soldiers. The nearby British warship that was supposed to be monitoring his movements was conveniently absent, perhaps due to negligence, perhaps to conspiracy. Napoleon's small force landed near Antibes on the French coast on March 1st, ready to reclaim an empire. The initial reception was cool. The garrison at Antibes refused to join him. But as Napoleon's little army began its march toward Paris, following the route through the Alps rather than the more populated coastal road, the tide began to turn. At Grenoble, a regiment sent to intercept him instead rallied to his side after Napoleon walked forward alone and challenged them. "Soldiers of the 5th, you recognize me. If any man would shoot his emperor, he may do so now." Not a shot was fired. The soldiers broke ranks, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" and embraced their returned leader. It was a scene that would be repeated throughout the march north. Near Laffrey, the famous encounter with the 5th Regiment became immortalized as the beginning of the flight of the eagle. Napoleon's metaphorical journey from Elba to Paris, flying from steeple to steeple. Marshal Ney, once one of Napoleon's most loyal commanders, had pledged to Louis XV that he would bring the escaped exile back to Paris in an iron cage. But when faced with his former leader, Ney's resolve crumbled. He and his troops joined Napoleon's growing army. The pattern repeated itself with each royalist force sent to stop the advance. On March 20th, exactly 3 months after leaving Paris in defeat, Napoleon re-entered the capital in triumph. Louis XV had fled the previous night, escaping to Belgium with a small entourage of loyal supporters. Napoleon found the Tuileries Palace exactly as the king had left it, dinner still on the table. "Well, gentlemen," he remarked to his companions, "it seems my good brother has left everything ready for me." The ease of Napoleon's return stunned Europe. The rulers gathered at the Congress of Vienna, who had been busy redrawing the map of Europe after Napoleon's first abdication, found themselves facing the nightmare they feared most: Bonaparte back on the throne of France. Their response was swift and unified. On March 25th, Austria, Russia, Prussia, and Great Britain signed a new alliance, pledging not to lay down arms until Napoleon was definitively removed from power. For Napoleon, the diplomatic isolation was complete. Not a single European power recognized his restored government. War was inevitable. The only questions were when and where the decisive battle would come. Napoleon's best hope lay in striking quickly before his enemies could fully mobilize their superior numbers. If he could defeat the nearest Allied armies, the British and Prussians assembling in Belgium, he might force a new negotiation from a position of strength. Domestically, Napoleon faced the challenge of rallying a weary nation for yet another war. His return had been welcomed by the army, and in many rural areas, but urban liberals remained skeptical. To broaden his base of support, Napoleon issued the additional act to the constitutions of the empire, a hastily drafted liberal constitution that preserved the empire while incorporating parliamentary elements. Benjamin Constant, a prominent liberal critic of Napoleon's earlier authoritarianism, was surprisingly enlisted to draft this document. "I want peace," Napoleon told him, "but a constitutional peace. I no longer want to be the war despot feared by all of Europe." Constant was sufficiently convinced to support the new regime, but many other liberals remained doubtful of Napoleon's conversion to constitutional principles. The additional act was submitted to a plebiscite, receiving official approval but with significantly less enthusiasm than Napoleon's previous appeals to the electorate. An elaborate ceremony on the Champ de Mars, attempted to rally public support by combining imperial pageantry with revolutionary symbolism. But the looming threat of invasion cast a shadow over these domestic arrangements. By June, Allied armies were massing on France's borders. The most immediate threat came from the 112,000 British, Dutch, and German troops under the Duke of Wellington and the 128,000 Prussians under Field Marshal Blucher, positioned in Belgium. Against them, Napoleon had assembled the Armée du Nord of 128,000 men, many veterans of earlier campaigns who had rallied enthusiastically to their emperor's standard. Napoleon's plan was characteristically bold: drive a wedge between the British and Prussian armies, defeat each separately, and then turn to face the slower-moving Austrian and Russian forces that were still mobilizing. On June 15, 1815, French forces crossed the Belgian frontier, beginning what would be the last campaign of the Napoleonic Wars. Initial French movements achieved tactical surprise. Napoleon's army struck the Prussian outposts, pushing toward the strategic crossroads of Quatre Bras. But the campaign quickly revealed problems in the French command structure. Marshal Ney, entrusted with the left wing, moved with uncharacteristic hesitation. Marshal Grouchy, commanding the right wing, failed to press the Prussians aggressively. Napoleon himself seemed to lack the physical energy and mental sharpness that had characterized his earlier campaigns. On June 16th, the French achieved a victory over the Prussians at Ligny, forcing Blucher's army to retreat, but the success was incomplete. The Prussians withdrew in good order rather than disintegrating as Napoleon had hoped. Simultaneously, at Quatre Bras, Ney fought an inconclusive battle against Wellington's forces. The golden opportunity to divide and destroy the Allied armies was slipping away. The next day brought heavy rain, turning the Belgian countryside into mud and delaying French movements. Napoleon dispatched Marshal Grouchy with 33,000 men to pursue the Prussians and prevent them from rejoining Wellington. This decision would prove fateful. Grouchy followed the Prussian rearguard toward Wavre, while the main Prussian army, recovering with remarkable speed after their defeat, marched west to support Wellington. On the morning of June 18th, Napoleon found Wellington's army deployed along a ridge near the village of Waterloo. Confident that Grouchy would keep the Prussians occupied, Napoleon prepared to crush the British-led force before him. But he delayed his attack until nearly midday, waiting for the sodden ground to dry sufficiently for artillery operations. This critical delay gave the Prussians additional hours to march to Wellington's aid. The Battle of Waterloo unfolded in dramatic phases. The initial French attacks against Wellington's right flank were repulsed. A massive assault by French infantry against the Allied centre made progress but ultimately failed to break through. The most famous moment came when Marshal Ney, mistaking a British redeployment for a retreat, launched a premature cavalry charge. Wave after wave of French horsemen crashed against the British infantry squares, creating an awesome spectacle but achieving little tactical effect. As the afternoon wore on, French pressure began to tell on Wellington's thinning lines. The farm of La Haye-Sainte, a key defensive position, fell to French attackers. Wellington reportedly muttered, "Night or the Prussians must come." Both were approaching. Around 4:30 p.m., the 1st Prussian Corps under General von Bülow appeared on the French right flank, forcing Napoleon to divert precious reserves to counter this new threat. The climactic moment arrived around 7:30 p.m., when Napoleon committed his last reserve, the Imperial Guard, in a final attempt to break Wellington's centre. These elite troops, veterans of countless victories, advanced in columns against the Allied line. For the first time in their storied history, the Guard faltered. Met by withering fire from British troops who had been lying concealed in the tall grass, the columns disintegrated. Across the battlefield, the cry went up, "La Garde recule." The Guard is retreating. The psychological impact was devastating. French units that had been fighting tenaciously began to waver and then break. As more Prussian troops arrived on the field, the French retreat turned into a rout. Only small units of the Guard maintained formation, forming defensive squares to cover the withdrawal. Napoleon, watching the destruction of his last army from a ridge behind the lines, reportedly turned pale. "All is lost for the present," he said to his staff. As darkness fell, he was persuaded to leave the field before being captured. The emperor, who had commanded victory at Austerlitz and Jena, now fled south toward Paris, his military reputation shattered, his political future destroyed. The scale of the defeat became clear in the following days. Nearly 25,000 French soldiers had been killed or wounded, with thousands more captured or scattered. More importantly, the Armée du Nord had ceased to exist as a fighting force. There would be no second chance, no miraculous recovery, as after the Russian disaster. Allied armies poured across the French frontier, virtually unopposed. Napoleon reached Paris on June 21st, still harboring hopes of raising another army and continuing resistance. But political support evaporated as news of Waterloo spread. The Chamber of Representatives, established under the Additional Act, demanded his abdication. Even loyal supporters like Marshal Davout, the Minister of War, advised that further military resistance was futile. On June 22, 1815, Napoleon signed his second abdication, this time in favour of his son, the 4-year-old Napoleon II. It was a futile gesture. Neither the provisional government that took power in Paris, nor the advancing Allies, had any intention of accepting a Napoleonic succession. The former emperor withdrew to the palace of Malmaison, once the home of his first wife Josephine, who had died the previous year. As Allied forces approached Paris, Napoleon offered his services as a simple general to help defend the capital. The offer was rejected. With no remaining options, he travelled west toward the Atlantic port of Rochefort, hoping to escape to the United States. But British ships blockaded the harbour. After several days considering increasingly desperate plans, Napoleon made a calculated gamble. On July 15th, he surrendered to Captain Frederick Maitland of HMS Bellerophon, writing to the Prince Regent of Britain, "I come like Themistocles to throw myself upon the hospitality of the British people." If Napoleon expected generous treatment as an honourable defeated enemy, he was quickly disappointed. The British government, representing the most consistent opponent of Napoleonic France, had no intention of allowing him any possibility of return. After keeping him aboard ship off the English coast, they announced his final destination, the island of Saint-Thou, Helena, one of the most remote locations in the British Empire, 1,200 miles from the nearest mainland in the South Atlantic. Napoleon protested this decision as both legally improper and unnecessarily harsh. As a surrendered head of state rather than a prisoner of war, he argued he deserved more dignified treatment. But the Allies were unanimous. Bonaparte would never again be allowed to threaten European peace. On August 7th, he was transferred to HMS Northumberland for the long voyage to Saint-Thou, Helena, leaving European waters and European politics forever. The Second Treaty of Paris, signed in November 1815, formalized the settlement imposed on defeated France. The boundaries established in 1814 were reduced, with additional territories lost. A war indemnity of 700 million francs was imposed, worst of all for French pride, An Allied army of occupation would remain in the country's northern departments for up to 5 years. The Napoleonic era had definitively ended. The man who had crowned himself emperor now found himself confined to a windswept volcanic island, watched day and night by British sentries. His meteoric rise from obscure Corsican officer to master of Europe had been matched by an equally dramatic fall. Yet even in defeat and exile, Napoleon remained a potent symbol to his supporters, a hero tragically brought low to his enemies, a warning about the dangers of unchecked ambition and military adventurism. As the restored Bourbon monarchy attempted once again to turn back the clock, erasing the Napoleonic legacy from official France, the memory of the eagle's flight persisted in the hearts of many. Veterans treasured their medals and whispered stories of the emperor's victories. Images of Napoleon appeared in humble homes across France. His legal code, administrative systems, and educational reforms proved impossible to fully dismantle. In the wider world, too, the Napoleonic legend began to take shape even as the man himself faded into exile. Poems, paintings, and histories, some adoring, some scathing, attempted to make sense of his extraordinary impact on the age. The Congress of Vienna might redraw maps and restore thrones, but it could not erase the fundamental changes that the revolutionary and Napoleonic period had wrought on European consciousness. For Napoleon himself, the final chapter was yet to be written. On the tiny island of St. Helena, he would wage his last campaign not for territory or power, but for how history would remember him. Through conversations with companions and the dictation of memoirs, he would craft a narrative of his life and achievements designed to shape his legacy for generations to come. And in this, his final battle for posterity, the fallen emperor would achieve perhaps his most enduring victory. The South Atlantic Ocean stretches out endlessly in all directions, its blue waters touching distant horizons under a vast sky. In this maritime emptiness sits the island of St. Helena, a volcanic rock rising steeply from the sea, crowned with barren peaks and scattered patches of greenery. It was here, on this remote outpost of the British Empire, that Napoleon Bonaparte would spend the final years of his extraordinary life. The man who had once ruled from Madrid to Moscow now found his world reduced to a few square miles of rugged terrain, constantly swept by wind and rain. When HMS Northumberland dropped anchor at Jamestown, St. Helena's tiny port, on October 15, 1815, Napoleon got his first glimpse of his final prison. "It is not a pleasant place," he remarked dryly. After a brief stay in a local residence, he was transferred to Longwood House, a former farm building on a windswept plateau in the island's interior. The house, hastily converted for its imperial occupant, suffered from damp and decay. Rats scurried in the walls and ceilings. The persistent southeast trade winds brought mist and rain. It was, in almost every respect, an environment designed to break the spirit of a fallen enemy. Napoleon's daily existence on St. Helena was regulated by strict protocols established by the island's governor, Sir Hudson Lowe. A career soldier with a rigid personality, Lowe viewed his assignment as primarily security-focused. Napoleon was officially designated General Bonaparte, deliberately denying his imperial title. He was required to be visually verified by a British officer twice daily. His correspondence was censored, visitors strictly limited, and movements confined to a portion of the island, unless accompanied by a British officer, a condition Napoleon found so humiliating that he rarely left Longwood's immediate grounds. The relationship between Napoleon and Lowe quickly deteriorated into mutual antipathy. Napoleon refused to meet the governor after their initial contentious encounters, communicating only through intermediaries. He complained bitterly about Lowe's petty restrictions and what he viewed as deliberate indignities. "He has the soul of a jailer," Napoleon declared. For his part, Lowe saw Napoleon as manipulative and difficult, constantly testing boundaries and attempting to undermine his authority. Despite these restrictions, Napoleon established a semblance of court life at Longwood. He was accompanied by a small entourage of loyal followers who had chosen exile with their emperor, Grand Marshal Henri Bertrand and his wife Fanny, General Charles Tristan Montholon and his wife Albine, General Gaspard Gourgaud, and his former secretary Emmanuel de las Cases, with his son. A few servants, including his faithful valet Louis-Joseph Marchand, attended to his personal needs. Daily life followed a routine that maintained imperial formalities despite reduced circumstances. Napoleon typically rose late, took breakfast alone, then spent mornings dictating memoirs or letters. Afternoons might include reading, chess games, or short walks in the Longwood Gardens when weather permitted. Evenings centered around dinner, followed by conversation, occasional readings aloud, or games of cards. Visitors to the island who obtained permission to meet the former emperor often found him charming and engaging, displaying flashes of the charisma that had once commanded the loyalty of millions. The most significant purpose Napoleon found in his exile was shaping how history would remember him. Through extensive dictation sessions with his companions, particularly Las Cases, Montholon and Gourgaud, he crafted a narrative of his life and achievements. These dictations would eventually be published as the Memorial de Sainte-Hélène and similar works, becoming foundational texts of the Napoleonic legend. In these dictated memoirs, Napoleon presented himself as the heir and protector of the French Revolution, who had been forced into wars by the aggression of other European powers. He portrayed his domestic achievements, legal reforms, infrastructure improvements, educational initiatives, as more significant than his military conquests. He depicted himself as a champion of liberal principles who had spread the benefits of the revolution throughout Europe. Most importantly, he presented his career as a coherent, visionary project, rather than the often opportunistic and contradictory path it had actually followed. "I closed the Gulf of Anarchy and cleared the chaos," he dictated. "I purified the revolution, dignified nations, and established kings. I have awakened peoples. I have given the French all the benefits of a strong government without the inconveniences. I have fought for unity and have sown the seeds of European federation." While constructing this self-justifying narrative, Napoleon also kept a keen eye on developments in Europe through the limited news that reached St. Helena. The restored Bourbon monarchy was struggling to establish legitimacy in France. Liberal and nationalist movements were stirring across Europe, often inspired by the very principles Napoleon claimed to champion. The world was changing in ways that made his memory more powerful than the British captors might have anticipated. Napoleon's health began deteriorating in 1817, with symptoms that included lethargy, swollen legs, digestive problems, and irregular heart palpitations. By 1820, his condition had worsened significantly. He spent more time in bed, suffered from severe stomach pains, and lost weight dramatically. The British doctors assigned to Longwood diagnosed various conditions, including liver disease and hypochondria, what might now be called depression, but their treatments proved ineffective. As his health declined, Napoleon made preparations for death. He drafted his will, dividing his remaining possessions among family members and loyal followers. Most poignantly, he requested that his body be returned to France for burial on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I loved so well. It was a request that would not be honored for nearly 2 decades. Despite his weakening condition, Napoleon maintained his dignity and occasionally his sense of humor. When his friend General Bertrand suggested calling an English doctor, Napoleon replied, "No, no, no, they will kill me with their remedies. Let me die in peace. I am going to join my brave fellows in the Elysian fields. They will be glad to see me again." On May 5, 1821, during a violent storm that rattled the windows of Longwood House, Napoleon Bonaparte died at the age of 51. His last coherent words, "France, army, head of the army, Josephine," connected his final thoughts to the nation, institution, and person that had defined his extraordinary life. The British doctor Francesco Antomarchi conducted an autopsy, finding what he described as a stomach ulcer that had likely developed into cancer, though debates about the exact cause of death continue to this day. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a location known as the Valley of the Geraniums, beneath simple stones that bore no name. The British governor refused to allow the inscription, "Napoleon, Emperor of the French," accepting only Napoleon Bonaparte. Even in death, the politics of his title remained contentious. At the graveside, the loyal Bertrand proclaimed, "Now he belongs to history." News of Napoleon's death reached Europe 6 weeks later, triggering an outpouring of emotion. In France, where the mention of his name had been officially discouraged under the Bourbon Restoration, people openly mourned. Poems, songs, and images commemorating the fallen emperor circulated widely. The government, alarmed by this resurgence of Napoleonic sentiment, attempted to suppress public displays of grief, but the effort was futile. In death, Napoleon achieved a mythic stature that transcended his military defeats and political failures. This Napoleonic legend only grew stronger in the decades following his death. Poets like Victor Hugo and Lord Byron found in Napoleon a quintessentially romantic figure a man of destiny whose meteoric rise and tragic fall embodied the sublime drama of the age. Artists produced countless images of the emperor, from heroic battlefield portraits to poignant depictions of his exile. Thousands of veterans proudly wore their Napoleonic medals and told stories of campaigns fought under his command. The legends served various political purposes. Republicans and Bonapartists in France used Napoleon's memory to criticize the restored monarchy. Emerging nationalist movements across Europe found inspiration in his transformation of the political landscape, even as they had once resisted his conquests. The myth of Napoleon became adaptable to almost any cause that positioned itself against the conservative order established by the Congress of Vienna. In 1840, during the July monarchy of Louis Philippe, Napoleon's remains were finally returned to France in an elaborate ceremony known as Le Retour des Cendres, the return of the ashes. The frigate Belle Poule, specially painted black for the occasion, carried his coffin from St. Helena to Paris, where it was placed with full military honors in the Invalides, the great military hospital and final resting place for France's war heroes. The ceremony attracted vast crowds and demonstrated the enduring power of the Napoleonic legend. This legend would have one more dramatic political manifestation. Napoleon's nephew, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, successfully exploited his famous name to win election as president of the Second French Republic in 1848. Following his uncle's example, he subsequently engineered a coup d'état and established the Second Empire, ruling as Emperor Napoleon III from 1852 to 1870. The Napoleonic idea, combining revolutionary origin with authoritarian practice, popular support with military strength, had returned to govern France. Beyond politics, Napoleon's legacy shaped the 19th century in multiple domains. His military innovations influenced warfare until the First World War. His legal code formed the basis of civil law across much of Europe and Latin America. His administrative systems provided models for modern bureaucracy. His educational reforms established patterns of meritocratic advancement that gradually undermined traditional aristocratic privilege. Napoleon's complex legacy thus transcends simple categories of hero or villain. He was both a man of the Enlightenment who rationalized government and society, and a precursor of modern totalitarianism who subordinated all institutions to his will. He spread revolutionary principles of equality while establishing a hereditary dynasty. He liberated peoples from feudal institutions while subjecting them to French imperial control. He embraced peace while preparing for war. These contradictions help explain why the Napoleonic legend has remained so enduring and adaptable. Each generation finds in Napoleon a reflection of its own concerns and aspirations. For some, he represents the triumph of merit over privilege. For others, the dangers of unchecked power. He can be seen as either the preserver or betrayer of revolutionary ideals, the unifier or divider of Europe, the visionary reformer or ruthless conqueror. Perhaps the most appropriate epilogue to Napoleon's story comes from his great adversary, the Duke of Wellington. Years after Waterloo, when asked who he considered the greatest general of the age, Wellington replied without hesitation, "In this age, in past ages, in any age, Napoleon." The boy from Corsica who dreamed of glory while reading histories of ancient conquerors had indeed secured his place in history. His ambition had carried him from obscurity to the most exalted heights of power before ending in the isolation of St. Helena. But even in defeat and death, Napoleon achieved a form of immortality that few historical figures have matched. His name became synonymous with both spectacular achievement and tragic hubris, with the soaring possibilities and terrible costs of human ambition unleashed on the world stage. As visitors today stand before the massive sarcophagus of red quartzite that contains his remains in Les Invalides, they confront not just the memory of a man, but the complex legacy of an era that he did more than anyone to shape. Napoleon Bonaparte, general, emperor, lawgiver, exile, remains one of history's most fascinating enigmas, a figure who changed the world even as the world ultimately changed him.